There's a seat here, so I figured we gotta do
So-
something, right?
Thanks everyone for coming. We're still trying to get a couple people on Zoom. We have Pete and Ogden are zooming in. I saw Representative Summers is already on, and then Director Nesvik had something come up this morning right away. He's in a meeting, and then he'll be here probably closer to noon. So we're going to adjust the agenda a little bit because of that. And so, yeah, welcome everyone in attendance and everybody here. Thanks. And is there anybody for introductions? I guess we can go around real quick and introduce yourself. I think most folks here know everybody, but just so we online, if there's somebody new online, just go around, just real quick who you are and you have something real brief. Go ahead, Dwayne, you want to start?
Dwayne Hagan, I'm a landowner in Park County out of McKinsey. Things are getting pretty busy, so we've got a lot on our plate coming up. So I think we're going to talk about landowner licenses, some of the other hot topics. So looking forward to it.
Great.
Adam Teaton, sportsman based out of Buffalo. Yeah, the agenda should be entertaining to say the least for the next 2 days.
Josh Corsi.
You're looking damper, sir.
Well, I thought about being Cy this morning, but I knew that wouldn't go over. Larry Hickson, I'm the Wyoming Senate representative, one of the Wyoming Senate representatives on the task force.
Hi, I'm Lisa Dalton, and I'm from Rock Springs. I'm in the hotel business, and happy to be with y'all.
Jamie Flitner, Wyoming House of Representatives.
Lee Livingston, Park County Commissioner, also an outfitter up in Northwest Wyoming.
I'm Jen Scoggin. I'm the Director for the Office of State Lands and Investments.
Joshua Corsi, Mule Fanatic Foundation.
Rusty Bell, sportsman, taxidermist, county commissioner.
Tony Lehner, Commerce County Commissioner, sportsman and small landowner, big hat, no cattle, few cattle, some cattle, and I don't even have a big hat, so.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Schaefer. I'm a sportsman from Cheyenne, educator.
Good morning, Elisa Russell, business owner from Casper.
Good morning, Cy Gillen, the outfitter rep, and president of sports.
Albert, can you hear us? You're up.
I can. Albert Summers, Wyoming House of Representative.
Great, thank you. And then I do believe we're still trying to get those folks patched in. We'll do what we can. If they're not there, they're not there. That's the way it goes. So to start with, we have approval of minutes in the agenda. I would entertain, if you haven't had a chance to look at the minutes from the last meeting. It's been a while, it seems like. We've gone through a whole legislative session since then. So probably for some in here, it seemed like a long time. But I would entertain a motion to approve.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It was moved by Lee and seconded by Jamie to approve the minutes. Any discussion?
Question.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Now on the agenda, we're going to move the subcommittee work and the 9:30 agenda item behind the 10:30 agenda item. So we're going to move that 10:30 agenda item up. The reason why is the director's not going to be here for some of that. And so we'll go over a legislative update, and then we're going to move into Kevin should be here and Doug, and they're going to do their, I think some of that's going to be virtually, but Doug's here. Okay, perfect. So they'll be here live and go over that Mule Deer 101 presentation. And then we'll get into that subcommittee report and then that other discussion at 9:30. Well, that will probably happen that potentially might not even happen until after the lunch break, but we'll see how that goes. The idea of putting all this many things on the agenda was that if we don't get to them, we'll push them to the next meeting. And we have a lot of things. I think everybody has had lots of feedback. We've had some season setting meetings. We had a lot of people in Gillette last night for season setting meetings, which was great. Normally there's just maybe a handful of people, and there was maybe, I don't know, 20 or 25 people there last night, which is good to see. So people are paying attention and they want to talk about it. And we had a sportsman's group banquet in Gillette that had almost 1,100 people, and there was a buzz about everything happening. So I think people are paying attention. It's good. So anyway, if you guys are okay with those agenda changes, I would take a motion to approve the agenda.
Did you go over this? What do we move it up again?
So we're going to move the 8:10, the 8:30, those two, and the 9:30. Those, actually the 8:10 will do. So 8:30 and 9:30, we'll move those after the 10:30.
Okay,
Okay, so we're moving the 10:30 up.
all right, thank you.
And then I think that's all. We're gonna, tomorrow morning's discussion on some deer, antelope, and elk, we'll let Joe has a really good presentation to how to break into that subject, if there's any easy way to do it. So we'll do that, and then after that, we'll go to Jen with a state lands, land swapping conversation, so have that, so. Okay, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second,
Okay, been moved by Adam, second by Jamie. Any discussion? Okay, so- Oh, Lisa, sorry.
That's great.
Lisa was the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes. Okay, moving into a legislative update. It was fast and furious, only 20 days. And the 90-10 Big Five bill with once in a lifetime went through the process of the legislative process with some changes and then some other changes. And then it actually ended up, the bill came out just like it started. So that's the legislative process. And I appreciate all the help we got from the representatives and senators on this task force. I appreciate all the legislative we had from everyone. It started really with leadership getting the bill up right away, and we appreciated that. And in a short session, that's important. I think it's also really important that everybody respects that not only are our representatives on our task force, they also represent the people that they represent in their district. And we have to have the respect for them to be able to bring changes to something that makes sense for their district or their people, or the people that are concerned in their district, and that's fair. And so the process played out like the process did. And I think it's an eye opener if you haven't been involved in that process, to see how a bill changes, how something gets added to a bill that we never even talked about, how that gets taken off, how something else gets put onto the bill that changes the implementation time that really doesn't change the bill. And then to see all the way everybody interacts with that in the sportsman's world, or in the world of not knowing how the legislative process works. And so it worked just like it's supposed to. Some people didn't like the way it worked, but that's the way it works. And so, and anyway, and so ultimately what ended up happening is we have a bill that came out of that exactly like it went in, and it was signed by the governor. So does anybody have any questions on that or want to add anything to that? Okay. So the other thing that's happening in, I don't know that the management council has gone through all the interim topics yet, but what we've done is put in a request to put the wildlife task force items on the agenda for the TRW committee, somewhat broadly, because we don't really know what's going to happen, what we're going to bring forward. The only one thing we do know that we're going to bring forward the preference points change into a weighted bonus point for the big five. And that conversation, actually, we'll talk about that a little bit later today on what Game and Fish, what the department is doing to get ready for that conversation with TRW and with, that going through that legislative process. So that's all we have now, but we really kind of tried to make it a broad, because we may have something that comes out in the next couple months that we maybe try to get on an agenda in the fall. And so that's really what we've done. That's the only other thing. Jamie, do you have anything to add on that? Is that?
No, Mr. Chairman, just that Co-Chairman Ellis and I definitely kept that on our list of topics that we've sent to Management Council. And so I probably won't be able to attend because I think we'll be branding calves, which is usually what we're doing during Management Council's meeting, but Chairman Ellis will be there to speak on our behalf for that agenda item.
Great. Well, thank you. And we appreciate that help. This task force doesn't have the authority to create legislation or bring it forward. So we need to use the mode of transportation for that kind of information is either through the department or through a committee. And so we appreciate that broad blanket to potentially have these issues to bring up to the committee if they come up. So is there anything else that anybody has on? Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I would say, I think probably the biggest win that, time is going to tell, but I think the passing of the other recommendation that this task force put forth in recommending the funding of WWNRT, those that worked on that, Senator Hicks, Representative Flitner, Representative Summers, thank you very much for carrying water on those. I think those were incredible, monumental changes that will pay dividends for years to come, for generations beyond our living years. So then I think on that same note, that $10 million that was set aside for wildlife crossings, I think that's something that you can quantify with immediate success. They're expensive, but the amount of funds that will leverage other dollars to the table to be able to bring some of those to fruition. Those are groundbreaking measures, I think, that are to be applauded. So thank you for your efforts on that and everybody involved.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you for that. I forgot about that. That was big. That dollar amount for the Wildlife Trust Fund was 75 million, I believe, right? So, and as far as I know, that's basically fully funded.
Well, the target was $200 million, and so we're still a little bit shy of that. There's 115 to 17 million in there, so but we're close.
Okay, good.
So
Any other things to go through on the legislative update? If not, are we ready to? Can we queue up Doug? Is Doug ready? I know we're a little bit early, but
Let's see here.
okay.
I was just looking for it.
He ducked out.
And Kevin should be here shortly. So is there anything else from the task force on what's happened over the last, we've had landowner meetings. We're now having season setting meetings, and is there anything from your area that you guys want to talk about maybe real quick while we're getting the mule deer folks teed up? Go ahead, Jamie.
I know that while I was in session, that the warden met with landowners in the area about increasing licenses for the area to try to knock down some of the elk numbers that we're seeing around the bighorns. And I don't know if that's happening in other areas of the state, but that's in direct response by the Game Fish and Governor's office to try to alleviate some of that pressure that landowners are seeing, especially in this drought year. So.
Certainly at the north, I guess the Sheridan region season setting meeting last night in Gillette, there's definitely some changes in some of the areas, the fortification area, if anybody's familiar with that, the recommendation to go to a general license. It's a hard area to manage because it's mostly all private access. And so they're going to move that to a general area with added type 4 cow-calf tags. They're adding more cow-calf general licenses in the general areas around that, area 129 and then area 126. And then in the other areas in Campbell County, they're adding more tags and more type 4 tags. So, where Campbell County is about 85% private land, it's tough to manage it. So the idea is more tags, more cow calf tags and longer seasons. And that's, as a management, I think Game and Fish can speak to this, but as management, that's I'm not sure what else you can do. It's private property mostly, so access is an issue. And so being very liberal on the amount of cow calf tags and the season dates is best you can do. So
I would just tell you from, going through some of the season setting meetings, and I had an opportunity to meet with at least some of the biologists, one of the biologists down in that south central part of Wyoming. Probably the biggest issue that I keep hearing back is just the lack of age structure in both our antelope and our deer populations, and then, how the hunting seasons are constructed to try to address that issue. But it is a big issue with the lack of older age class deer and antelope in that area of the state. So we have a series of bad winters. So it's an ongoing discussion as to how we can address that issue. They have done some APR things in the last year. It's an ongoing issue.
I would just on that, significant reductions in deer and antelope license allocations coming up in the next year. So in the Sheridan region, due to all kinds of things, drought and some EHD and some other things. So it's going to be it'll be interesting this year. It'll be harder for everybody to draw in those areas where it's not normally hard to draw. Anything else? I have any?
No, as we discussed, Eastern Wyoming sends more areas into general seasons. That has a domino effect on the resident draw. So what's going to happen is you're going to have fewer limited port areas in eastern and central Wyoming. Residents will naturally gravitate to apply for those areas, which is going to make the draw out even harder. And then if they don't draw, then they just come by a general license. So that's something we talk about in 7250 discussion as part of that.
Yeah, I was told by, and I didn't look to ask, but somebody probably can tell us that in a non-resident general license for elk is about 3 preference points to get that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's another dynamic that's happening. Is about 45% of those general licenses for non-residents are now ending up in eastern Wyoming to hunt. So you're seeing this outflow. That's something that may have to be aware of.
I think it really goes to the point that when you do something over here, it changes something over here, and I think that's about every issue that we deal with. So, okay, are we ready, Doug? Okay. It is.
It's 9:30 somewhere.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's in your packet, a lot of what Doug's gonna present. You can follow along. I think there's a handful of pages in there specific to this presentation.
So we did have one more person that was going to present the last half of this, but we'll kind of play it by ear. If Kevin gets here, maybe we can kind of figure something out.
Doug, he should be here at about 8:30, so he's a few minutes out.
All right. Thanks for the opportunity to present today on Wyoming ocean management. We can find them. I don't know if it's right down just the front part of these lights. Really, Wyoming and mule deer in Wyoming are really special, and I think all of the folks in the room know that. They're iconic to Wyoming's vast open rangelands, and I often hear a lot of our hunters talk about the deer of the West. They're really quite special to us. And while mule deer are found, across most of our habitats in Wyoming, they're really quite sensitive to changes. And, with management in Wyoming, our core objective is to manage for sustainable population levels across the state. Let's wait for the PowerPoint to catch up here.
I'm gonna ask everybody just to speak up a little bit. We're a little faint online. I have two microphones in front of me, so if they're not hearing me very well.
All right, let me know if I'm not loud enough. Chairman. So what I'd like to do today is just from a game and fish standpoint is talk through our population status, herd management, the management objectives we have for our deer herds, the management cycle, public engagement, weather, habitat management, migration corridors, and wildlife crossing. And then if my counterpart from Cheyenne gets here, Ian Tater, I'll have him talk on the last few bullet points here. All right, so since the 1990s, we've seen, fewer deer in Wyoming. It's I think everybody pretty much recognizes there's less deer in Wyoming. And the threat to mule deer across the West is real. Populations have been declining on most of the Western states for the last few decades. And the thing of it is as these populations decline, we hear more concerns from hunters. There's a decrease in the quality of bucks because of the pressure on those populations. And then also a lot of our private landowners start cutting back on the access that they afford to. So there's just more awareness of those populations as they decrease. In addition, there's more interest in trophy quality, and so that adds to that level of concern. Like I mentioned earlier, our overall goal is to maintain sustainable populations. And we do that through working through the Game and Fish Commission, engaging our diverse constituency that is very interested in mule deer and those folks that attend our commission meetings and our public meetings. So Wyoming, we have 37 mule deer herds, and you can see the breakdown in geographic areas across the state. The 37 herd units, they're distinct populations of mule deer. So the mule deer in the Black Hills, they primarily stay within that range. They use that for their year-long habitat selection, for fawning, for winter range, and their summer habitats are all within that area. And I'll highlight a little bit more on the sublet herd, which is over in the western corner of the state, to show you, kind of explain where we're at with that. Each of these herds has a commission-approved management objective. And that objective is a numerical number that's based on social and biological constraints. And I'll explain that a little bit more here in a moment as well. What an objective does is it provides our managers and our publics with a plan instead of reactionary management. We all know what the goals are, and we all try to set our hunting seasons and other management prescriptions to try and move that population towards that objective. It allows for some accountability when our publics ask us where our population's at, and we can explain where the population is and what our hunting seasons are doing to try and move that population towards objective. And at the end of the day, the public knows where we're going when we have those objectives identified and clearly defined. So just to kind of explain a little bit more on the objective, if you have a population, your abundance over here on the side, and then over time, your trend population kind of comes and goes, rises, and then it might decrease. Mule deer are really subject to boom and bust cycles. This line is I just drew this on yesterday, and I actually should have had one that was a little bit more realistic to what we're seeing with mule deer, but this just gives you a general idea. And the goal for managers is to set an objective that is not exceeding that biological carrying capacity, but it also considers what the social carrying capacity is. And the social carrying capacity of, is kind of the buck quality, what the landowners want to see, what everyone has a tolerance for within that population. And the biological carrying capacity, I think Kevin's here, he'll probably talk a little bit more about the nutrition and those things, so I'm not going to get into that. That biological carrying capacity fluctuates from a number of factors, and it can include, altered habitats if you have a wildfire that moves through, drought conditions, and if habitats are being converted into subdivisions, or if there's, large scale solar farms or other things on winter range, that could change what the habitat is for it. And again, drought and severe winters, we see in western Wyoming when we have severe winters, that moves that biological carrying capacity line down, and then that'll trim the population by mortality.
So Doug, quick question on that. Just the way you've got that graph constructed, given your experience, would you suggest that the social carrying capacity more times than not exceeds what the biological?
It can, yeah.
And scenario you show, that's actually lower, but
yeah,
wouldn't it be more realistic to say that the social carrying capacity is higher than the biological carrying capacity?
it certainly is in some locations, and I think, if you want to look at it in a literal sense, like elk feed grounds, if you had the natural fluctuations in those populations, it's acceptable to have feed grounds in an area to kind of sustain a stable population, but the biological capacity is always fluctuating. And the same thing with deer to some extent. We might have a lot of social acceptance for high populations or high numbers beyond what we can achieve based on what our winter habitats support. And a lot of times the main limiting factor for us is what that winter range can sustain. So I just mentioned some of the other things that we think influence that biological carrying capacity include, competition with elk, numbers of whitetail deer, other species that eat the same things that our deer do. And again, Kevin will highlight a little bit more about the biology of the mule deer and what he's learned from their selective browsing and their ability to maintain their populations through nutritional status.
Doug, would you also put predation within that realm?
My next point is predation is the next category. If you have a high level of predators that can influence on a local scale. But then again, it comes back to what's the quality of the habitat. And I think Kevin's going to touch on predation and some of the factors there. Diseases such as epizootic hemorrhagic disease, like blue tongue, chronic wasting disease, or other things that are influencing those. And then some of the other factors I think that impact mule deer include, popularity of off-highway vehicles. I think recreationalists, I hear a lot from, landowners adjacent to small blocks of public land where there's a high volume of recreational use. Those animals get pushed off, and so those animals have to seek out the best habitats, and if those habitats aren't available to them, that can have a population effect. And the final thing would be the hunting frameworks that we set that can also limit where a population's at. But if you look at most of our regulations today, they're mostly antlered only or male animals. So the impacts of our hunting seasons are pretty minimal in terms of the population performance. So our herd units are further divided into more hunt areas, which, we use our specific hunting recommendations for these. And again, if you looked at like the Black Hills, we set hunting season quotas to control what that population does, in comparison to what the objective is. So we try to achieve a season setting framework that allows that population to move towards objective. And so again, we're trying to maintain sustainable deer populations that are commensurate with the available habitats and also what the social pressures are from our public. And we work through our Game and Fish Commission to implement hunting season strategies. And some of the things that we might do, and I know that you have some folks here that may talk a little bit more about our season lengths. We can decrease non-resident quotas. We can have antler point restrictions, and an antler point restriction, if you look at a regulation, is in the limitation. So our season, or there's columns in our regulation. There's opening date, closing date, and then a limitation. The limitation just explains what the hunter is allowed to do. And so in the limitations, we might say 3-point or better, 3-point or 4-point antler deer. And what that does is, if the hunter looks at that, they can only take that type of animal that's identified in those limitations. So you'll see in our regulations that we often implement APRs, the antler point restriction seasons. We also sometimes look at opening a season on a weekday or on a weekend. That makes a huge difference in what the public, the participation is. So we often look at that. One of the other things we can do is align season dates, and you'll hear about consistent season dates, opening dates. And what that does is, if you're a hunter in area 142, if you're going to hunt that opening day, will you jump to another area when that season opens? And again, I think you'll hear that from some of our publics today as well. And the other thing we can do is manage the opportunity for other species. So again, if you have high levels of elk numbers, particularly in this area south of Rock Springs, I think Kevin will touch on that, competition factor. You could actually bump up seasons for other species to help the deer populations as well. And I would like to just mention that. So currently we have opening dates around the state. And this will be another discussion item that I think the board will be talking about later on, but we have a September 15th opening date, an October 1 date, October 15th, and a November 1 date. That's pretty much most of our areas in the state open on one of those 4 days. Gotta remember where to point this thing. So in addition to the hunt areas, we have 17 non-resident general deer regions. And each year we annually discuss this during our season setting meetings, but quotas for each one of these across the state. Region A has always been one of our most popular areas for non-residents because it's a deer factory. We have a lot of deer that are in that area. The social carrying capacity there is often discussed with landowners in terms of the numbers of deer that are showing up on hay fields and causing potential damage. Some of the ones in the western part of the state are really sought because of the hunter crowding issues and the numbers of people that they see on the range when you're hunting. And as I mentioned earlier, if you have a low deer population is declining and you don't change what your participation is, the perception can really elevate quickly about how many people you see on the landscape. I know Josh knows this very well. You see a lot of hunters, if there's a lot of deer, it's not a big deal, but when deer numbers come down, the perception is that there's competition there. So this doesn't show up very well, but sublet deer herd, and this is the migration corridor here, and you can see how that herd unit is managed based on the habitats those deer use on a yearly basis. And so the bulk of those radio collared animals don't really leave that herd unit, the defined boundary. Winter range down here, and those, if you saw the data points that Dr. Hall Sawyer and others, Dr. Hoffman, have collected over the years, and our own staff, those points, those deer move up into the high country, all the way up into 151. We actually have one deer that went on into Idaho. But there's that collective herd unit then is defined by where all those deer move during the seasonal time frame. So there's the hunt areas are here in the presentation. I think you guys have a hard copy of that. The September 15th date is identified on most of those areas. There's a limited authority area here at 141. And then the opening dates on a couple areas still remain October 1. But in 1998, the commission asked us to go to a standard opening date in 17 different hunt areas in this part of the state. That includes like these 144, 145. These here, 148, 149. So the standard opening date has been a point of discussion for quite some time. So if you go to our hunt planner, you you know, the Game and Fish website, you click on a hunter and it'll pop up a dialog box. And it'll show you what those opening dates are and then what the limitations are. And this is where I mentioned earlier, sometimes our managers will put in a narrative in there that just says 3-point or 4-point. And that's fairly common. And what that does again is if you go to a point restriction, a lot of hunters will pick a different area to go to for a short time. And there won't be as much hunting pressure because they can only selectively harvest a certain class of animals in that season framework. So the management cycle with a herd unit objective comes in 4 stages, and it's continuously we sort of cycle back through. So the first thing we do is we're monitoring where we're at. We're looking at abundance, composition, harvest, and habitat surveys. We conduct siteability surveys to provide an idea of where that population is at. But we need to go in and look at what the population is doing, and that's the monitoring. We also do some habitat surveys to determine if our habitat conditions are really poor, and if we need to take some consideration into what's going on with the population's performance. And Kevin will also talk a little bit more about nutrition. The objective, and that again is the commission approved objective. We evaluate those every 5 years. We estimate the postseason population and we look at the buck ratio goals that are there as well. Again, I mentioned the hunting season. That's what we use to move our populations towards the objectives. And then we also seek stakeholder input. And then finally, we have an evaluation phase. Did we get where we want to be? And that's through data analysis and public engagement. So here you got the biological component, and here you're going to have the social side of that as well. And our managers try and meld that together to determine what we need to do next before we come back to a recommendation for season center. So just real quickly on the public involvement. So the Game and Fish conducted surveys in 2006, 2012, and 2017. We've had, in addition to those broad public attitude surveys, we do annual harvest surveys each year with a vendor that's a statistical company that does a lot of analysis of different metrics. And so we asked them to analyze and survey our hunters in Wyoming. So last year, just to give you an idea, so the harvest survey was just completed for mule deer, and they surveyed over almost 12,500 general deer license holders that responded to that survey.
Is that a good return?
That's a pretty good return, yes. It's close to 30%, and from a statistical standpoint, that's pretty rigorous. Some people may feel like we can do a better job at that, but analyzing that survey, it would be pretty hard to get results that are better than what they're showing from a statistical standpoint. If that makes sense. It's a subset of the overall. So if we have 40-some thousand mule deer hunters, they surveyed a segment of those people to get an estimate on the overall state harvest.
So Doug, one of the things this group has talked about in the past, I think early on, was mandatory reporting, and some states do that. And, you know, would that help, or are you satisfied with the 30% as provide you the broad-based trends?
Yeah, we have quite a few discussions about that. We really think that, you know, with phones, this is like the most powerful thing we have. And so we've got our guys registering harvest now when they're out, they scan in licenses. We also have all the hunter information on email. Everybody's created an account and they're either buying it online through Jennifer, or they're on the iPOS system, but we have all their information. So we're open to discussions about, you know, having people log in and do stuff. We haven't come to that at this point, because we're, you know, overall from a statistical standpoint, the company that we're working with does give you a representation on that scale.
Yeah, so the
We
question
can always
becomes is to go to a mandatory reporting system, does it really refine the statistics to a level that changes the outcome versus 30%?
Yeah, that would be beyond me to discuss to determine what that is, but I suspect there's be a very good discussion to have and decide if that would be value added. Certainly with everybody having phones and buying their licenses online, we can start exploring other options there.
Before you move, with that 12,500, do you notice more reporting coming out of certain areas than others?
Yes, definitely with the sample design, because some areas, for example, the Black Hills has a large number of hunters, so it's correspondingly, if you looked at that hunt area map, the very northwest corner of area 149, your harvest is really very light and your hunter participation is pretty low there as well. So definitely you see more of that opportunity for people to report out of those large areas.
Doug, I got a question for you. Is the flexibility there in the ability to seek out new information year to year through those surveys where the department's influence on the way those questions are worded or the questions that are asked? Is that an active participant by the department to continue to find and hone that information that you're seeking?
Yes, we do. And we reevaluate. So we'll give the vendor a contract for, I think it's a 3-year contract. And then we'll tweak things every few years to make sure that we're getting what we want, make sure it's value added for our managers. So, and then I just want to shift just a little bit from the survey to, we're right in the midst of our season setting for 2022. So if you go to the Game and Fish website, you'll see that all of our regulations, the draft regulations that will go to the commission in April are online right now. Our regional managers, everybody across the state has done a voiceover PowerPoint like what I'm showing you, but only for their local scale of their deer population, and elk, moose, bighorn sheep, and so forth. And those PowerPoints are all online as well. We're taking public comment through 5 p.m. April 1st. And online, again, you can go there and you can see how to provide some comment, or you can mail them into the Casper office. In addition, we have 37 community meetings across the state, and they started just the other night, and they'll run through the 29th of March. And I know there's a few folks here have been to some of those meetings already. So with the 12,500 people that we surveyed this year, we asked them, did you hunt in more than one area? And so 80% of those folks just hunted one area, 20% hunted 2 or more areas. And if you break that down further, so this is the 20% here, and then this is the 80% over here. And so of the 80%, there was 41% of those harvested in their first area that they went to. 39% did not harvest, and that was okay. They didn't go to another area. Of the 20% that went to a second area to hunt, 8% were successful, and the 12% were unsuccessful in their second area. And so we didn't break it down into 3 or more areas. We just went to 2 or more at this point. And so just to show you what that looks like on a map. I talked quite a bit about region A. So region A is right here. So if they hunted in area 2, that's the Bear Lodge area, we asked them, which other areas did you go to? And the most common areas were the area that immediately adjacent to it. You can see the colors here. More common that they went just a little bit west, where they went to the areas just south towards Newcastle. Some more from over here. Some of them did a little bit over north of Gillette. We actually had you can see there's a little bit of a faint color change over here. So a few people did go over to region G and H areas like I think it's 143, 142 over there. Look at another area, 135. If they hunted 135, that's the gray area here. Most likely they hunted into the Salt Range and then the Grace River and 142, 143. And so it just gives you a perspective on where those folks go. The other thing, if you hunted here, there was a few people that still went over region A over here in Hunter area too, just a little bit of white color change. 82 Larry's country, people kind of shifted into there periodically as well. I have a slide on that area too. So bags was a little broader. If you hunted area 82, you often hunted adjacent, so right close by, but you also hunted areas over around Cheyenne. This is 131 and 135. And again, a little bit of pressure up here. People did travel to the Blackfield periodically, but less common in those people that response.
So Doug, is this resident hunters or all hunters?
This is resident hunters.
Just resident hunters. All right, thank you.
Yeah, because the non-residents are limited to that region, non-resident region.
And you may have it in a subsequent slide, but the thing that pops into my head, it's one thing to bounce back across on a general license area to general license, but is the data sufficient that we could refine to see those people that are hunting on opening days? In other words, they hunt the September 15th opener in the Salt River and then bounce down to the October 1st opener in the Sierra Madres and then ultimately end up in November 1st up in the Black Hills.
Yeah, I have to check on that to see if that opening day phenomenon is what they're selecting for. I'm not sure if we could tease that out of the data or not.
Okay.
I'll check. So this is the Salt River 145. And again, here, this is, if you were hunted there, you might drop into 135 or you might go over into the Great River. And I know Kevin is here. I don't know if you want to switch him in. He must have stepped out. But we can talk a little bit more. Really, weather conditions influence our deer populations. I mentioned that biological line capacity is really influencing what those deer are, what they're capable of in terms of nutrition. So if you look at, this was on the 15th of March, what our snow water equivalents were across the state. You can see that we're facing some pretty concerning figures for these deer ranges. They're both weather and, the climate are just key factors for what that population's performance is going to be. And, last spring we had those severe spring storms. In this part of the state, we saw some impacts for that as well, particularly on pronghorn. But overall, the lack of moisture in these areas, I know we had some winter ranges south of Pinedale that were pretty concerning last year, and I'm sure there's a few folks here. There basically wasn't much growth on those shrubs in a lot of places last year. So you get, especially down around Fontenelle Reservoir, some of those southern winter ranges, it was pretty concerning to us to see what conditions were and what those deer had for forage.
Doug, what percentage would you say, just roughly, the spring moisture and weather related to the population?
Good question. And I don't know if Kevin will have a little better sense based on that long-term studies he's doing in terms of, and if I understand when you're asking if we get to, is there a breaking point here where we see nutritional drop off or?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Kevin will have some figures on fat conditions and what these deer look like around some of the studies he's been involved with. I'm going to defer it to a little bit later if I can. So, again, January is a critical time. Deer drought conditions are certainly can be problematic. And we're looking at some pretty serious conditions in Wyoming for this coming year. And this is just some maps that Ian pulled up just for the presentations this last week. Basically, lack of soil moisture is going to limit our shrub growth again this year, particularly on those winter ranges. And those deer will get some moisture this spring, and those deer will chase that green up, as Kevin will be able to present on. And Kevin, are you good if you start here? We get some questions on nutritional, and then we'll have Ian wrap up when he shows up.
Yeah, that's what.
So, Laura, would there be a chance?
We're still downloading. It's still downloading the presentation.
Okay. I'll keep talking. But anyway, the drought monitor maps that you see from March, how that's changed from January, those areas have expanded a little bit, so there's a concern there in what we're potentially looking at for drought conditions. And I just say, I'm just on a side note, I know Mr. Schmidt was out on Fontenelle Reservoir last year about this time, and I went down there and went through several arbor blades, drilling through the ice and all the dirt that was blowing out onto the ice on the reservoir, just to give you an idea how dry that conditions were on those wind ranges down there last year. I think this year we're in a little bit better condition.
Maybe slightly. Not much.
But when you don't have that winter moisture seeping into the soil, our scrub conditions are going to be bad on those winter ranges. So real big concern about it. In the late 90s, the Game Fish Commission, in 2016, the Game Fish Commission adopted a initiative, which gave us some direction to work with our public to identify key issues across the state within certain herd units. So we selected herds across the state, Wyoming range, Sublet herd was also a herd unit. I believe the Banks herd unit is another herd that we wanted to engage our publics and talk through projects and population management and things that we can do to help those deer populations. So today, and then with that, the Game Fish Commission approved $3.4 million of funds put on the ground for working on mule deer winter ranges, fence projects, radio collaring. And so far we've approved 69 projects to work on mule deer winter ranges and other habitats. Some of that's invasive grasses, which is another key thing that influences that biological carrying capacity is those invasive grasses, both betnata and cheatgrass is a real big one. Once cheatgrass gets established, we see that those native forages diminish and the quality of that range and the capacity of that range to carry, support wildlife diminishes. Some of the projects, invasive grasses, aspen, sagebrush treatments, and we also work on improving connectivity of those deer movements, some of the highway crossings, and our management research as well.
Do you know the percentage breakdown of those projects on federal and state managed lands and private holdings?
We can get that. I don't have it on, summarized today. We certainly can get that. So again, just some of the projects. We did work collaboratively with the governor's office and Imagine through University of Wyoming, which is on the invasive annual grass implementation plans. We have a lot of concerns with cheatgrass. And you can just look at these slopes and you can see that there's really not much forage value to cheatgrass. And then the seeds have a big sharp on or a little narrow, red-like point on them, and that is very, very tough for animals to forage on. It's just not much forage value there. And then the fire risk elevates when you have this kind of habitat that looks like that. We've got some success with treating a number of different areas with different herbicides. And we're basically adopted this strategic management plan to look at a little broader approach across the state to try and get a little more money on the ground treating invasive grasses. Do a lot of work on aspen communities as well. Aspen are kind of one of those key species. Once it's a fire evolved species, and so if we can treat aspen, we get a lot of those forage understory comes back, and that creates a really great habitat for mule deer in terms of some of the fawning patrician ranges. And the mountain shrub communities that are typically supported under aspen is pretty phenomenal for wildlife as well. Let's see. We also do some chainsaw treatments in areas where fire might be a little bit more sensitive, and so we'll remove a lot of the adult trees, or if there's conifers encroaching, we'll try to treat them as well. And mule deer are really an early cereal stage, and the cereal stage is basically what age is your plant community on the habitat in terms of is it an older age class or is it a newly established area? And so if we can turn that back to an earlier stage, that's what's really ideal for mule deer. So we focus a lot on areas that have poor habitat conditions, that late cereal stage, or they're kind of really not very productive. And if you institute fire or you create a disturbance there, you can set that stage back a little bit. It's better for mule deer. We also do sagebrush treatments. And again, sagebrush provide that critical nutrition that they're relying on. We have this Lawson aerator that's breaking up the kind of the soil surface, and it creates enough openings that some of those younger plants can get seeded. And then we also do some interseeding as well. Improves the nutritional quality of sagebrush, and it increases those spores that are important for mule deer. One of the final things we're working on is the connectivity and some of the research we're involved with. Right now, we have about 900 deer that are radio collared across Wyoming. We also work on some fence projects through the MDI funds, but the research is pretty critical to us. We're actually going to go to the commission later this week, and we're going to ask for additional funding source to implement monitoring projects around Wyoming. It's a $2 million project to basically learn a little bit more about what's impacting these key mule deer herds around the state. We want to learn a little bit more of what's needed for their movement patterns. And then we can also identify what some of those key areas that we need to treat for habitat treatments to determine what areas we should select for treating winter range, or if it's flying areas that they need to be in better condition. Migration corridor work, of course, I think everyone's pretty familiar with that. Started with the Department of Interior secretarial order, and then subsequent to that, we have the governor's executive order signed, and we're identifying those key areas for mule deer and pronghorn around the state. And we've got the 3 corridors identified so far: Bags and Sublet and Platte Valley. And we received quite a bit of federal money to help habitat projects, fencing projects, and invasive grass treatments in each of these areas through that funding source. And then the final thing is the wildlife crossings, which you guys I'm sure are very well aware of as well. It's pretty important for us to maintain crossings, and with 7,000 big game animals getting hit a year, primarily most of those are mule deer. We have a lot to gain by providing places for deer to cross highways. Pronghorn crossing up at Pinedale, I believe this is down by Hopedale. But then again, some of the funding that's coming across and the outreach that's occurring from there, the license plate generates some funds, and we've got a lot of work ahead of us, but we've made a lot of strides in this sector. And with that, I'll take any questions, or we can see if you guys.
Doug, back to the mandatory harbor survey. Is there a chance that we would be inundating you with, it would cost more than the benefit of having the every survey come in?
You know, that's a good question, but I really think that with the digital nature of everything that we've got now, there'd be some management of that data, but I think there'd be some opportunity that we can improve what we're doing. We just need to sit down and look at what's available and what sample size we can get. We're pretty open to discussions.
Because at first blush, it sounds the more data, the better. But if it's unmanageable, then you're not gaining anything.
Yeah, and I think that'll be a discussion we'll need to have to decide if that's the case, if it would be value added.
Great, thank you.
So, Doug, along those lines, it seems to me as I know there's a couple of states that already require that. Would be just a discussion, maybe from the department to visit with them and see if they found out that there's a higher level of resolution within the data. What it costs to do mandatory reporting. I mean, the last thing I don't think any of us want to do is collect data just to put it in a database and never utilize it. But what is the cost and what's the value? So it seems to me, Because it has been a discussion we've had here quite a bit, to maybe get some feedback from some of these other states, you know, that the department would check with and see, you know, is it valuable enough to do it or not?
Oh, good point.
Doug, I had a question. So when you went through the statewide in your hunter surveys and what areas they paired up, it seemed like every single one of them, there were at least a little bit of color shaded areas up in northeastern Wyoming. Is there, the mule deer seasons correlate with the whitetail season up there? And so is there any, what's the data on how many of those folks are hunting mule deer compared to whitetail, and what the
Yeah, there's a
pressure
percentage,
is on that?
I believe it's 29% are hunting two species, but the bulk of people are hunting, they're selecting for one species. But when interesting note is when I started 30 years ago, that was the big trip people made in November, was Thanksgiving. You went to the Black Hills, and you participated in a hunt. And we're kind of seeing that change. We don't see in my career, I haven't seen as many people, you know, take off from different parts of the state and have the Black Hills be their destination for Thanksgiving to do that hunt. It's changed a little.
Well, some of those areas close earlier now.
Yeah.
This might be a good tag on to that. Is there any validity to managing both of those species separately instead of your license example you had was antler white or antler mule deer or any whitetail deer on the same license from a research and management point?
Yeah, there's always been a discussion of managing them separately, and there's pros and cons to both doing it that way. But it also, a lot of the hunters that we've been surveying in all those different years like the flexibility, and so we kind of fell back to that every time because it was hard to satisfy the social pressures that were with that. But we're always open for more discussions regarding that as well.
This is Ogden. Can you hear me?
Oh, welcome, Ogden.
Hey, I've had my hand up for a bit. I've kind of hung around because that's something that's been near and dear to me, and this has been there for 10 years. Is I fail to understand how in the world you can manage whitetail and mule deer on the same license. You talk about your kill rate, and you know it's really a huge degree of heartburn to me that you've got mule deer in decline across the state, and you have an area that does well with mule deer, and you continue to lump them together. It really, the Black Hills to me it's your guys' cash cow, and it's absolutely tragic. It's really a commodity area. It's not managed for a trophy area. It's mule deer and whitetail are lumped together. And I think it's the one area, and it's part of what this task force came about, is I have repeatedly gone to Game and Fish and talked about trying to split them. And you guys might talk that you're open about it, but I surely haven't seen any willingness to look at it. The second half of it is, and it goes back to that heat area you show in the Black Hills. You said nobody shows up for Thanksgiving anymore. I encourage you to come up to my area. They back up down the highway. We're the last area in the state open, and we see unbelievable amounts of hunters to this day. I really think the Black Hills in particular needs a lot of attention paid to it. It's really a wildlife haven. It does well. They survive in spite of non-management. And it's something that needs done. But one of the very first to me is mule deer and whitetail just absolutely have to be split. You can't run two different species together and set herd objectives and hope that you're going to get the same end of it as far as what the end of it is. I can tell you where I live at, no mule deer make it anywhere near maturity, because when you're hunting whitetail and mule deer side by side and you're looking at a 25-inch mule deer that's a 3-point, every one of them dies every year. Some hunter takes them out and wipes them out. And I think it's absolutely tragic to take one of the best deer sinks and really raises big mule deer in the old days and basically slaughter those mule deer. Really, I think this committee and the Game and Fish in particular need to really look at how in the world do you biologically justify that you can throw two species together and assume that hunters are going to let them do it. I'd like you to answer on it. And I really think this committee ought to look very hard at doing it. The other question is, do we have other areas that are mule deer, whitetail together that are just lumped in a general area and people can go pick and choose? Thank you.
I think most, I think a lot of areas are like that, but they also correlate. They correlate at different times. So in November, I think this, and you can correct me, but the special thing about northeastern Wyoming is they open up November 1st and it's general area for mule deer. I don't know that there's a whole lot of other places like that. And my question would be if, you know, the folks that want to hunt and that are putting in a survey that say they want to hunt both species, they're saying they want to hunt both species at the same time. What if the mule deer in that it's region A, is that right? Opened up the 1st of October, the same as a lot of the other, and it correlated, you know, it had a uniform date like some of the other mule deer areas. I can't imagine that wouldn't help our mule deer populations up there. Now, when we talk about that, you know, most of the time, I think through a management perspective, if you're harvesting male, you know, you're harvesting bucks, it doesn't have that impact on those anyway, but certainly on the pressure, it would, you know, what Ogden's saying and what I think a lot of us see in that northeastern Wyoming is that the focus on those animals mostly is whitetails, but there's the mule deer are under that same pressure. And so I'm curious what your thoughts might be on what you think that pressure would be on mule deer. You know, obviously if we correlate those seasons to some of the other seasons, they wouldn't be able to, or they would have to choose between what areas they hunted.
Yeah, season dates are something that we discussed a lot with our publics and a lot of some of those public attitude surveys. And then managing the social side of that, it's always been fairly complex. Finding dates that landowners and others in the Black Hills, you know, Senator Driscoll knows very well that there's a lot of people that have a time frame in mind when they like to deal with the hunting publics, and so we try to balance that across the state, and that's why we have those multiple opening dates around the state. And the agency is, you know, we've been well aware of the managing for the two species for a long time. We've never come to a decision on trying to split those seasons up, as Senator Driscoll had mentioned. But we know it's a discussion item that we're going to have revisit again, and we're willing to take that on. As far as splitting those seasons up like the Black Hills, I'm going to leave it to the local managers because they got to work through that social side of this thing to determine what's supported there. But they can argue on what the biological benefits are for doing that as well. And we can present that and try and find some common ground there.
Appreciate that. I think Albert has his hand up. So go ahead, Albert.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. So the presentation was on kind of both the hunting aspect and habitat aspect. And I know I'm saying something that everybody knows, but you know, the real challenge I think in Western Wyoming now is with winter habitat for mule deer in particular. And I'm the question I want to ask is has the department, I mean, we see a decline in mule deer, we see a decline in sage grouse. They're obviously related. I mean, severe declines. And so my question to the department is, are you able to tease that out? And I mean, I look at these winter ranges that I live on, and the sagebrush, I mean, it's just the lack of moisture. There's no leader growth. These plants just keep getting hammered and hammered. And I think you see the deer now, and this is the other question I have. You see the deer holding back longer because our snow doesn't come as early, probably on what is better sagebrush habitat higher up, kind of foothills, different species of sagebrush. And then, when you get a snow like we did this year, then they all bail. And so what is the department seeing in their long-term trend studies on their old traditional winter ranges, whether it's the Mesa, whether it's LaBarge, you kind of name it. And then is there anywhere as these mule deer kind of stay higher longer, that starts to get into the rut? And I'm wondering how that long-term will affect rut, if any, where they used to concentrate more in the rut down on the old winter ranges. I think more spread out now as that rut begins. And so kind of back to the habitat question, what do we do there? Because ultimately you're hunting a declining resource. And unless we can do something about that, about what's going on there, and we can't make it snow, but what can we do, and what is the Game and Fish seeing on their long-term trend sets?
Yeah, and I think on the long-term trends, and I don't know, Kevin, if you've seen any of that, we're starting to look at that now, Albert, with all that fine scale movement data that we have with all these radio collars out and what we're going to invest in with additional monies from the commission. We'll be able to look at that a little bit more. Right now, it's pretty subjective in terms of can we tease that out, and I'm going to leave it up to Kevin to are you going to be able to cover some of that?
Some of it, yeah.
Okay, and maybe we can circle back on that one as well, Albert. There's a lot of information, a wealth of information there that we can get from these radio collars. And now that we've got, the sample collars that we have out, we should be able to look at that and then target those areas for, is there management prescriptions or things that we can do to make those habitats better? I don't have a good answer right now at this point for you.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up kind of on the mule deer, kind of their interaction with whitetail. It's just been in the last 15, 20 years that whitetail have moved into the Green River Valley. And I'm not sure I understand the interaction between the two species. Obviously, it seems like whitetail expand because they can live with humans, and mule deer don't because they're shrink because perhaps they don't, or their winter range is impacted by storm, by lack of moisture. So my question is on that interaction, particularly in my area, because it's been going on in other areas for a long time. How does Game and Fish view that interaction between whitetail and mule deer? And then if you view it negatively, if there is a negative interaction, what are we going to do about whitetails if they do encroach on mule deer? That's a question, and it's a question I hear from hunters, ranchers, everybody. What is that interaction, and how are we going to handle that interaction if it's negative?
I'm looking at Kevin back there. He wants to take a stab at it.
The realities of that interaction are we don't completely know yet. And it falls in line with even questions associated with elk and deer interactions, which I'll talk about a little bit here shortly. There's disease-related interactions associated with the brainworm that whitetail deer can carry, but it can be fatal to mule deer. Relative to what it means via competition, it's another one of those questions of, is it just coincident, like you say, Albert, is it whitetail deer can thrive in our growing presence and mule deer don't so much, or is there the combination of some competitive interaction there? And there's nuances associated with predators as well, with how each species avoids them or not. But the truth of it is, it's a largely unanswered question yet. We don't have a firm answer to it yet.
This is Ogden again. I live in the middle of that. It's really interesting. We're in a whitetail with minor mule deer. Whitetail absolutely displaced mule deer where I'm at. I'm looking at Commissioner Crank sitting across. He's been to my place. Mule deer come in and interact somewhat with the whitetail, but the whitetail displace them. And that's part of why I've wanted the season split is the mule deer cause no damage on my ranch. I live with mule deer, and we would gladly accept double, triple, quadruple the numbers. They tend to run in different areas. Whitetail tend to run in all our crop areas. They truly do not mix together as far as hunting season. If you're hunting mule deer, basically, at least in our end of the woods, the mule deer hunting happens in completely different habitat, different areas. We rarely kill a mule deer on our hay fields other than during rut. Obviously, we hunt through the rut down there, and mule deer are incredibly stupider than whitetail. They just die during the rut. But they really are different species. I can tell you, you can come study in our country because our upland country all has mule deer on it, and they all thrive and do well on it. Whitetail all tend to come down around your intensive crop areas. And that's, I will ask this committee to do a recommendation to split those seasons. I've tried for 10 years, and they truly are. It makes no more sense having whitetail and mule deer together than it has having elk and mule deer together. They really just do not make sense. And so to me, I'll answer some of it on a personal level that's antecedent, but we live it. The mule deer and whitetail just do not compete with each other as a whole in the Black Hills for habitat or where they.
Thanks, so Larry, and then we're gonna get Doug off the hot seat and get Kevin up there and maybe take just a couple minute break while we do that.
So Doug, could you go back to the mule deer management where you show the population status? Can we pull that slide? And for those of you that, and it would be good to have it for the audience, because I got a question on that. When I look at that, it raises about 3 different issues. I just run 2007 and here in the state. It becomes, is that our factor, is that our biological capacity? So that's one question. So is 500,000 mule deer, is that the biological capacity? Because that's what we ran, and for a number of years, which would suggest that is. But so that's one question. And then when I look at that graph, and so you take that average of 500,000 and you go where we're at now, 20 years later, we're 30%, 36% reduction, give or take, plus or minus reduction. What would be very helpful for us to see is not only look at that 36% reduction, but what has happened with the number of hunters and the harvest on mule deer, because those come into the management side of, if we're seeing a 36% reduction, what are we done on the management side to adjust that? For the one thing that we can control is harvest. So how many hunter numbers have we had over that same period of time? Are we seeing an increase? Are we maintaining the same number of hunters? And what's the harvest? Are we still harvesting the same number of mule deer, but yet we're 36% lower than the top? So there's kind of 3 questions.
Yeah, so in terms of the carrying capacity, we don't feel that we can achieve that based on moisture patterns and forage conditions. As I mentioned, the seral stage that's out there, we need that earlier seral stage. So we do not think that the biological carrying capacity is going to be at this level, even if we wanted to set it at that level. So we have reduced objectives across the state. I'll grab the statewide numbers for you here in a little bit. And so correspondingly, hunter numbers have declined. And again, I didn't portray that on here. I can get that. I'll send you a sheet on it. The committee has that. Numbers of hunters have declined, non-resident and resident. And we've tried to change that as we've gone forward, particularly when historically we had a lot of any deer seasons, and then we went with type 7s or something to address damage from mule deer. But as Senator Driscoll mentioned, there's a lot of people now that don't really care about that. They're okay with mule deer. They like to see the mule deer. So we've reduced a lot of the opportunity for the antlerless segment of the population over the same time to try and get that population stabilized. So hunter numbers have gone down, license numbers have gone down. The thing that did change is the whitetail opportunity, and I mentioned that most of, as we had a discussion about, there's a lot of concern about whitetails in other parts of the state. And so the increase in whitetail opportunity has shot up in most places in the state. And we provide type 8 licenses, which are our reduced price license, and then the type 3s that they can get as well.
So
we changed a lot of that.
So the other part of the equation was this harvest. So if we've seen a reduction, 6% reduction in statewide population on mule deer. We've seen what percentage reduction over the same period for number of hunters. What's harvest done on mule deer? So it's staying the same.
Trends that same thing, and I'll
So
give
the
you that.
trend is, but it'd be nice to see what that is, because that's a management action. That's the one thing that we can't control, right?
Yeah.
And just to see what that trend looks like, I think would be helpful.
Yeah, I think Larry, on that note, the other trend that would be just beneficial to see at the same time would be to see how that has changed with whitetail and elk. And I know you're lacking the information with mountain lions, but I think as you continue to see that decline with mule deer and that 20-year trend, I think if you were to compare that to look at what the trend of those other ungulates are doing, I think you'll see opposite trajectories.
You do. I think one of the most prominent areas is that area down near you, there is 30 through 32L. And Kevin actually has a graphic that's on our website, our Mule Deer Initiative, that it shows just exactly what you're saying. Elk numbers and 30 through 32 have gone like, straight up, and the mule deer at the same time.
Doug, thank you for your time. I know.
Yeah,
You put deodorant on this morning.
I'll get you some more information so you guys can see that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Go ahead.
Not to keep Doug up there, but for Kevin or maybe Josh later on, I guess we're hearing a lot about that. It's a great presentation. I'd like to know, is there any place in the West that's having a success story? So maybe as you get a chance to speak or as Kevin comes up, are there any bright spots anywhere, and what are they doing? I'd love to hear that as we continue.
So we saved all the, let's take a couple minute break while Kevin we get his slide deck loaded in and Kevin gets up there and he's prepared for all the really. Frank, you're looking bright today.
I know. I wanted you to be able to see me.
Okay, we're gonna come back into session here. And turn it over to, we got Pete's on. Good to see you, sir. So I think we have everybody on now. Everybody here, everybody on except for the director. He'll be here shortly. All right. As soon as we queue up your slides, we're ready for you, Kevin.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
While we're waiting, oh, there you go. Never mind. You can answer
Go ahead
some
if you got
questions already.
Let me say a few things first before all the hard questions come. Thanks for giving me a chance to be here today. When I talked to Josh about coming here and presenting, the thought was sort of like Mule Deer 101. I think if I was going to come and talk Mule Deer 101, I'd kind of review basic biology of mule deer. So for example, like females can live to be 15 years. They're highly fecund. Pregnancy rates are really high. Fetal rates tend to be high. They almost always twin, those sorts of things. But I think most people have an appreciation for those types of things. And I think by and large, given the appreciation for those sorts of things, we don't have to belabor those topics. And it's some of the other kind of nitty gritty and understanding the species that actually, in the end, makes the big difference for making decisions associated with how they're managed. So I sort of phrased it as Mule Deer 201 a little bit. And what my goal is
through this conversation. I'll eat up some of your time. Hopefully it's useful. I will tell some stories. Those stories are tied to the lens of our data collection and the things that we've been able to learn and uncover through our work here in Wyoming and beyond. And so I'm basically going to describe some of those nuances of this species that I think is in part responsible for why they are where they are in our current world, because the world that they've experienced has changed for a number of decades. And so I think it's important to have an appreciation for those sorts of things. And then I'll basically wrap up with covering maybe some of the hot button topics that are often discussed with respect to mule deer, for example, the role of our presence within their world, to predators, to winter, to potential competition with other species. And so we'll end with some of those topics, but I'll first sort of describe some of the things that we've been learning about these animals that I think are hopefully interesting, but again, I think set the context for where they're currently at. And I think one of the other things to consider is as we think about mule deer and their world, you guys might have to click on the slide or something to get it so it will let me advance. Here we go. The question associated with mule deer and what's going on with their current trends, it's been a conversation that's been had for a long time. And I think that's something for us to keep in mind. If the answer was super simple, we would have hit it already. There has been a lot of work that's been done on mule deer for a lot of decades. If this was a simple solution, we'd be there. And in fact, many of the simple solutions have been implemented and the results have often not met our objectives. But at the same time, if we think about mule deer, we're fond of the 60s, 70s, the heyday of mule deer, and we certainly long to get back to that stage. And I think one thing to maybe just keep in the back of your head as we talk about deer and what we've learned over the past number of years is that for us to get back to where things were before, if you consider this species, it would also mean that the world that they experience should be like it was during that point in time. And so just keep that in mind. The reality is it's not. A lot of things have changed. But thankfully in Wyoming, like we are, as much as it may sound doom and gloom with regards to mule deer sometimes, we hold a stronghold of mule deer in Wyoming, which I think is pretty exciting for us and very special. We are home to some of the legends. Of course, many people know this face. This is Popeye. So we produce legends over the years. We have some of the most breathtaking country that is like quintessential mule deer habitat. And then we have the whole diversity of mule deer habitat that exists across the state of Wyoming. As I talk about a lot of the work that we have done, I'd be remiss to not mention that I may be the messenger today, but it's been highly collaborative with our state and federal agencies across the state as we sought to address core management questions while at the same time learn in general more about this species. And there certainly isn't enough credit that can be passed on to the various funding sources that have made our work possible. This is just a smattering of them. There are more beyond this. But the thanks and credit truly goes to those that make it all possible, from funding to my own team, a whole suite of grad students, technicians, etc., that have put a lot of heart and sweat and blood into the work that we do, and a lot of other people that saw and cared enough to become involved in a whole assortment of different ways. To describe our work briefly would sort of set the stage for some of the conversation. And that I think has been really important for us to be able to understand this animal is that we seek to look at these animals from an individual perspective. And so we monitor the same individual animals over time. And so oftentimes we're going to see that same animal sometimes multiple times a year, or at least through a sequence of years where we work to basically put together their life, understand their success, understand the world that they live in, the factors that influence them, and then bring those pieces together. One of the core components within our work that we'll end up talking about a little bit more, and this is a concept that doesn't apply to just mule deer, but applies to all of our big game species essentially in Wyoming, and that is they are a product of their environment. And one of the things that they're constantly working to do is, for one, survive, and then two, ultimately be able to produce and rear young. And as they go through those seasons, they're basically working to either put money in the bank or draw money out of their bank. And their bank is ultimately the fat that they carry. We see it as a negative thing for us. For these animals, it's really important. But for me, as sort of a redneck scientist, the way I think about the fat that these animals have is that it's truly the lens with which will tell us what they've experienced in their world. So I cheat, we measure that, which gives us a unique glimpse into what has happened within their world, the factors that influence them, how that then ultimately feeds into their ability to survive and reproduce. Because again, those things don't come for free. They have to be financed somehow. And then all those pieces are ultimately what feed into what influence and drives population growth. And as we begin to think about concepts such as carrying capacity and those sorts of things, this is that like mediating role. Essentially, if they don't have the resources, they're not going to accrue the fat reserves, which is going to compromise their survival and reproduction, which means we don't have the biological potential to grow animals. If we have all of those biological resources to grow animals, the animals are plenty fat. They have all the potential in the world to do that. And then in some of those instances, there may be other factors that come to ultimately affect them. And then I think one of the other emerging things more recently that I will talk about is our ability to follow youngsters from birth and then ultimately all the way to adulthood, which is allowing us to get under the hood of how these animals operate and how cross-generational they are, which is a pretty astonishing thing as we've come to appreciate and somewhat unique for mule deer. All right, so one of the topics that's been covered to a great degree within this state, and it's becoming more influential beyond Wyoming, is the notion of migration. We all think about deer migrating and following this concept or this thing associated with the green wave, right? They're following spring up the mountain, and there's been a lot that's been made of that, and that's an important concept. They're gaining food resources as they move up the mountain. But I think what's also really important to consider within the concept of migration is it's not just that they follow this wave of spring up the mountainside. The other critical aspect of migration is that it's a way that we can support larger and more robust populations, because through the lens of this behavior, that population, even though it's occurring at the individual level, but that population is garnering more resources. They're going and grabbing resources from distant ranges, living on that through the year, and then bringing that back to the counterpart of their range, whether that's winter or summer range, which is really critical. And so that's why there's been so much made of migration. If we can allow animals to freely move across a landscape, they're expanding the food resources they have available to them through that behavior, which means we can support large, robust populations. And it's the reasons why we have some of the largest, most robust populations in the country. And all this is showing is this is just time allocation across different ranges for different migratory tactics. And so you can just see how their feeding pressure is deferred to different areas, depending upon their migratory situation.
So Kevin,
yes,
on that slide, if I can ask a question, and I just wrote it down, but while you have that up there, do we know what percentage of our populations in the state of Wyoming are migratory versus non-migratory? Because it gets to the overall statewide population objective, that we're looking at. So,
yep.
Because we can certainly fixate and overemphasize one population. And so how does that play into the statewide population as far as distribution? So are we 50% non-migratory, 50% migratory? So just if
yeah, fantastic question. Thank you for interrupting me. I should have said that out of the gate. Please interrupt me if you have any questions or any conversation through the course of me talking. I don't know. But even if you just consider our landscapes across the state of Wyoming, where we tend to see these migratory movements, and we know this because we've also taken these data sets and modeled the situations where we anticipate seeing migration, and it's borne out on what the animals do. It's where we get this natural gradient in spring that often has to do with an elevational gradient. So if you just think about that, the pockets of Western Wyoming to maybe pockets in Northeast Wyoming, to Southeast Wyoming, and then we have a lot of the plains or the sagebrush that occurs within that, I'd be more confident in saying areas that we have migration versus areas that we don't. How that translates to the population, to our overall population, I don't know. But the other thing that you bring up that I think is really important, as much as we talk about migration, a lot of our populations are not migratory. They're largely resident or exhibit slight shifts in their movement. Those ranges are just as important as our migratory ranges. But the reality is, as we've sought to learn more about migration, what we have to acknowledge is that something that happens in one part of these migratory ranges, or that affects their ability to get there, it's inevitably going to affect the population. And so I think it's less obvious to see those consequences when the deer aren't always there versus a resident scenario where the deer are essentially always there. No one, and I think this is also really critical, no one strategy is more important than the other. It's just the way a deer makes a living. And that's the critical difference. Thank you for the question. Sorry, I didn't answer it to satisfaction.
That was the right answer.
Oh.
We don't necessarily know everything.
Oh, yeah. And if I give the impression that I know everything or that we figured out everything, it couldn't be further from the truth. We have a lot to learn yet. The one thing relative to migration that I'm sure you've heard, but I think is really important, is that these animals are incredibly faithful to their migratory route. And that is, once a route is established, they almost never change. They do the same thing year in and year out. These are lines from a couple deer from some of my colleagues radio collaring down on Colorado, New Mexico. There's 6 years of migration in those lines. Just a great example. They're following the same route year in and year out. If we look at, I think this was a sequence of 9 different populations that we looked at. They're over 80% faithful to their migratory route. So once they've established that, they don't change. They do the same thing. Now, their timing may differ a little bit, as I think Albert brought up in the conversation before, and they're going to respond to their environment depending upon that green up or incoming winter weather. But the reality is they're going to follow that same path year in and year out. They're very faithful.
So question on that, do you see
Yep.
the same patterns between bucks and does as far as fidelity to their migration routes?
As a general rule, yes. We know less about males just because we've done so much less work on males compared with females. But yeah. The other thing that I'm going to transition into is, okay, so if they're very faithful to that same route, how are they doing that each year? And so we've done this from a modeling framework where we've used GPS data to look at this in these animals. And we can take, for example, maybe something that an animal can't do, but have infinite knowledge of a landscape or infinite knowledge of green up that occurs on that landscape. And you can't see it up here, but there's a couple dots up here that are basically, okay, we know this animal's summer range. How close did it get to it? If it had infinite knowledge of the landscape and its ability to track green up, it never gets to its summer range. The moment we can allow this fictitious animal, this computer simulated animal, to have memory of its prior route, and boom, it gets right back to its summer range, which means that memory is really important for these animals' ability to actually get to summer range and winter range and vice versa, and go back and forth. Where does that memory come from? This has been one of the aspects that we've been working to understand for a few years. As we appreciate how important migration is, the question is, where does it come from? And I believe the place we need to dig into are these young animals that are potentially learning how to do this. And so I have a story for you, and forgive me for those who have heard these stories. I'm just assuming that not everybody in the room has heard these stories, yet I think they're really important. So if you can bear with me through that. This was F210. So an animal in the Wyoming range that we collared as a fawn, followed her alongside mom. This is their migratory route from winter range, so down by Kemmer, Evanston, their summer range up on the southern end of the Wyoming range. And this was migrating down, migrating back up to summer range. Now, when F210 was about to celebrate her first birthday, as many know, so mom is about to give birth again. And as many of you know, mom will not tolerate having her fawn on from the previous year. So many have seen them, they're beating fawn off, kicking them out of there. And so F210 went on a walkabout. For 10 days, she walked. She went 60 miles across a bunch of country. Now, what was amazing to me is that might have looked like dispersal, but then in another about 12 days, she turned around and walked that path all the way back. Now, remember, we've had this animal collared since birth. It had never set foot in any of that country. It had never seen any of that country. And yet it walked the path out, turned around, walked all the way back. Also, I can assure you, no other adult deer was doing this. Well, they might have been doing that, but they sure as crap weren't walking backwards. And so she did that inevitably on her own. What's amazing is she walked that path over 60 miles through a bunch of rough country by herself, all the way back to that summer range. She crossed 21,000 feet in elevation. So she wasn't just getting to the edge of the foothills and then just walking along them. She was going up over mountains, crossing all kinds of country. And so I think what's amazing is this animal could take this path once and had the spatial memory based on it. I mean, we couldn't do that without a GPS. There's no stinking way. Yet she did it as a 1-year-old, walked it once and walked it straight back. So these animals' memory is really important to what they're able to do year in and year out, and to be able to walk these migratory paths each year. So that's essentially where it's coming from. So then the next question is, once they've learned that and they have the ability to have this memory to do that, what does that mean for them as they develop? And what does that mean for the migratory routes that exist across the landscape? And so again, we start from day one. This is F14. As my grad students would say, this is probably my favorite animal. And then I say, I'm a scientist, I'm not allowed to have a favorite animal, but I can't help it anyway. I collared F14 as a newborn in 2015. We still have her online today. And so the question is, and so this is the northern winter range for Wyoming range deer. She summers up in the Hoback, and that was her natal migration route with mom. And then as I just go on and lay on subsequent years migrations from second year to third year, what you see, she's basically doing the same thing, responding to environmental conditions, but essentially doing the same thing. In 2019, her mom died in April. So she was doing this alongside mom. Mom and her were up on their summer range each year. She was doing that alongside mom until 2019, and then mom died. So that year, mom wasn't there anymore. The interesting aspect of this, not to just show you pretty pictures, but what's so profound about some of these aspects is, as I went in that next year to collar her fawns with my PhD student, Taylor, as we were sitting there, went to the birth site to collar those fawns, right there is where I collared F14 as a fawn back in 2015. So 5 years earlier, I could stand on the spot where I was collaring her newborns that year, and I could see the spot where she was born and I had collared her fawns 5 years earlier. But I'll tell you today, we still have her online today. She is still doing that exact same thing. So now remember, mom has died. F14 has just fallen right in place. So that legacy of that place, that migratory route, all lives on in F14. And so when I tell you that animals are incredibly faithful once a migratory route is established, it's very true. But also there are these cross-generational aspects of it that in many instances, these animals are inheriting that space and inheriting those routes for mom. And when memory is so important in that, we're not just thinking about preserving space on a landscape, we're thinking about preserving memory, because you wipe out that memory and suddenly we don't have animals going to that spot anymore, which is super critical. Okay, another just quick example to come back to 210. So this was that animal that made that long walkabout during her second year. The following year that she reproduced, she's actually just doing the same thing that we might expect her to do if she was inheriting space from mom. She doesn't do this walkabout anymore. She just adopted the same migratory route, same summer range, same winter range as she inherited from mom. Not all animals do this. We're working on figuring this out right now as far as what proportion of them do. There are some bold cavalier animals that venture off into the great unknown and find new things. Once they've found those new things, they do become very faithful to it. But I think this is in large part, as we're coming to appreciate, this is how a lot of those routes, the places where we see deer on the landscape, are maintained over time. They're maintained through this cross-generational of inheritance of space, the migratory route, and of these seasonal ranges. Okay, another aspect that I want to talk about briefly that links these incredibly faithful animals to their environment, which I think is pretty astonishing, is this whole process of an animal being bred to the time in which they give birth, which is intuitive, no big deal. They conceive in the autumn, ultimately give birth in the spring. But for mule deer, there's also a bunch of other things that are happening within there. They experience winter, they have to survive winter, they begin to experience spring. Ideally, they start their migration sometime in the spring at the right time associated with spring greet up and the receding snow line. They end migration and then they give birth. What I'll also tell you is that, as I just showed you in those maps, they're also incredibly faithful with where they give birth. I mean, there's been times we've been in those places where we're like 50 yards from where that same deer just gave birth the year before. It's incredible. They're so faithful to their place. And because of that, mule deer want to be able to get to their birth site. So they want to be able to migrate, get to the place they give birth, and have conditions facilitate and support the opportunity for them to support rearing young. You can imagine if spring gets goofed up or whatever the case may be, and they're still migrating, and then that makes a mess for them and they have to give birth in places that they're less familiar with. And so where this becomes important from a migratory perspective, and one could even say from a resident perspective, is that this birth timing is synchronized with their environment. So for example, an animal that has a really short distance migration off a winter range is going to need to give birth ideally timed with its environmental condition, or these animals that may migrate over 100 miles, they need to be able to have things synchronized in a way that they're able to get to their summer range to be able to give birth. Can you hit play on that, Laura, please? And this is just sort of I guess it's just for fun thing. It gives me a moment to pause and not have to speak for a second. But ideally, conditions look something like this when an animal gives birth. And so this animal had just given birth about 30 minutes prior to this footage. But you can see green up, things are starting to come into, a lot of the forbs are starting to sprout and come up. And so as this female is about to endure lactation, she either needs to finance that, so it's the greatest energetic demands that females will experience. She either needs to be able to finance that based on the resources that are present where she's given birth, or she's going to have to draw down on her fat reserves to support that, or some combination of both. And so you can imagine a deer that's way up in that other higher country up in the snow, ideally she's going to be given birth a little bit later. This gal timed it just right. This footage comes from a camera that's on their collar. So it's a camera collar that's activated by her giving birth. And then we get some pretty amazing, what might feel like an invasive glimpse. Admittedly, when I began to first watch these, I felt really uncomfortable, like I just invaded their space. I'm getting over that, but then I realize every time I show somebody else that might be new to it, that they might feel a little bit uncomfortable. So sorry for that.
What's the gestation? What's the time? Is it 6 months? What is it?
It's 202 days, whatever that comes out to. More like 9? No, is that right? 7?
November, December, January, February, March, April, May.
June, yeah. So just over 200 days. But great question. So the one thing I want to be able to show you is, again, so imagine that 200-day period of time and having to ideally synchronize that up with wherever an animal is going to end up. Bless you. Right? So it's where she's going to end up. It's not where she's at when she's bred. It's where she's going to end up the following spring. That's critical. And so one of the things we do, we use ultrasonography to assess pregnancy, the number of young they have in utero. But the other thing I started doing about a decade ago is measuring the eye orbit of those developing fawns. So that eye orbit gives us a sense of how far along they are in gestation. And take that one step further then, and it gives us a sense of how soon they are going to be giving birth. So how many more days till they give birth? And so this is just an example from some of our data. Bigger eyes means the number of days to birth is less. Smaller eye diameters when we see them in March means many more days till they give birth, okay? So remember that. Bigger eyes, they're going to give birth soon. Smaller eyes are going to be giving birth later. It makes complete sense, right? Relative to progression and gestation. So then what factors shape how big those eyes are on their developing fawns in March? So that's the question we're going to look at right now. Okay, so given mom's pregnant, developing fawns in utero, what factors influence how big those fawns are, which means how soon they're going to be giving birth. Now, what's amazing to me is that one of the primary factors that affects how big those developing fawns are in March is how far they're going to migrate. And so those females that migrate further distances have smaller fawns in utero when we see them in March than those females that are migrating shorter distances have much more developed fetuses in March, which means these animals that migrate short distances they're going to be giving birth far sooner than these animals that are going to be having to migrate further distances. And it's a large influence. And I think I'll tell you a story here in just a second. And I believe the influence is like, it's a 1 day difference for every 10 miles. So you can imagine an animal that's migrating 100 miles. We're talking up that pushing nearly 2 weeks worth of time. In 2 weeks, slower in development of those fetuses, that's going to allow that female to be able to get there. So for those animals that want to give birth, to allow them to migrate, as well as time birth to coincide with that environmental pulse associated with spraying, they're going to need to be synchronized depending upon their migratory route. Okay, I'm going to tell you a story. So this is 2 birth sites in 2020. This is FMO's birth site, and this is 96's birth site. Forgive me for what might seem like a funny ID number for a deer. Okay, in 2020, these 2 birth sites, I think they're, I don't know, within about 200 yards. They both gave birth on June 3rd, so the exact same day. So for example, that morning I was with one of my grad students. We went in and collared 96's twin fawns in the morning. We went back in that evening and collared FMO single fawn that evening. Pretty amazing, right? Makes a lot of sense. They're living in the same place. It would make sense that they give birth at about the same time. It's amazing they give birth on the same day. What makes the story even more interesting is this is 96's birth site in 2017. She gave birth to FMO back in 2017. So FMO is her daughter. So this is mother-daughter, living in the same place, giving birth within a couple hundred yards of each other on the very same day. With what I just told you, that would make a heck of a lot of sense, right? But how in the world has daughter, the first year that she's giving birth, she's already got it. She's already synchronized with that environment. It's amazing, right? Okay. Also, remember I just said June 3rd? Well, so 96, when she gave birth to FMO, was on June 2nd, which is pretty amazing in and of itself. The other one, okay, MFFO, this was her male fawn that she gave birth to. So it's the twin of FMO. They both lived. We've been following them throughout their lives. MFFO was right here on that day. So he's also still living in the same place. This is another question we're working on with how do we stock ranges with male deer, and do they also inherit space for mom at the same time? Okay, y'all remember the winter of 2016, 2017, which I'm going to talk about a little bit here as well. So this is in the Wyoming range, knockdown, drag out, butt kicking winter, right? What's amazing, 96 is an incredible mom. It's astonishing that she even somehow raised twin fawns after that kind of winter. It's the poorest conditioned deer I've ever seen in my career. But FFO, so this male was born to her during that year, right? Okay. Okay, this is him. This is him at 3.5 years of age. Would anybody in this room tell me that that's a 3.5-year-old deer? And I would say, I don't care what you say, you can't argue with me because we've had him collared since the day he was born. What's also amazing, so that's him at 3 years of age, okay? This is him at 2 years of age, and no, I'm not mistaken. Yes, he looks like a yearling, but he's 2 years old. And again, this is him at 3 years old. He was just harvested this past year at 4 years of age. And for those who are into antler scores, he didn't cross 100 inches of antler. He was 96 inches, which is a funny coincidence that his mom ID is 96. Makes it easy for me to remember. But 4 years old, 96 inches of antler. What the heck is going on, right? Must be genetics. I'm not even going to get into that conversation. But the fun thing is it's not genetics. Remember, he was born after the 16-17 winter. Mom was barely hanging on. It's amazing she even pulled it off. But what that meant for him was what's called a negative maternal effect that was passed on to him from mom. So conditions that she experienced while he was in utero and her ability to provision him thereafter is going to stick with him and plague him for the rest of his life. He was never going to be all that. Regardless of what genetics he had under the hood, it didn't matter. His trajectory was set that day when mom was barely hanging on, and she did not have the ability to give him the silver spoon. So there was no way. That was it. That was.
Kevin, is there any relationship given that to birth weight to maternal characteristics? So obviously he was probably a low birth weight fawn. Do you measure that when you look at it?
Yeah, great question.
Is there a correlation there also? Or
so we measure birth weight. there is to some degree, the challenge is it's not perfect. And so what I think we're learning is that if you give birth, so birth weight almost has to be a fixed trait. If you go too big, you risk dystocia and killing mom. If you go too small, then what's the point anyway? There's no reason to put a small vulnerable fawn on the ground because they're going to die anyway. So it's amazing how few things we see that connect mom to birth weight. But in these sorts of instances, in that year, birth weights had come down that year on average as a whole. Just not as much as you would think. It's very nuanced. And I think because it is just it's such a fixed trait. If you don't hit it about right, you got no chance anyway, or you risk your own mortality at the same time.
So just to follow up on that, when you were showing the graphic that showed the differential between the horrible size for those more migratory earlier fawns, I'm assuming there was a differential there between fawn and date, but that didn't necessarily translate into fawn weight. In other words, if they were a month earlier because they're non-migratory, the fawn weights were exactly the same. It was the difference in the timing between that month of fawning.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Yep. And this goes, and so sorry, I should have reiterated that. I knew this story was coming, so I got excited and kept going. What's really important there is that their reproductive cycle is synchronized with their summer range. And so you can imagine as rut is happening, you have all these females that are migrating, coming down to winter range, they're all mixing up, but they all came from somewhere, right? And their entire cycle is set to coincide with where they're going to be going in the summer.
Now that's the discovery part.
That's the discovery part, yeah, which is not exactly, I mean, it's not what we anticipated seeing, but it's amazing. And you're right, the birth weights of the resident to the long distance migrants, that's not a driving force. It's their whole cycle is shifted to coincide with their ability to be able to get back up to summer range. And so what that means for all of these processes, from like the effects that is going to stick with this male through his entire life, to the reproductive synchrony, to the role of memory in migration, to inheriting space across generations, like these animals are so stinking faithful. They're cross-generational in nature. What mom experiences is passed down from one generation to the next, which is amazing, but it also means that they're not plastic. That is, they lack an ability to just like move, and adjust to the changes that they experience within their world, which what that's going to mean is they're a fairly sensitive critter, and that we have to be mindful of those situations as we think about like our presence on the landscape and what that can mean for them, the changes that occur through time, and then ultimately, what we should expect to be able to see on the back end with regards to nuclear populations. And that's why I wanted to be able to tell you all of this, because otherwise I think we just stand back and we stand back and think, well, just do this or just do this or just do this. But unless you think about it through the lens of these sorts of things, of this amazingly faithful cross-generational animal, we may have well-intended things and we may miss it just because we failed to consider these aspects. Yeah.
So the next question, getting back to the synchronization. So there's a certain period of gestation, right? And so if you back that up, you'd say, well, they know when to breed to synchronize. The question is, it's probably not the timing of breeding. Is it that these migratory deer are programmed based on a gestation? In other words, they have a variable gestation plan versus, it's not just that 7 months that they're actually, so they may be bred earlier on the winter range, but their gestation period is longer to synchronize, or is it their synchronization when they're being bred?
Yeah.
What is the answer to that?
Great question that we can't know for sure based on our data. Given what we see with how different eye diameter can be in March, which is getting us one step closer to when they bred, I'm fairly convinced it's tied to when they cycle. So when they go into estrus, being variable and coinciding with their summer range. And what we know with the few like captive studies that have been done relative to gestation length, it is somewhat plastic, and we even see that within our data too. But I don't think plastic enough to accommodate all of those changes from an animal that's migrating 120 miles to one that's migrating 5 miles. It's potentially both. I can't know for sure based on our data, but yeah, great question.
Would that buck then, when he breeds, would he pass on genetic?
So that's a fantastic question. I have no reason, and so the other, let me say two things. I have no reason to think that this male has inferior genetics for antler size, 0. In fact, his offspring could be freaking giants. What we're seeing here is his inability to express his genetic potential because of the maternal environment that he experienced, mom's condition during that point in time. And I say that also because of work that I did 15 years ago associated with whitetail deer in captivity, where we saw over generational time of improved forage that we provided a 30% change in antler size and body mass just because we made nutrition better for those animals. No genetic change whatsoever. And so the amount of change that can come from nutrition far and away exceeds anything that we can even think about doing from a genetic perspective. And so that's a fantastic question, but I see no reason to believe that that animal is genetically inferior in any way. It's all tied to what he experienced in utero from mom. Great question.
So Kevin, on that, just repeat, what you're saying is this notion of we got to remove those genes that we see on the landscape in the fall is really a very misconstrued optics of this.
It's very misconstrued. And two things with that. One thing is even if we did try to manipulate genetics on the landscape in that way, we're never going to succeed in doing it. The level of intensity of perfection associated with manipulating genetics in a wild and free ranging situation, we will never achieve. It's impossible. Even with perfect knowledge and an incredible level of intensity of doing it, there's no way we will achieve it. And I mean, some of the best examples are where they've attempted to do that in a semi-free ranging situation in Texas, and they can't do it. Where they're helicopter net gunning deer and they're measuring size of antlers and aging them as they go and pulling out all the inferior ones, they can't get a change to come. It's impossible. So we will never get it to happen in a natural situation. And the other side of that is the problem is you don't know. Again, these guys' sons could be 200-inch deer. We don't know that. We don't see it in him. And it's all because of nutrition. If we want to have massive changes relative to size, we got to shift our thinking, and we have to start thinking more what's on the ground, the condition of mom. Many have heard me say the notion of fat moms make all the difference in the world. Well, this is what a skinny mom does. And it's because it's all she could do at that point in time. So the role of nutrition is much more massive. As we start thinking about genetics and changing it, it's not going to happen. There's no way. Yeah.
So help me reconcile that with the conversation about antler point restrictions.
I was hoping you would ask that.
Wait, what do you want me to?
I planted a seed, and boy, you harvested the crop perfectly.
This is where I have Doug come up and talk now. What do you have a specific question, or do you want me to just respond to that?
Well, more or less the perpetual debate about whether or not antler point size is reflective of waiting for a deer to hit a certain age class, or it actually allows a certain deer to breed, and there's a lot of debate rhetoric around it, but what you're saying, what Josh is saying is maybe that's not where we should be spending our time.
So we'll see if I can get myself in trouble. Antler point restriction. So one thing, a couple things. It's not going to change genetics. We have to accept that and just deal with that. If we think it's going to change genetics, it ain't going to. It's not going to. Potentially, it could change by allowing, the one thing it could potentially affect is allowing some animals one more year on the landscape. So gaining another age class, which then can make an animal somewhat bigger thereafter, right? Wasn't harvested that year, may have been otherwise, got bigger that year. The other little nuance with antler point restrictions is depending upon where you set them, you potentially high grade the up and comers rather than spread the harvest across them. So for example, if it was 3 or 4 point and you got a 2 or a 3-year-old that grew that year, which they certainly can, they potentially get high graded out, and the smaller one, the ones that are slower growing on that trajectory are the ones that remain. Sure, they get 1 more year, but then they remain. So it's this weird, it's not going to affect genetics, potentially leads to high grading. There's all kinds of nuance with it. As a general rule, it's not a great solution. And then I might have just stepped in it.
Yes, to that point, back like in the 80s and 90s, there were point restrictions. And I think even most of the department's position on that, it was good for an influx of getting bigger bucks, but if you left it on too long, it tended to work in the opposite. But it also puts all the pressure on the bucks if you want to try to create it.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. It's a weird, there's weird nuance associated with it. And it oftentimes it's one of those things, it's like, well, we're going to do something. And so there's so many things I think that feel good on our side of things, but actually don't really yield a whole lot on the other side.
Kevin, are you going to talk about rose petal?
I'm not going to talk about rose petal other than I can't. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then this is, so then I'm going to cover 4 topics after this that are sort of some of those hot button things quick, if you guys, or you can kick me out of the room, which is fine too. The rose petal concept. So y'all remember the story of F-14, the one that just went back and forth. She filled in mom's space within that landscape. That's all tied to this concept of the rose petal hypothesis that we've been working on evaluating. And that is if you imagine a matriarchal female who has this migratory route, who has this summer range, she produces and rears offspring that inherit that space from her and then fill in the gaps around her. And so what we potentially have across this landscape are this composite of roses, with each petal on the rose representing another related female within that pocket on the landscape. And again, F-14 is a great example. I didn't show all of it, but we have subsequent generation of F-14's offspring that are colored within that landscape too. We have, I believe, 3 or 4 generations of animals now in Corral Creek in the Salt Range that have just like followed in space. And so what we're seeing is this idea born out, and we can't appreciate when we walk into deer range and we just see deer in all these places, but especially on summer range, a lot of those deer that you see that are sort of in the same area, they're probably grandmas, daughters, granddaughters, etc., because it's these pockets of related females across the landscape. But then in turn, what that means is if something happens, whether naturally or we mess things up and we wipe out all of those females, so if we wipe out that entire rows, then what happens is we create vacant space. So there's great summer range, good habitat, but nobody's going there. And nobody's going there, and it's because the memory of that space doesn't exist, and its use doesn't exist within the herd anymore. Remember how faithful they are, and it's all based on memory, and it's herited across generations. So we're protecting memory and use of that space on the landscape. And if we lose that, then we potentially have deer habitat without deer. That's why some of the consequences of past things that have happened and changed in a mule deer's world, probably many of you can think of those spaces on the landscape. Well, man, there used to be deer all over, but there ain't a single one anymore. Why? Well, nobody's going there. So who's going to learn to go there and use that spot when you have that faithful of an animal? And so the consequences of that over time is that's going to affect the carrying capacity of the landscape. The food's there, but the animal's not using it. And if the animals aren't using it, it's not integrated into the population over time. And that's why also recovery from where we've been is going to be tough, because we ideally need animals to be able to expand into these places that were once occupied and are no longer occupied. Did I do that justice, Pat?
Yeah, and even a bad winter could wipe out a petal when you have this great place where there's no deer.
That's exactly right. Yep, that's exactly right.
Kevin, sorry, but Kevin, at some point in time, there had to be a deer that was the first deer there.
You're exactly right, Lee. I know, like, well, duh, they had to get there somehow, right? Exactly. And I think that's in part through the lens of these animals that we're seeing that are violating all the rules, that are going off and doing the new things. And so that's why one of the reasons we're working really hard to monitor enough animals from newborn all the way to adulthood over time, so we can capture those animals and understand what defines those animals. Which ones leave? Were they born to a super fat mom or a skinnier mom? You know, what defines a bold animal, and then what defines their success in finding new places? And at the moment, we just don't have answers to that. But when you consider animals that are this faithful, somebody had to have ventured out once upon a time. Which animals do? What happens when they venture out? And then how is success defined? How do they find a new spot? Because it may be those animals that are the ones that basically reoccupy this now vacant space that has been created over time.
So
And
the
that's,
question is, do you have any examples of that with your data? You found that there is a percentage, whatever, but you are seeing.
we are
some of these
seeing it.
pioneer.
Yep, we are seeing it. The problem is, so as you can imagine, to get data, like for example, F14's data, that's following from birth all the way till at least 3 years of age when an animal first gives birth. That's when they have to basically have found home, which means you need a lot of luck. You need to not have bad winters, which we haven't been fortunate for that because those fawns need to survive. And then we need to be able to follow them for 3 years at least to be able to get there. And so we just don't have the sample yet to be able to say it's this percentage and here's what they did. We're working on it. And I hope in 2 to 3 years, we'll have, it'll be much more of a compelling conversation than me just saying, I don't know yet.
How much of this is relevant to weather?
Which part of it?
The fact that deer have vacated really prime habitat. What would you say is
I don't know, like bad winters, for example.
bad winter and bad spring moisture and that?
Yep.
those kind of-
So the only way it's going to create that is, again, as Pat said, you wipe out the whole rows. So you wipe out all the females that were once occupying that space. And with what we've seen in some of the bad winters, potentially. And of course, we haven't been working long enough to have been able to find a whole rows and be monitoring all those animals over time. But with the level of mortality that we've seen in some of those bad winters, which is like 30% of our collared females, there is the potential for that to happen. Barring a situation like that where they die, those animals are so faithful, there's almost nothing you can do to kick them off of it, essentially. Yeah.
So might be a dumb question.
There are none of those.
With that idea of memory, and it may be a question that you don't have an answer to, but is that memory more directionally instinctive or visually? So I know this path,
Mhm.
but then I drop a building in here,
Mhm.
and then the landscape has changed, so visually they don't recognize it anymore?
Great question. It's a fantastic question.
Or is it just?
We're
Part of the discussion with habitat,
Yep.
and acreage, and you break it up,
Yep.
and then there's more human disruption.
Yeah, which I'll get to that in a little bit too. The side of that we see from a migration perspective. And so I think what's also important is considering migration being one behavior, occupying seasonal ranges being something different. When animals are migrating, we're working on it. We don't know all the in and outs of how they navigate, other than it's insanely astonishing in their ability to do it and walk the same path year after year or within 10 days of itself. But what they tend to do if something obstructs their way or maybe doesn't completely obstruct it, but makes it more complicated, they tend to work their way around it. They speed up, they go through it. Now, eventually there's a point in which it's going to become impassable, right? And that's a serious problem. Most of the things we talk about are what we call semi-permeable barriers. That is a barrier to just do what they naturally did before, but they're able to find a way around it. It may mean they end up diverting, speeding up, which means then they're out of sync with that green up that crap deer follow to an amazing degree, and then they'll slow up on the other side of it to try to compensate to get back in line with the green up. So it's not to say it doesn't have any consequences, because it certainly does, but they do try to remain true to what they do through the course of their migration. Great question.
Kevin, this may be a good segue if you're gonna go into the competition aspect of those vacant pockets you were talking about and how they've become no longer available.
Yeah, have I just
You got time.
I have time?
Yeah.
Okay. Forgive me if you don't want to listen to me anymore. I guess you can walk out of the room. It's fine. I understand. I got 4 things I'm going to try to cover, and I'll try to do it fairly quickly because I think oftentimes, I don't know, get in the weeds with the data. And it's like, yeah, that's fine, but I have this question. I'd love to talk more questions, but I'm going to just try to cover 4 things I think are big things that are affecting our mule deer populations that are sometimes controversial, hot button topics, whatever the case may be. But that is winter, our presence, predators, and then elk, and then I'll finish with elk. Is that okay, Josh?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll cover winter quickly. And so we've, fortunate or unfortunate, through the course of our work in the Wyoming range, we've been able to monitor these deer through 2 very bad winters. So 16-17 being a real big one. Then the 18-19 winter was really bad for the southern half of this deer population. And so the notion of how do they survive a bad winter, the reality is a lot of them don't. But there's a couple of things I think that are really important. These are these dips in survival that we saw during those 2 years. Anything, and the other caveat I should toss in here, anything that leads to significant reductions in adult female survival means huge ramifications for the population. We'll talk about survival of young, roll of predators, those sorts of things, and we may see that compensate for other things of mortality, that sort of thing. But big impacts on adult female survival has huge ramifications for the population, meaning these winters were huge for this population. What we saw during these 2 winters, so this is body fat of these animals, as we see this fluctuate over time. One thing I will highlight, I'll come back to a little bit briefly later, but look at when we started this work in 2013, as we look at autumn fat and spring fat, up until this bad winter, we've had a general downward trajectory, right? Which is also pretty compelling argument to say that we were kind of at our capacity of deer. We really could not support any more deer. In fact, we were seeing declining levels of fat through that period of time. That bad winter kicked deer butt. I mean, these animals were in terrible conditions, the worst condition deer I've ever seen as a whole, as an entire population. And then again, for the southern half of this population, very bad again in 18-19.
Kevin, could you back up?
Happily.
So your assumption was we were declining as we were going down.
Uh-huh.
But yet after the bad winter, we saw a big jump, and now you look at 2 out of the next 3 years, we're back up there. So how does that comport with with our habitat was declining?
You're getting so out of the sequence of my talk. Just kidding. I'm going to come back to that because we have more data out here that I'll show you shortly. So
I'll shut up.
make sure. No, you're great. I'm just messing with you. I will come back to that though. But keep that thought in mind. Okay. So what affects survival of deer during a bad winter? Snow depth is bad, right? As snow depth goes up, their probability of survival goes down. And this snow depth corresponds with what they experience on their winter range. So this is tied to where they actually live. Makes a lot of sense, right? A lot of snow is bad. Also, if you're old, bad winters are bad for you, right? Which is also an interesting concept. I mean, if we're just cleaning out some of our old deer, maybe that's not all completely bad. Well, here's the other thing that I think is really important. And you can see the swing of this relationship relative to survival. How fat these animals were at the end of summer plays a huge role in whether or not they survive a winter. So if we think about winter and deer, how do we prepare deer to survive a winter? Make them fatter in autumn. So that's exactly what this is. I mean, you can go from, if you enter those winters in poor shape with less than 5% body fat, you're pretty much screwed. You have a very low chance of surviving. Whereas if you can enter 15+% body fat, given all the other conditions that they're experiencing, your chances of survival go way up. So this is that habitat link. As we think about managing seasonal ranges from summer to winter, which one's more important? Well, one of the most important things for this winter range and these deer's ability to survive was what they experienced on summer range and how fat they entered winter with. Okay.
Kevin, how about how much is spring moisture?
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be probably the most important factor then.
Yeah, and I will come back to that on that other when I address Larry's comment as well, relative to those aspects. And you're exactly right. And all of those aspects that are affecting production of food and an animal's ability to access it, because they have this ability to not just eat the food that they need then, but to then basically put food on their back by carrying fat. It's essentially like bagging up all your groceries and carrying them around with you for the rest of the year. Fat's a great integrator of those things and a very efficient means of saving energy for later, essentially. And these animals have the ability to do that. Yep. Okay, now I'm going to talk about briefly energy development and how it influences mule deer. And there's a lot of nuance with this, but I think the other reason why it's important to acknowledge these pieces is this is the aspect of our presence. And I think it goes back to your question of other things that are present, our presence within the landscape, whether it's tied to energy development, to rural development, to all the other things that are affecting an animal's ability to use the environment and the potential costs that can come thereafter. And so where a bunch of this comes from is from some early work that was done by Hall on the Mesa, so the Pinedale Anticline Project area, where it was once pretty much devoid of development, and then with some fairly intensive development through the middle of the winter range, we saw this displacement of deer, with red being high probability of use by GPS marked deer pre to post. During that period of time, and with some work we did with Hall, what we saw as a general rule is that as we look at the distance to those well pads, so the gray here, there weren't well pads there. It's just these were the well pads that were going to be there eventually. So this was where they were without them. And then what we see is this progressive displacement that's consistent over time. You see these little blurps right in here where they got closer to them. Those coincided with bad winters. So we saw relationships given the relative severity of the winter, which I'll come back to a little bit. That may help us understand why deer were more willing to adventure closer to those places where this disturbance existed. Coincidence with this time frame was a 36% reduction in the deer population, but notably, if we just look at direct habitat loss that occurred during that point in time, there's no way that could explain a 30% drop within that deer herd. So this led us to thinking about this concept and the role that we play, our presence plays within this landscape, because I realize this is a critical aspect of our economy. If we tie this back to rural development, all these other pieces, right? There's lots of nuance, and some of these things we don't necessarily want to hear. But the reality again is this is another change in the landscape that these animals have experienced, right? Remember how faithful they are? Well, if you're faithful to something and suddenly it's being invaded by something else, you kind of expect there to be some consequences. With this, we can acknowledge, okay, here's the well pad, the road. We lost some habitat, right? And remember, when I say habitat, think food. It's not just space, but it's food for these animals. We took away some food, right? But then if an animal is unwilling to venture close to this, are we losing more food out here, even though it's still there? And that's one of the questions that we sought to answer with this work. This concept of we may be losing acreage because of the actual development that occurs, but are we losing more food? So we're losing some of this food because deer are just unwilling to make use of it. And so that's what we sought to evaluate across 3 winter ranges in Western Wyoming. So the Mesa, the northern winter range around Big Piney, the Wyoming range deer, and then the southern winter range around Cokeville, Kemmerer, Evanston country. We looked at this across multiple levels. So this is how deer are selecting habitat at a big scale. So these are from our GPS marked animals. And so what you see as we get further from disturbance, which this is roads or well pads, probability of use of that landscape or those places on the landscape go way up. It's also interesting.
This is Albert. I got a question.
Fire away, Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is, if you go, you don't have to go back to this slide, but you stated, or you had a slide, 35% decline, kind of associate, in the same time frame as the development, and I don't disagree with that. But having sat here a lot longer than that, I can tell you the mule deer decline was in a hard decline before that. And so my question is, do you have that trend analysis on population decline kind of before and after? Because it really hit a ways before our, the development we're talking about on the Mesa.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Albert. And what I am not saying is that this is the only reason for that. And I appreciate you bringing that up. And in fact, during that time, far less severe than what happened on the Mesa, but adjacent populations were declining too, just not near as severe as what was happening on the Mesa. And I'll come back to that concept here in a little bit in the end. And I'm certainly not saying that this is the culprit and the reason for everything. So excuse me if it seemed as if I was saying that. Okay, one of the nuance associated with how they use the landscape is they're choosing areas with better food. So they're more willing to venture closer to disturbance if there's better food there. And we see that layer across the board. Also, if we just look at movement decisions, so an animal standing here, it could go to these various places. What affects how it moves and makes those decisions? Well, if it's standing here, it'll tend in developments there, it tends to move away from it, and it tends to move to places with better food, and food being better sagebrush. And then where I think the rubber kind of meets the road is how they use food. So what we did is we set up a whole series of transects across this landscape where we measured food production in liters of sagebrush. And then we went back and looked at how it was used to ask this question, are they losing food on the landscape? And what we see is, again, which maybe it's not surprising because it links back to all our GPS data, but they're more willing to use food that's further away from disturbance and where the sagebrush is better. And so what this means is that as these animals get closer to disturbance, they're reluctant to make use of the food that's there, which is borne out in the GPS data all the way to how sagebrush is being consumed on the landscape. And so basically we could take that and we could model it. We could model food production on the landscape, look at it without our presence, so without that disturbance, and then we can essentially measure the unit loss across those landscapes. So it was what we did across those 3 winter ranges. What that comes to is that for every unit of direct habitat loss as a whole across the board, and there is some nuanced variation across these winter ranges, but so you can imagine for every 1 acre of direct habitat loss, for example, from a well pad, there's 4.6 times that being lost in food outside of that well pad. So the consequences of the disturbance is even greater outside of the direct habitat loss. And it's simply because animals are just reluctant and not unwilling to make use of that food that's available there, but it's functionally unavailable to them because they're unwilling to make use of it. And so, Albert, I think this comes back to your question a little bit. When we think about this decline during that period of time of about 36%, our modeled food loss during that period of time associated with development was 34%. I don't think those two numbers are coincident in any way. I think they're certainly related during that period of time. But I think the point here is just the notion that as we think about things that influence an animal's ability to use a landscape, regardless of what that is, if it's energy development, if it's other aspects associated with our presence, it's going to affect the habitat that they have access to. It's going to affect their food resources, which in the end, we should expect it to ultimately affect population dynamics over time.
Hey, Kevin,
Yeah.
Senator Driscoll has his hand raised.
Yeah, I had a question. So are you seeing a huge increase in the quality of the habitat in through these well pads? Because it's interesting to me is what I've been up there. It's pretty hard to discern it from the back country. It seems like if you're actually having a 6 times or 4.5 times lot difference use, you ought to be seeing a huge increase in the habitat quality around there. And it doesn't seem like it's there. Have you done any studies on that to look at it?
Yeah, that's a very insightful question. I appreciate that very much. And I don't have an answer for you other than to say that we're working on it because we're talking sagebrush, and by and large, we're talking what is old decadent plants across a lot of those ranges. It's going to be something that will take many years to bear out, to realize that relative to the plants themselves. But that is something that's been lurking in the back of our minds is, are we going to see this transition over time as there's less intense use in proximity to these places? If the sagebrush there over time will then end up being better and less hedged than some of the places that are further out from that. I don't have an answer for you right now, other than it is on our mind, and it's a very insightful question that I hope to have an answer.
Go a lot quicker than that. I guess to me, I look at sagebrush, and when stuff's off of it, instantly you get those shoots and it greens up and it comes. And I guess to me, it looks to me like you ought to be able to physically see almost instantly. If deer aren't browsing at all, they aren't touching it, that sagebrush ought to show marked difference.
Yeah, just to qualify too, it's not that they're not using it at all. It's just to a lower degree than those places that are further away. So it's not a complete release from herbivory. It's just influencing it in that direction. But yeah, it's a great question.
Thank you.
So the converse of that though is you're putting more pressure on the other stuff. So the net biological gain across the landscape may be just push. Right?
Yes, absolutely.
You have a substantially higher
Yeah.
utilization over here, which offsets the increased growth there.
Yeah.
Total production hasn't changed.
Yeah. The capacity landscapes come down regardless. Yeah, for sure.
Albert has his hand up. Albert, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess a question, or I guess a comment, particularly on this landscape that's the mesa. And that is prior to any development, the bulk of the deer were on the breaks from the top of the mesa down to where I live. And that was always the case. I remember going out there as a kid with a snow machine. And the deer, there were deer on top, but not like they were on the breaks or in the draws. Anywhere there was a break. I don't know, if it's where the snow blows free because there's a break. I don't know what it is, but that's where the deer lived. And, I go back to this. I don't dispute that deer move away from pads. What I am more concerned about is the long-term trends of what's causing the larger decline, which I believe is it's related to moisture, and it's related, frankly, the brush has had it. I mean, you look at it on my place, it's played out, it's tired, and I don't know how you deal with that. I don't disagree that there are impacts that have been created. Another impact, and this, there's an antelope herd, right? And I hear all these studies on this antelope herd that live on the mesa. And when I was a kid, there were no antelope that lived on the mesa. They all moved well south. They continued clear to Rock Springs, but now they can winter on the mesa. And I also wonder, what are the effects of that wintering antelope herd on that wintering mule deer herd on the mesa? So those are questions I would throw back at research.
Great questions, Albert. I'm not sure I have anything to respond to there. We did acknowledge the role of pronghorn potentially with summer browsing on that winter range, and it was very negligible. But it's a difficult thing to be able to measure during winters, and is a legit point. And also at the same time, I think, as you noted, Albert, changes in time associated with moisture, how that affects food productivity, all those sorts of things. You're absolutely right. Those are major things. Outside of praying, I'm not quite sure how we fix some of these other things we can potentially acknowledge and do our best to be mindful of, I guess. Okay, I think I got two more things to cover. Predators. I left myself 5 minutes, so that way I don't have to talk much about it. And then elk. I'm just kidding. I think if this, one thing I do want to say is, if predation was the solution, we would have fixed this a long stinking time ago, if it was that easy. And so I'm just going to acknowledge real quickly, basically provide a few examples from the literature, and I'll talk a bit about our most robust data set within Wyoming, which comes from the Wyoming Range Mule Deer herd. Many are probably familiar with the Kaibab Plateau in Arizona. There's some old historic data from there. And during the early 1900s, there's a lot of surface fires that were happening during this point in time. They ceased livestock grazing for a number of different reasons, and then they went whole hog in controlling predators. And that's what these lines are. This is how many predators they were killing during these sequence of times. And it just created the idea, and the right weather patterns created the ideal scenario to grow a lot of stinking deer. And they did. This is from some of Aldo Leopold's work. Who knows if they ever had that many deer, but the point was they had a boatload of deer. The population rose to that level and then crashed. They saw all sorts of starvation, a whole bunch of other things going on. And then the population just continued to decline and decline and decline. And it's still a struggle to this day. Notably, I think what's critical with this message is they were still overhauling predators as much as they could during this whole deer decline and it continuing to decline thereafter. And the point here is that maybe the release of all the factors during this period of time led to this massive rise in abundance, ultimately overshot the carrying capacity of the range and crashed, but there's no predator control thereafter that was going to bring those deer back. And it's because the deer had compromised their habitat. The hedging that occurred relative to the browsing within that range was severe, super intensive, and they just didn't have the resources there to grow deer. So when you don't have resources to grow deer, all the predator control in the world isn't going to bring them back. That's also not to say that I also wouldn't sit up here and say that predators don't do anything within any system. And so I don't want you to hear that from me. There's great examples, some of the best examples, for example, in Alaska, where we see predation, strong predation from wolves and grizzly bears, for example, can hold moose in what's called a predator pit, that they can just keep them suppressed and keep them at a low density. And they lack the ability to be able to recover from that because predation is so intensive. And so it does certainly happen. When it comes to mule deer, and I think that the point with all of this is that the role of predators is very nuanced. It's context dependent, depending upon the system. And the important thing is if we don't have the resources to grow deer, we can shoot all the predators, we're still not going to grow deer. And I think that's what's important. If we have the resources to grow deer and predators are playing a role, then predator control can be effective in helping grow deer. And I think that's what's important. So there are many examples in the literature where we see this notion where we don't have the resources to grow deer. We do a bunch of predator control and it doesn't do any good. One of the classic studies in Southern Idaho, so not far from a lot of our country, that was published back in 2011. They went in and intensively removed coyotes and mountain lions. And if we look at fawn production relative to removal of coyotes, there's absolutely no relationship whatsoever. And they went to great lengths to go war on coyotes. There were some subtle relationships associated with removal of lions and adult survival. And that goes back to that important point of if you have factors that are influencing adult female survival to a great degree, it's potentially going to play a role in that population. But even then, even with the mountain lion removal, they couldn't detect it relative to the size of the population and its growth. So they made this conclusion. Benefits of predator removal appear to be marginal and short-term in southeastern Idaho and likely will not appreciably change long-term dynamics in mule deer populations in the Intermountain West. Also, one other quick example, and this gets at that aspect, if you don't have the resources, it's not going to matter. This is a classic study that was done in Colorado where they had two specific areas and they targeted coyote removal and then looked at overwinter survival of fawns. And so with some level of coyote removal, so imagine this area having fewer coyotes, we saw a slight uptick in survival of fawns over winter. Predation, 0.6 here, went down to 0.42 there, right? So they saw an effect on predation. That makes perfect sense. You remove the coyotes, predation rates go down. But then in turn, what we saw is we saw starvation rates go up. And so in many instances, this is relaying that message of if you don't have the resources there, it doesn't matter. If they're either going to die of predation or they're going to die of starvation potentially. And that was borne out in this example. And I think where this is highlighted is within this example right here, where they have 3 different pastures. They manipulated deer density from lots of deer to moderate numbers of deer to low numbers of deer. And then fawn survival varied across that gradient. Very low fawn survival in the high density deer, much higher overwinter fawn survival in the low density deer. So again, resources forms the foundation. It's all based on food and resources. If we have the resources there to do it, then predators may be playing a role that we can manipulate and be effective. Real quickly, example from the Wyoming range that I think conveys some of the other challenges that we experience. The smattering of colors, I don't need you to go through and break down each piece of it, but this is fawn survival in the Wyoming range over summer from 2015 through to 2020. And then the relative causes from disease to malnutrition to accident to predation to stillborn unknowns, and then the proportion that lived. And so what you see, if we just go down and go through and look at the proportion of predation, it's varied across all of those years and has certainly taken a fragment of our fawns each year. What's also interesting, don't worry about the details here, but if we break that up relative to the different predators and their various roles, it changes from one year to the next. So if you were even thinking about trying to do something relative to one predator, the next year, the cause associated with it could change from one year to the next. And so it's highly variable. And also remember, even just that variation as we see as we look from one winter to the next, one season to the next, especially with fawns, it's largely tied to the condition of the deer herd and how that's varied over time. And then overwinter survival, the 2 bad winters, basically we lose a lot of them to malnutrition during that time. Predation rates tend to drop over winter by and large relative to what we see with our fawns. What's interesting with our adult females, and this comes back to this question of, am I just going to stand up here and tell you that predation doesn't matter? I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you that it's resources first. If we have the resources, things could matter. Remember our bad winters, 16, 17, 18, 19. This is mortality of females during the summer. We see relatively low mortality of adult females during summer. What you note is 6 to 16, 17 winter and thereafter, it's actually been going up. And it's been going up in part with respect to predation and in part predation from lions. Lions tend to be our leading predator that's killing adult females on summer range. Seeing a very interesting pattern on winter as well. What you'll note is relative to mortality, like there's nothing that competes with a bad winter. Animals die of malnutrition, it doesn't matter, and it cleans house. But we've seen upticks in predation since that period of time, which I think note an important point there is we've seen a huge reduction in the deer population. Doesn't mean that predators just decreased in abundance as well. So we would expect to see an uptick in predation during that period of time, and we are seeing it. Notably, and this comes back to your question, look at our fat levels, 6 to 16, 17 winter. Like even if you just kind of zero in and just kind of home back and look at this window here, look at this window over here. It's an impressive difference, isn't it? And I think what's amazing is, sure, we've had the bad winters, we've had some moisture and stuff, but even some of the years since then, it's not like the moisture's been better than what we're experiencing over here, but we have fewer miles on the landscape, right? We saw a significant reduction in that deer herd. Fewer miles on the landscape, less competition for food, and the animals should do better. And we're seeing that. So we suddenly have released this population from what was probably them pushing up against the capacity of their range. We now have fewer animals. We now have fatter animals. And so we now have the potential to grow more deer, right? But notably, if we grow more deer, we also then potentially get back to this picture back here, where we have this deer that was pushing right up on the envelope of the capacity of their range, right? And remember when I highlighted the notion of what prepares a deer population to survive a bad winter? Being fat, right? Look at how fat we were in autumn of 2016 leading up into the 16-17 winter. We were not in a very good place, right? That certainly contributed to the level of deer that we lost during that period of time. And so as we think about stacking deer in ranges and getting as many as we possibly can, that many potentially isn't that good because we may just end up losing them to a bad winter during those situations.
So if everything was static, that would be true, but you know that's not the fact.
Yeah, absolutely. As this.
So getting back to the objectives and being able to go deer, if the habitat was static all the way across there, then we would say, well, we had exceeded our biological carrying capacity. But the question I'm leading to is, we have the ability to manipulate the habitat to a certain degree, and if it's really the fat storage component, which is sort of transitional and summer range and stuff, what effect did all of the fires have in the Wyoming range at the same time, which drives the nutrition back up to help drive that too, other than just population? So there's other things going on with the habitat. It's not just as simple as saying a population.
You're absolutely right. I appreciate that. What I will tell you is these are all of our radio marked animals, which are 70 of them that we maintain through time that basically represent this figure. A very small proportion of them occupy those places where we've seen those fires and those sorts of things change over time, which makes sense, right? If you consider the acre footprint associated with the entire salt and Wyoming range through that period of time, we would only anticipate a small fraction of our population to experience that. Exactly. So while that's certainly contributing and we're working on understanding that, I think it even just communicates that notion that we don't even have enough animals over time living in those places for us to truly understand the benefits of those things yet. We're getting there, but even that, I can't even say this is what it means because I don't have enough animals living in those places, tells us that the majority of that population is still supported off of places that haven't experienced the potential gains that have occurred with regards to those habitat treatments. But it's a legit point.
Yeah, it was
And-
really a lead in for the end.
I mean, it's not to say those things are bad, and don't get me wrong. It's just hard to do it at a landscape level scale. And certainly in the Wyoming range, some things have occurred at a landscape level scale, and hopefully we see the benefits of those things over time. But this is also the challenge of these deer do not live in a static landscape. Seasons vary, years vary, etc. And so, had we not seen a bad winter rate here, they'd have been fine, right? But because it just happened to coincide with not a very good year for fat gain and this progressive downward turn, and then a bad winter, they were not set up very well to deal with that. And so managing, thinking to the max, I think there's this concept of more is always better. The reality is more isn't always better. In fact, it leads us into some tough situations either way. Okay, I promise I'm almost done. I'm going to deal with this hot topic in like 2 minutes. All right, right, that'll do it justice. Elk, the question of potential competition with other species. So this has been a question we've been working on, South Rock Springs, associated with the Deer Elk Ecology Research Project. Some of what I'm going to show you is preliminary, which it's always really dangerous to stand in front of an audience and convey preliminary results and then have them change after we dig deeper. We've been digging. I'm at least like confident enough to risk telling you. But this all comes to this concept of declining deer populations over time, just exponentially growing elk populations over time if we let them. Notably, this critter right here, incredibly plastic and adaptable, right? This critter, not incredibly plastic and adaptable, and hopefully you've got that notion today. But are those dynamics coincident? Maybe in part, because this animal is way more adaptable, so they're probably going to be less influenced by the changes over time. But could they simultaneously be doing negative things for deer? And that's what we've been working to address. This isn't just an easy go measure this sort of thing, which is why this takes time and it's been hard and we still got a lot of work to do. But a couple things to convey. Mule deer down in that range, so they experience risk, if we can call it risk, or exposure to a potential competitor, one predator, major predator on adult females, and then their potential kills. So this is, through this study, we had radio marked elk, deer, coyotes, mountain lions in collaboration with Game and Fish, and then we also had mountain lion kills on the landscape. And so if we just look at where female mule deer are living relative to the risk of these things within their home ranges, they're all exposed to it across the board. If we look at how they select habitat relative to those risk factors, and what we see, and this will seem completely counterintuitive. So as we go up here, they're selecting it. So as probability of encounter with lions goes up, mule deer is selecting that habitat. Probability of encounter with elk goes up, mule deer is selecting that habitat. Probability of encountering a place where deer die on the landscape by predators, deer select that habitat. Doesn't make any sense, right? It's in part because deer cannot seek a place on the landscape and just avoid all those pieces of risk, right? Lions live where deer are. It's their main prey base. Coyotes live where deer are. It's a potential prey source, and they conflict with elk. But what is interesting, this green line is the selection, the pattern of habitat use of female deer that have low exposure to lions, to elk, to lion kills. The red is high exposure. And so what we are seeing is, although they can't run away from it, we see them adjust how they use the landscape within their home ranges if they're exposed to more cats, more elk, or more lion kills. So they are adjusting relative to how they're using the landscape. Does that come at some cost? And this is kind of like the bread and butter, what this is going to do to potentially scale up to a population. There's all sorts of nuanced layers with all of this. But I think the fact that we are even seeing these relationships at this stage suggests that there is some relationship relative to elk. What we have in these figures on the y-axis is fat gain. So this is how much fat females are accruing over summer. This looks like a shotgun blast. Don't worry about that. I mean, it will seem like there's no relationship there. But what's underneath the hood is a model that's accounting for whether or not females recruited young, how old they were, what they experienced on their summer range, etc. So we're accounting for a whole bunch of things that explain these shotgun blasts. But for example, to note, this is herbaceous above ground biomass in the places that these deer lived. Female deer that are exposed to more productive places on the landscape gain more fat over summer. Makes sense, right? Female deer that are exposed to more elk. So if this is basically with every GPS point from a radio marked female, we looked at the closest elk. So the closest elk wearing a GPS collar. So what that means is these females that are over here are very close to elk more consistently through the year. Those that are out here are much further away from elk more consistently through the year. Those that are further away from elk are gaining more fat over the summer. Those that are living close to elk are gaining less fat over the summer. Notably, we don't have every elk marked within that range, right? What that means is there has to be a ton of noise in that in those data, because there may be elk around those female deer and we just don't have one of them radio collared. The fact that we even see this kind of a relationship with all the noise that exists there, that suggests that exposure to elk, proximity to elk is influencing a female deer's fat gain over summer after accounting for a whole suite of other things, is certainly very convincing evidence that there's potential competition between deer and elk, given that relationship right there. Whole bunch of nuance with it. But again, the fact that we can even detect this relationship, given all the noise in these data, strongly suggests that there is something that's going on there.
Kevin, where was this work done at?
South Rock Springs, Greater Little Mountain ecosystem.
So primarily non-migratory, non-migratory deer. Would you expect to see the same results where you have temporal and spatial separation with the larger migrations?
It's a fantastic question. Yes.
Because there's a confined amount of habitat, right?
And they are partially migratory, not near the expansive, very clearly defined migrations that we see in other places. Most of the overlap occurs during summer, which is why we looked at summer in particular. They tend to differentiate a bit more during winter. The challenge here, so this question is so difficult to get at and so nuanced that not near enough of it has been investigated that I can't even begin to say what I would expect to see in other systems. For example, the more mountainous system where we see these long distance migrations, I mean, we're still sending deer and elk up to these summer ranges. The summer ranges are more productive. Elk movement is different. Elk movement in those ranges is much more localized, less expansive. Elk in these desert systems, holy crap, do they cover country. It's incredible. And so there's like all kinds of other little nuances that could mean that this kind of a relationship is going to look differently in other systems. And the reality is there just has not, I mean, the little bit of elk deer competition studies that have been done, the most robust ones have been done at the Starkey Experimental Forest and Range in Oregon. So enclosed environment where they can manipulate elk density, those sorts of things. And so that we're even at this stage to be able to look at a relationship like this has not been touched anywhere else. And so there's a lot more to be had there that I don't have great answers to.
And Larry, I think it's worth noting also, Kevin, that particular ecosystem or the laboratory for the study, very little energy development.
Yeah, very pristine. Yep, absolutely.
Well, I just always worry about over mischaracterizing generalizations based on a specific instances. It may not have any application.
No, and I appreciate that. I mean, I think this system is very representative of a high desert system, which we have in a lot of Wyoming.
In a similar environment.
Yep, exactly. And I think what this highlights is the potential for that to be there, which is something we've often danced around. Many have made the observations that this is something that's likely to potentially occur on the landscape, but we still have a lot more to learn. But again, even that relationship exists at that level, I think is very compelling. Finally, oh no, Aldo Leopold's quote is almost gone. Aldo Leopold, as many may know, is considered the father of wildlife management. He wrote the book, The Sand County Almanac, which is where this quote comes from. And he basically says there's two spiritual dangers in not owning a farm. One is the danger of supposing that breakfast comes from the grocery. The other, that heat comes from the furnace. And so, I don't know, I've appreciated that quote for a long period of time. And I think as we think about these fairly common species, we think about mule deer, but we fail to acknowledge all the little pieces about mule deer and what makes them possible to exist within the landscapes in which they live, we potentially miss the boat, take them for granted, or end up making decisions that are a bit mistaken. But anyway, I realize I just slayed a whole boatload of time. For that, I apologize. I do thank you for your attention. I'm happy to stay and answer questions, but also if we have to go for time, I'm happy to just shut up too.
Just real quick, I mean, the question that keeps coming back to me is, that I would ask you. So the takeaway I come away, it's just broad over. It's nutrition. At some level, that drives a lot of it. But the question I have for you as a researcher, what's the most important thing that we need to know that we don't know today?
Oh, man.
What is that?
Well,
what do we need to know that we don't know?
Yeah, I think there's a number of, well, so one comes down to, I think in a lot of places where we potentially accidentally created vacant space, how we can regain ground. I think that's going to be one of the most effective ways for us to regain mule deer populations, essentially. Given how faithful they are, it's hard to kick them off of what they do. Like the notion of like, if you build it, it will come. Sorry, there ain't no mule deer coming. Elk are going to come if we build it, but mule deer aren't. And so how can we learn about that process of how they end up occupying landscape that will potentially get us that over time? And then it also comes back to what things can we manipulate in a landscape that's going to lead to like the greatest gain given our investment, or basically like landscape level things. Maybe in some nuanced instances, increasing predator harvest may be valuable, but I think it's often viewed as like the solution to all. In the vast majority of places that we see when nutrition is the driver, it's not going to do us a dang bit of good. We're going to focus on it and think we're doing something good, but it ain't going to matter. In some instances, it could matter. The other side of that is the notion of elk in particular. I think as I've thought about that, it's one of the few things that we, barring our ability to pull it off, it's one of the few things that we potentially have the ability to manipulate at a landscape level scale by manipulating elk, the presence of elk in their abundance. And then I think just acknowledging like where we're at with regards to mule deer, how their world has changed, and then what that means for us today within the concept of this notion of biological carrying capacity and what that actually means. We just might not have the resources that were there once upon a time. Which means working within the parameters of what we have and how we can potentially improve it, which then goes back to those other pieces. We have learned a lot about mule deer in the past decade, and I think we're just working hard now to like integrate our appreciation for that and our understanding into what we can do to make things better for them. And it's admittedly a little bit tough because of the cool things about them that also just make it hard to just make things better for them. So.
Some other questions for Lisa?
I just wanted to comment. I just want to say thanks for the brilliant presentation. You're very eloquent. It's amazing. I just am in awe of all you've shown us.
That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. Thank you.
So Kevin, the potential probability of a project like this elsewhere in the Cowboy State that would provide the laboratory for some increased learning, where would that be? Is that something you've given any consideration to?
Yeah. There's been, I've given consideration, others have given consideration to it. And that's all coming, from the place, like, especially with the context of elk and these other aspects. It's one of those things of, Larry, as you brought up, like going into one place and learning something and then like, oh, there it is, let's go do it everywhere. And it's not that simple. And so I think there's value in even replicating what's been done there in a fairly similar high desert system. There's value in taking that to places where we have these more, what might be viewed as more like quintessential mule deer habitat with the migrations, the productive mountains, and those sorts of things. So I think there's an element of, no matter if anything was to happen in any one place, there's going to be inherent value in it. And there's elements of being opportunistic. There's elements of like, this would be the ideal place, but we can't pull it off there. And so I think regardless of how that were to come about, there's great potential in almost any place, because so much of we need so much better understanding along the context of some of those topics in many places if we're going to be able to implement things at a grander scale.
I know Pete has a question, but I want to ask you one more question, Kevin. And I know you had tried on this project to reach out to the Department of Interior to see what could be done to facilitate some collaring of some feral horses on that landscape, knowing that is certainly an impact there. And that was denied. But just from your perspective, what you've seen on that landscape, the impact of feral horses, significant?
Yeah. Scary. And it's one of those like looming, lurking things. I mean, Josh, you and I have talked about that a whole bunch. I've always joked that which I realize it's tied up in federal politics, but why do we talk so much about horses and whether or not they should be there when charismatic megafauna that should be there is bison and not horses? And it creates a completely different scenario. Horses were designed to honestly thrive in that sort of landscape on the crap that exists there, but they're very detrimental over time. And so it's one of those lurking things that we know is present. It's just really hard to get our finger on, because yeah, again, even in that scenario, while we could have come up with the capacity to pull it off and monitor horses specifically, just weren't allowed to do it. So it's a tough deal.
Pete,
yeah,
Pete has a question.
Dr. Monteith, I really enjoy listening to you. I could listen to you all day. I think it's outstanding. But the one thing I've come to realize from all the talks that you've given is the environment is number one. Habitat condition and health is number one. I'll echo what Albert said. I look around my ranch today. This drought is so severe. It's like a lunar landscape. There's nothing out there. I have no rabbits. I have no game birds. I have nothing. And I have coyotes. I have plenty of them. And I think in times like this, they have a bigger impact on our populations because there's nothing else to eat. I think if we could somehow do a rain dance and do something like that for several years to get our environment back and healthy again, I think we'd do more for our mule deer than anything we could possibly do. I mean, right now we're doing everything we can. We most of the state, we don't shoot does. A whole lot of our quotas, the way we set them, whatever, and they're not responding. And I think the environment and the health of our environment is number one, and it's just not a lot we can do about that.
You said it, Pete. You should have just spoke up earlier, and then everybody could have been done a while ago.
I just had a real quick question on, in our country, they've done some studies with CWD and collared deer. Is there any correlation? Can you use the collars that they put on to when they dealt with the CWD stuff? Does that help in migration or patterns then movement, or I guess just movements like you have in this study? Can you use that old data off those collars that was designed mainly for CWD study? Can you use that for anything else? Was that valuable for anything else?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the short answer is everything that's gained from those types of efforts, whether it be through the lens of CWD or other things, can be used to do additional things, like you just said, be able to monitor migratory routes, look at habitat selection, those sorts of things. I mean, the Wyoming Range Deer Project, for example, it was sort of a sideline objective, but we never set out to just map migratory routes, but we've been doing it the whole time. And we have them all delineated very well. And it just kind of comes automatic with the other work that we're doing. So absolutely.
Any other questions specific to Dr. Monty? Pat?
Kevin, you're also studying sheep, moose. I guess you see the same thing. I mean, it's all about the habitat. It's all about the groceries they have leads to population fluctuations. Is that accurate?
It's accurate as a whole across the board. Absolutely. I mean, even as, we talk about bighorn sheep, we talk about pneumonia a lot, but also bighorn sheep still have to have groceries and food to make a living too. And we're seeing strong interactions between food condition and an animal's ability to cope with pneumonia. So even at that level, where we think about disease in that aspect. It's not devoid or independent of nutrition either. Yeah, it's the fundamental building block of a population. And so as we go in to dig and think about other things that may influence a population, unless we've addressed that aspect, like we can't really understand what's truly going on. And if we don't have the resources to sustain whatever we hope to want, we can do all sorts of other things, and it's just not going to do us any good. We have to start there. That's the backbone. Absolutely.
I think Brian had something he wanted to address regarding what you talked about. It was perfect timing for him to come in.
Okay.
Yeah, Kevin, again, we appreciate your time. I think you've had a tough week. I didn't realize the gunner of your helicopter capture crew was Lee's brother.
Yeah.
Our prayers are with him for a speedy recovery.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Thanks for the time. Thanks for your attention, everybody. Sorry to take so long.
Good morning. Hey, I was able to listen to Kevin on the way up. I didn't get to listen to Doug. But I did, there's a couple of things I wanted to address. And I know that Doug talked a little bit this morning about some of the recommendations that the department will be talking with our commission about tomorrow. And I wanted to expand a little bit on that because I know there's been some questions specifically regarding elk competition and regarding predation. And I'll start by saying, you know, we agree with Kevin in that there's not a silver bullet that comes from large scale predator control, and that really there's a lot of variation based on individual factors, you know, no matter, you know, all over the state. There's a diverse set of variables that affect different populations of mule deer. But with that said, you know, I think one of the things that we can do based on what some of the work Kevin's done, based on some of the work that the department's done, is do some kind of pilot work and look at doing some things that we may not have done in the past, and look at specifically those two things, elk competition and also predation. So I've directed Rick King and his team to do a deep dive into looking at some pilot research projects that can look at specifically managing the other side of the predator prey equation. And what, you know, not necessarily from the perspective of a silver bullet that's going to all of a sudden bring deer back, but more from a perspective of, we know we're sharing our deer herd in some places with large carnivores. And are there ways that we can make prescriptions and adjustments to wildlife management that will, you know, at a localized level, provide more opportunity? In other words, share less of the deer resource with large carnivores. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is this whole elk competition thing. And I think that we've learned, you know, Kevin will always be very cautious to make solid recommendations only based on really good data, really good conclusions, good research that's properly vetted. But we've got enough information from the work Kevin's done to this point that I think we can feel very comfortable doing some pilot work to see if making prescriptions and adjustments in wildlife management with all the species that are in the system can actually have some effects on the ground, at least short term and potentially even long term. So anyways, I was listening the whole time and I was wanting to be able to speak up, but I didn't want to do it from my phone in my car. I think that's what I had. Thanks.
Does that mean we're gonna kill some more elk in some areas?
We're sure going to try.
All right.
Ian, are you ready?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may interrupt before Ian gets started, we kind of covered some of Ian's talk in And so if you can just give a general sense of where things are at from a habitat standpoint and the migrations across the park, that'd be awesome.
Sure thing. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Ian Tater. I'm the statewide terrestrial habitat manager for Game and Fish. I'm excited to be here today. I'm sorry I missed the earlier presentation that Doug did on my behalf. Yeah, I'll echo really what Kevin said. It's all about the habitat. We've done a lot of work in recent years in mule deer initiative herds to improve habitat conditions, and we continue to put those resources into those herds. And that those benefits that we're going to accrue are likely to be long-term, but we're not likely to see those benefits in the short term. And so that I think that's an important thing to point out, that we continue to work at this, and we're doing this for future generations. And I think the work to connect habitats that is currently occurring is really going to also pay some dividends in the future. We have deer that have a harder time getting from their seasonal ranges, and the work that's occurring now to allow them easier passage from winter range to summer range and back is going to help. And we're putting a lot of effort and emphasis on that work right now, and we will continue to do that. Yeah, back to the mule deer initiative, the commission has graciously allocated $500,000 a year for the last 7 years. We've put a lot of projects on the ground, and we go back to the idea of, well, what can we do now that makes a meaningful difference? And the one thing that I would point out that I think can make a meaningful difference in the short term is treating invasive annual grasses. So what happens when we have invasive annual grasses on the landscape? Those grasses suck up all the resources, and what they're doing on a microsite scale is they're creating a drought. So right now, you saw the slides earlier, how Wyoming is in a drought in many places, and a severe drought in Northeast Wyoming in particular. And you've heard from others that's real, and it's a rough one. I just saw the preliminary information, that area that is currently in D3, which there are 4 stages of drought. D4 is the worst. We're very likely to transition Northeast Wyoming from D3 to D4. There's no D5. D4 is as bad as it gets. And so in those areas that are already experiencing drought, being able to treat cheatgrass, ventnata, medusa head, and remove that competition is gonna make a meaningful difference on that area. And so we've put a lot of effort and emphasis on that, and we will continue to do that. And I think that's one of the things we can do in the short go to make things better for deer. We're also working really hard on big scale things, and Doug covered a lot of this, but sagebrush manipulations and aspen manipulations at a landscape scale to begin to make those groceries and those resources better for deer. And so from a department's perspective and a commission perspective, those are the sort of actions that we're prioritizing. And we're using Kevin's caller information and other caller information to figure out where best to put those resources on the landscape. As you heard, deer are not very plastic. They like their areas. They go to those same areas. And so we're using that information derived from the caller data to make good decisions in terms of where we're going to make those manipulations on the landscape, where we're going to make those changes, where we're going to be able to directly benefit those deer that live there. And so just full circle, we've been working at this for a while. We've got a ton of work yet to do, and we certainly don't do it alone. We do it in partnership with lots and lots of entities, and we'll continue to do that and continue to strive to make the habitat conditions for deer better across the state. Stand for any questions you might have.
Yeah, I got a question for you.
Sure,
Curious if there's been any update or process that you know that may play out for the use of Rejuvra on BLM lands?
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, so what Josh is referring to is Rejuvra, which is a herbicide that is the best tool, if you will, in the toolbox that we have to treat invasive annual grasses. Its use, it's pretty new. And so as a result of that, each of our federal agency partners needs to go through a NEPA process to make sure that that product isn't going to have a negative effect on the lands that they administer. Most of our federal partners have done that. BLM has not yet done that for Rejuva. And that really limits our ability to put that product on the ground in places that matter to deer. And so we've been working really hard with BLM to try and move that forward. Typically that approval process, if we look at other products that BLM has evaluated over the years, that approval process can take upwards of 10 years, and we do not have 10 years for this to play out. And so my understanding is that the BLM has committed to have that done within the next 12 months. We'll see if that ends up being the case, but they know, and we've made it very clear that we need that approval.
So, Ian, this really is the 10,000 foot view, and it ties right into the discussion you just had about, and we've been using Rejuva on the Forest Service land down there. So 50% of the state of Wyoming is under the administration by the federal government. And for those that don't know, I'm a habitat manager and have been for 32 years in my professional career. And we've done thousands of acres of juniper on mule deer winterings and shrub mastications on, but it's all private. That's where we have the opportunity to work. And I think it gets back to the bigger global discussion we're going to have. And one of your predecessors, Brian, I'll never forget, he said, you know, the one thing that we can control is working with the private landowners. If we can get something done there, working with the federal government is tremendously hard. And typically in my 30 years of experience, this is what we always end up with is what I call a 1 acre solution to a 1 million acre problem. You know, we have more aspen than anywhere in the state of Wyoming, and in 30 years, the Forest Service has treated the whole 200 acres, and yet we've done thousands on BLM and state and private. So how are we going to crack this nut of being able to get away from the 1 acre solution for the 1 million acre problem, the millions of acres on our federal land, to be able to deal with this habitat management that we need to do for all species? It's not just mule deer. And so just, you know, what are your thought processes as to what point in time are we going to be able to do that? And I know there's little success stories out there all over the place. How are we going to institutionalize it? Because until we deal with the other 50%, we'll never get to the solution that we need to large scale population declines with mule deer. So.
Thank you for that, Senator Hicks. Yeah, that's the elephant in the room always, right? Is how do we accelerate the pace and scale at which we are able to accomplish our habitat objectives? And you're right. There are some local examples where that has gotten better, and there are some new tools that are potentially out there that may allow us to scale that up. It usually boils down to NEPA. NEPA usually is the reason that things are smaller than we would like them to be. And so the landscape vegetative analysis in the Medicine Bow National Forest is an attempt to bridge that gap, is an attempt to try and look at these landscapes on a much bigger level, and an attempt to allow us the flexibility necessary to apply habitat treatments at the scale that is most appropriate and that would make a difference to species like mule deer. And so we'll continue to seek out those opportunities like that, and certainly put our resources into those ones as they develop.
Yeah, it's the gorilla.
I guess with different species, not so much the grasses, but you know, the problem that I see oftentimes in our dealings with the county and the federal government is, you know, even science is debated, even real science is debated for years between the federal science and the local science. And so, you know, if we can find a way to make sure that as we do these projects and as we do this research, that we make sure that we get that information to our federal partners, because sometimes they rely on information that is not as current as it ought to be or as it should be because of the damn politics that are involved with it. And so suddenly, you know, actual research becomes political rather than available to everyone to study and to go along with. And so, you know, if we can include the federal agencies in some of this research that we do, but again, that depends on the politics, but if we can include them, it speeds it up and just try to encourage our senators and our representatives and our people in political influence to push for this quicker NEPA. You know, we recently did one on the Thunder Basin with the prairie dogs that some of you are probably familiar with. And I mean, we really worked hard and got the thing done, got an amendment done in less than 2 years. And that was a landmark thing to get through that. And then everything was put on hold because of lawsuits by some NGOs. And so now we're stuck right back where we were, even though we did a great job, had a lot of influence or research and input by so many different people to get that done. And yet then it got steamrollered at the end, and now we're stuck, and who knows how long it'll be in the courts. But I don't have a silver bullet or an answer there other than, you know, try to include the federal partners as much as possible and get those people's boots on the ground where they can go and see the effects of cheatgrass on the habitat and what it's doing to our animals. And you know, then you get in like the horses. You know, how much are they going to debate that for the next 100 years? So, I don't know, but it's a conundrum for sure.
I don't think there was a question in that.
No, just a comment. Well, I noticed Ian agreed. He nodded his head. So that to me, that means.
Did somebody else have any questions for Ian?
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you, Ian. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Okay, so we have, we're bumping up against the lunch hour, but I do want, if there's anybody in here, I know we adjusted the schedule a little bit. And so if there's anybody in here that wants to make public comment on what we heard this morning, that's certainly, we'll have some time for that right now. And if you want to reserve your public comment till we actually talk about some of the other things that are on the agenda this afternoon, we'll save more time this afternoon for that public comment. And so I guess you could see if there's anybody online that wants to make that. And if anybody wants to make some public comment on what we heard this morning, great presentations, just raise your hand and we'll get you.
Ted, you mind going up there with the mic, Ted, just so the folks online can hear?
Thank you. My name's Ted Jenkins. I'm an outfitter, second generation outfitter, fifth generation Wyoming resident, live in western Wyoming. That mule deer research has been incredible over the years. I've been really kind of involved from watching it from day one. I'd like to thank those guys personally for all that research. It's really cool to see what they come up with. We kind of suspected a lot of this, you know, years and years ago, but you know, because we've always seen the same deer in the same places, it seems like year after year, but this is pretty cool stuff. That video of the fawn was incredible. I'd like to see some more of that. That'd be kind of cool. But anyway, western Wyoming mule deer is pretty near and dear to a lot of the residents, especially in the Star Valley area. I kind of wanted to stand up here and kind of inform the task force members of what's a movement that's kind of been going on in the Star Valley area. Not necessarily Star Valley area, but the Wyoming Range area. We've got a few guys coming over from LaBarge and Camera area into a group that we've formed over there. We are in the process of forming an association called the Wyoming Range Mule Deer Association. We had kind of a startup meeting. Josh and Dwayne were able to attend that meeting, and we're consistently drawing anywhere between 75 and 85 members to people to these meetings. We've got a sign up sheet for to join this movement. We've got over 100 people signed up, and we had a meeting on March 7th, and we kind of discussed some bullet points that we'd like to focus on for the mule deer. First and foremost, this group is consisting of resident hunters, a few non-resident hunters, outfitters and guides. So there's representation of all the people that actually hunt in this Wyoming range. And I'm really kind of excited about this whole situation, because historically, when you get that group of people together, they butt heads, either non-resident or resident hunter versus outfitter and all that sort of stuff. And it was, there's none of that right now. It's really, really incredible that we all are there for the resource of this mule deer herd, and we want to try to help in any way that we can to increase this mule deer situation, because majority of us are people like me that have been there our whole lives, and we've seen the decline in the mule deer herd, and it's scary for us. We'd like to, see some changes made, whether it's to hunting seasons or roadways or just anything. Before, we kind of voted on 4 things to we did vote on 4 things to kind of push forward to. One of them is predation. We had Dan Richens from Northern Utah come and make a presentation to us, and Josh and Dwayne were there during that one. And he was heavily involved in his area there in the Chalk Creek area in Utah. And in 2017, 18, and 19, and 20, I believe he had him and another guy, Trey Heiner, they took out 158 cats out of this area. And that in 2020, they had the lowest mountain lion predation in the whole state of Utah. And then they also had the highest fawn ratio in the state of Utah. So there is some correlation. I understand the habitat part of it. And that's a big if. I think it's only a matter of time before the rains do come and our habitat does improve. We've had this problem with habitat, I think, for a lot of years. And one of the big influxes in Western Wyoming is the number of our mountain lions. When I was born and raised in the mountains in the Grays River and area, I never hardly seen a cat track or a cat, and now we're seeing cats quite regularly. And then we get down to southern area, region G and 135, where a lot of these deer winter. Our cats are getting out of control. I believe anyway. I think that would definitely help our deer herd for the Salt River Range herd and that part of the mule deer herd there. So another point that this group wanted to focus on was, we'd like to see some more of these fences, and we're willing to help in any way. Fences along the roadside. We're killing so many deer on the road. We'd love to help mitigate that.
and, raise money, whatever we have to do. We'd love to work with Game and Fish, YDOT, whatever state we have to do. Another issue we'd like to focus on is the hunting, spread out the hunting pressure would be as far as opening Region G for sure on we got Area 135 down in southern region G, October 1st, when the northern part is open September 15th, and we have a ton of huntership from the northern part to the southern part. Both of us are getting just blasted with hunters, and we need to we'd like to see that in two regions open at the same time, just kind of spread some of that hunting pressure out. And last but not least, this group with 80 plus people there voted unanimously to support a pick your region for resident hunters. That was huge. When we asked, we tried to get some guys to speak up against it, and there wasn't one person that raised their hand there that was against that. So what that kind of tells me is everybody in that room, outfitters, resident hunters, non-resident hunters, we're all willing to make sacrifices for the steer herd, whether one way or another. So with that, I guess that's all I got to say.
Any questions specific to Ted? Thanks, Ted. Jesse?
Sorry, hey, ladies first, sorry.
Jesse Johnson, Wyoming Wildlife Federation, and I will keep this very brief, but after listening to a couple of these presentations and that habitat, a thought occurred to me, because this task force went ahead and gave a recommendation for funding the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, and that recommendation was taken to heart and funded in this last legislative session in a major way. But a lot of what WWNRT does is invasive grass work, is that cheatgrass, is in using Rejuvra. And I'm wondering if a task force recommendation to the BLM in support of Rejuvra will help just add that extra sort of push to get this going and get this speed line, because we have had discussions. We do know it works, and the WWNRT dollars that go into it, the state dollars, the work and everything there, that maybe we can just add that little extra push from this body who has very powerful voices on it. Maybe that would be helpful in the habitat work in the time to come. So that was just a recommendation maybe for you all to think about.
Thank you, Jesse. I will say on that, there was several of us that visited with our new BLM state director, Archuleta, last week, and that conversation came up, and he also expressed very similar to what Ian had said, that they're aware of it, they're working on it, but I would tend to leave that to you, Director Nesbitt, if you think that would be advantageous for the task force to put something forth.
Well, it certainly can't hurt, but I will tell you that, that the governor has had this conversation directly with the Deputy Secretary of Interior. I've had this conversation with the National Director of BLM, and we've told them about 10 times, and they've got it. Like the first thing they say when they see us is, "Oh, I know over here."
We're working on it.
So they got it, and I do think they got a little bit of sense of urgency. The very, very frustrating part of this is a sister federal agency with a piece of sagebrush right next to BLM can go use the Rejuvra right now because the Forest Service has already done this.
Right.
And why, we've asked the question, so why it's all under NEPA? Why can't the NEPA from the forest work for the BLM and, never got the satisfaction?
Okay, so. Is there anybody else? One more, okay.
Yes, BJ Hill, Swift Creek Outfitters, out in Jackson Hole. These are some really great presentations. Great job. I'd also like to thank the task force for, I've been to every one of your meetings but one, the first one, for taking the time and coming and spending all these hours. Good job. You've covered a lot of stuff. It's hard work. But to move on, thanking you for that, I guess I go back to the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation years. And all they did was preach habitat, 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 habitat. We were getting pounded by the wolf. I mean, we were getting wiped out. We lost our moose herd. We still have lost our moose herd. We were begging them to help us with the wolf. But all they preached was habitat. And I gotta say, with no disrespect to the department at all, these guys did a great job. But I'm starting to see this trend again of it's all about the habitat. I don't believe that. Yes, you have to have great habitat. You have to have the range. You have to get it all on board. But like we told the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation with the wolf, if you're going to keep talking habitat, if you can't have, if you have no animals on the land, you can have all the habitat you want, and it doesn't matter. You've got to step up the plate, RMEF, that us outfitters really built by donating hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to this group, and they would not come off that bandwagon. And they're still not off it, really. Consequently, these cats will wipe your deer out if you don't get a handle on them. If you don't stop the wolf, he will wipe your elk out and your moose in the areas he's in. I got to say, right now in Du Bois, Wyoming, I outfit in the upper Grovant range. The wolves have quit eating the elk in the summertime because the elk are too smart. You know what they're eating? Them poor little bouncing deer. When they started migrating through that country in October, we would see 300 to 400 head of deer moving through the upper Grovant, heading for 128, the Du Bois range. If you've got 50 now, you're lucky. So, point is, I understand that this predator thing is a delicate situation. I understand that. No one wants to really talk about it. As far as I'm concerned, we probably should have talked about that for 45 minutes to an hour today in real terms. But I would just hope that this task force keeps under their hat that the predators are real and they are a problem, and they're just going to keep taking and taking and taking. And of course, there's the other NGO side that's going to keep suing, and it becomes a head-on friction. But the NGOs do not run the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. The state of Wyoming runs the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. The people of the state run the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. So I asked this task force to keep the predator under your hat, please. Thank you.
Thank you, BJ. I will say to that, I think, Director, you touched on that in your comments when you first got there. You've given that direction to really look at that. And so it sounds like that's being done.
Yeah, absolutely. Specific though to BJ's points, I mean, we're at the lowest level of wolves we can have in the state right now. We cannot go any lower. And without some kind of a change in the delisting predator. So I feel like we're at a good point with wolves. My comments were more looking at other large carnivores across the rest of the state.
Yeah, and when you say we're at a good point, we're at a good point where we have to be to stay within that parameter of not having more federal restrictions, probably.
Yeah, we, when they were delisted, our commitment was that we had to maintain over 100 wolves and 10 breeding pairs in order to make sure
statistically to the 90% confidence level that we have at least 10 breeding pairs, we have to have 140 to 145 wolves. Our objective is 160. We're actually below that right now. So we're just right at the bottom of where we can't go any further without jeopardizing our status.
But your direction to the different regions throughout the state was primarily looking at a liberal harvest of mountain lions.
It's more at looking at the whole guild of large carnivores, depending on where they are in the state. Mainly though black bears and mountain lions, and looking at where managing that side of the equation could potentially help and do good analysis on where that could help us with the amount that's left over from harvest.
Are we going back to the days of here's your black bear tag with your elk tag?
Well, it's unlimited right now. You can buy it over the counter. So anybody can get it.
That.
No. So in my time on the commission, Brian's exactly right. We're managing, Wyoming Game and Fish Department is managing wolves as close as humanly possible to those levels so that we don't end up having them listed as an endangered species. I mean, there were times when I was troubled that we were managing them that close. And I don't know that, I didn't know this till I was on the commission, but wolves are easy to manage because you get one collared and then you can radio track the whole pack. So you can count wolves very specifically. And I think that's why we manage them so close to the line. Grizzly bears, we have no management control over. It's impossible to, you have to use statistical models to estimate the number of grizzly bears that we have in Wyoming. And certainly they are contributing to the loss of much of our wildlife, at least I believe. So such as BJ is complaining about wolves, that's not a valid complaint. I'll talk to him about that later, but the commission has the discretion to set mountain lion season and mountain lion quotas. Maybe that's something the task force could recommend. So that's certainly within our control as a state. Grizzly bears are not. Wolves are, but we're controlling as close as humanly possible.
Brian, is it a fair assessment to say that what the state knows particular to mountain lions and the numbers of mountain lions has a lot of gray area?
That's a very accurate statement. And there's peaks and valleys. I mean, we have places right now where there's unlimited mountain lion harvest year round. And, there's not a significant difference between the South Bighorns and the North Bighorns on certain years. And so that I don't want to in any way create false expectations that we're advocating or I'm advocating that, a war on mountain lions and bears is going to solve all our problems, because that's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we need to make sure that we're doing a very good job of looking at that as well. And in the past, we've almost looked, a lot of times we've looked at them separate. We've looked at deer, elk, and antelope management different from mountain lion and black bear management. I think we need to look more at the relationships there. And at the end of the day, if we don't make a change, a shift like Larry's talking about, large scale, landscape scale, like Ian talked about, in how productive habitats are across the state, we're not going to see the trend line turn. However, I do believe that there's some good information, some of the stuff Kevin's demonstrated, that localized increased harvests of some of those large carnivores might provide more opportunity for hunters, might kind of flatten the line rather than continue on. So that's, and there was no edict to go create a war on mountain lions and black bears. That's not
right.
It's not the direction. We need to do a better job of considering that.
Worst case scenario, they bounce back, right?
Hello, thanks for your time. My name is Fonzie Haskell. I'm a Wyoming native. I I represent Pickle Atlantic Cattle Company, and I'm also manager and outfitter of record for Bulls Outfitters. I also serve as the board chairman for the Cook County. Thank you for the presentations about the military. That was a lot of information. I learned a lot today.
I'm wondering if county weed and pest agencies are contributing and participating in the fighting IAG. You know, are they, if so, are they considering using alternative
herbicides that maybe raise various species of goats and sheep to help with that, so because the science is still out, the research is still out as far as those chemicals and herbicides having long
lasting
effects, where more holistic or natural ways of animals
being able to be utilized to help control those? Also, do you see a correlation of increase and a decline of
mule deer in correlation to increase in rise of coyotes? I know certainly on the
predator board? I hear reports of trappers saying what den numbers are like through various times of the years. I know in 19 and 20, den numbers were high versus 21 and 22 was a decrease. And large ranch that I work on and also outfitting operation, you know, numbers kind of trend with that as well. I'm wondering if that's something you guys have seen
in any of your studies and research. Yes, that's all
I have as far as questions for now.
Brian, anything you can address with some of those?
Kevin can provide more, Doug can provide more specifics on coyotes, but again, it's extremely variable. Every year we participate in and fund through money the commission gives the Animal Damage Management Board, different coyote control projects that are specifically focused on mule deer. Some of those have proven some kind of moderate or small scale results. Some of them have provided zero results. Back in the winter that Kevin talked about in 16 and 17, we allocated a lot of money mainly to focus on adult survivability, to go out on those spawning areas after that winter and really intensively manage coyotes. I can't say that effort necessarily made a huge difference. It wasn't quantified real well. We weren't able to quantify specifically what a difference it made, if it made any, but we've taken those kind of efforts in the past to try to put a Band-Aid on something, not turn the trend, not try to turn things around. We're really focused on places where we know we have other variables going on, other problems, and try to address the coyote portion of that. I'll just tell you that statewide, we're spending millions of dollars right now throwing coyotes and have been for decades, and we still have a declining. A lot of those coyote control efforts are based on livestock, but we're still we kill a lot of coyotes in the state every year, millions of dollars.
Is there any effort to really key those in during partition periods of time, last week of May, first 2 weeks of June, or even 3 weeks into June, where those fawns have the ability to escape?
Yeah, the wildlife specific projects are all focused on that. They're all fawning kind of control projects, so they're tail end of May, mainly. Some a little bit into June, but it's mainly into May and it's very localized.
Any other questions from the public or comments?
So I think we're going to break for lunch, and I know that moving forward, I think right after lunch, we'll have a short discussion about regionalization of licenses on mule deer, and then we'll probably jump into the subcommittee report on the landowner landowner tax that our subcommittee, and some of those things.
Yeah.
So, and if we need to take public comment a little bit longer today, we will. So,
Want to try to be back 12:30? We can 20 minutes.
Well, I'm a little worried that there's not. I mean, if they're leaving for lunch, people want to be back to hear it. Maybe let's just go 1 o'clock.
It works.
Okay, let's just go ahead and get started. Hope everybody had a great lunch. 20 minutes would have been pushing it. Okay, so on the agenda, we had regionalization of licenses, and it's come up multiple times, and so let's just have that conversation. When we, Josh, you want to start with that? All right, I'll start. I'll try. Dang it. No. We've heard it a lot. I think we're talking about regionalization for licenses mostly in regards to mule deer, but we've also heard it some on elk also, I guess, but it seems like there's some things that maybe make sense with it. And in addition to, I guess that when we heard pick your region, that's kind of what that probably pertains to. Also, some uniform date openings for, across maybe some other areas to alleviate some pressures and things like that, probably mostly on mule deer. But I guess let's have some of that conversation.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, as everyone, we keep hearing, if we can produce more animals, we're gonna answer a lot of these questions, and you're not gonna have these complaints. But while we're trying to do that, and I'm saying not saying the Game and Fish isn't trying to, damn sure are. The reality of it is we're seeing an increased hunting population. We're seeing a decrease in the resource, and it's part of what this task force was charged with, is to evaluate and address ways to improve the quality of the experience. And if dispersing the hunters across the landscape is going to do that, I think regionalization definitely is a tool in the toolbox.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would take that just one step further based on the data that we saw. I think we see the trend is continually down. That's probably not going to change anytime in the foreseeable future, but I thought the interesting demographic that was shown that 80% of all mule deer hunters just hunt one unit anyway. And then when you looked at that 20% that actually shifted, the interesting thing there was this very low success rate, which tells me the type of hunter that's bouncing from unit to unit. But the point that I'm trying to get at, 80%, based on all the survey data, 12,500 respondents, only hunt one unit anyway. And so maybe you get down to regionalization where you have general license areas, but I really do think the starting point ought to be a discussion where you just pick the unit that you want to hunt. And so if you want to hunt in 138, any of these general license areas, you apply for 138. Have your second choice for another unit if there's. But I think we're at the point, given the declining resource, some of the issues that we dealt with down in the bags herd unit was hunter crowding. It would certainly alleviate some of that. But I would like to see us explore, I would even make the motion that that's the starting point, that we start with the idea that for mule deer, even in general license areas, you just have to pick the unit that you want. I guess that's where I'm at. I think for the most part, 80% of the hunters are already doing that anyway.
I think one thing that would bode well for this conversation would be to go back to what Senator Driscoll had brought up in recognizing that some of the resistance or pushback to this might be folks' willingness and the opportunity for being able to move into other places like Northeast Wyoming late in the season. And I think that's the underlying issue of having whitetail and mule deer be managed separately. And I think that provides still that opportunity that so many seek. And quite frankly, I think we need to address that first and foremost. I think whitetail and mule deer are two different species. We need to manage them accordingly, and lumping them together like that. I mean, it's really no different than managing mule deer and elk together. I mean, they're so different. that if
No,
we can
Mr.
fix and
Chairman, I
correct
think that
that.
would be consistent, so we're talking specifically to pick your unit. So if
Correct.
you wanted to hunt the Black Hills for mule deer, you'd have to pick that unit. Doesn't mean that I can't pick an area down in southwest Wyoming as my general licensure and still go hunt whitetails. You could do that. We're just talking about mule deer pick your unit. So
Right.
does that?
Yeah, I think the resistance, what I was saying is, when you see that shift of hunters, that those that are currently holding the one license, hunting mule deer in western Wyoming, and then going and hunting on the same license, whitetail in northeast Wyoming, if those were two separate licenses, that opportunity would still persist with what you're saying, being able to regionalize, pick an area for mule deer, but then still have the opportunity to hunt whitetail in northeast
Yeah, okay, I
Wyoming.
just want to clarify, that's.
Right. Yep.
Josh?
Yes.
Before I became fat and crippled, I used to hunt deer from September 15th till November 30th, all over the state. I mean, I would deliberately find the earliest openers for mule deer and go hunt. And I never, for 10 years, I probably killed 1 or 2 deer. That was just what I did for a hobby. And so, and then if I hadn't killed the deer by November 1st, I'd go to the Black Hills and shoot a whitetail to eat. So that's what Ogden's talking about, and that's what you're describing, but that would be gone if we go to regionalization. I just don't know how.
Unless we manage
Unless
them
they're
separately.
separately managed.
Yeah. Yeah, if whitetail licenses and mule deer licenses are separate.
You're saying you could give out 2 buck tags, then is what people are gonna want.
You can do it anyway. I can hold a general license and shoot a mule deer buck and hold a 23-26 and shoot a whitetail buck.
I think there's some limited areas you could do that. I don't know how prevalent it is, but.
So on side. And back to you.
Well, I think this is a great discussion, and like Larry talked about it, I was shocked to see that 80% of the residents, according to that survey, are already limiting themselves to one single area, which, so that kind of eliminates a lot of that pushback to this idea in my mind. So that they're already doing that to a large degree. The other aspect of it, which I think it's important to start with, something like a regional deer license. We know the resources going, the resources shrinking. And it's not coming back. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. So basically, what we're left to do is to talk about hunting remnant populations of deer. Deer are going to become less and less and less on the landscape. We've got to figure out a way to properly hunt those animals. That when in the future, things don't get better. The other aspect, what I like about this is that it doesn't limit the opportunity to a resident hunter to be able to buy a deer license. But it also is going to give us hard and fast numbers. I think if you try to tease it out, how many residents are truly hunting Grays River or truly hunting Bags Country, I bet you $1 to $1, we don't know. And if you have to go to the drugstore, you have to buy a general license for region G. 2,215 of them sell. Now we have hard and fast numbers. If we ever go down the road to Q statewide, we know real numbers of what's actually been happening there. And right now we don't. I mean, we just don't. They're modeled. These numbers are projected in models there. But this would be 100% accurate.
And I'm glad you brought that up, Si, because I don't see any way, if you try to put on the optics of looking down the road, I don't see any way how you could make this move without it inevitably going limited quota. I think it opens the door and you're buying some time, but ultimately it is a shift of limited quota that will come from this. It has to. I don't know how you avoid that.
So I'm gonna go to Joe and then I'm gonna go to Ogden's got his hand up. So, okay, go ahead, Ogden.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you're well on the path, and they're 2 separate issues. The mule deer whitetail splits one, regionalization is a second one, and I personally think we need to do them both. If you look into the crystal ball we're heading, and the last conversation we just had about it leading to limited quota, most certainly it will in some areas because we have limited resources. That's one of the things we're dealing with is, for the last 100 years, we've been able to manage in this big landscape scale because we didn't have enough hunters basically to cover everything. We had abundant game everywhere. And as our population grows and our hunters become more sophisticated, we're finding that certain areas get overhunted on a consistent basis. And this is just purely a management practices. You really don't know how many people are hunting regionally right now because they skip in, skip out. I really truly believe you need to do both. You've got to manage your species separately. That's one issue. And the second is, I really truly believe if you want to hunt in whatever region it is, you need to pick that region and hunt in it. And it may be such a thing that there's additionals available. I would say the Black Hills very often is going to have a whole slew of licenses that are left that are either seconds or available additionally. The other thing you get when you split mule deer and whitetail is now you have a chance to have, if you do it that way, and I have no problem with it, you have a chance to have a limited draw on a mule deer in the Black Hills and a wide open on whitetail deer, and it actually gives you a chance to hunt 2 deer, which for some of the guys, that's a big deal. And I have absolutely no problem with that happening. It just makes it where you actually manage those herds. And we have an abundance of whitetail and we have an ability to grow our mule deer. And so I think you can do it, and it actually will expand a resource at the same time as still takes care of a big part of those people that wanted to hunt that way. And it may be on certain years, if you've got whitetail problems, you open it up the way we do in other areas of the state and say, after October 10th, it's a general for 10 days. I think some creative ideas will help. And I think these are going to be, whether we do it or not now, in the coming years, it's going to happen anyway, because as our resident population grows, you're going to find they overhunt areas to the point that you just don't have good viable populations, and you can't control it when it's a general area and anybody in the state can come.
Joe?
Two clarification questions. So I think Senator Hicks said this, we would use the regions, not the units for the mule deer, which probably makes some sense. I think that's.
That was just the opposite. I said the units.
All the way down to the unit level.
It would be a unit level. So you pick what unit you want to hunt.
We don't even make non-residents do that.
Well, non-residents, but you could do that. I mean, that would be, I mean, they have a region.
I think, would you be opposed to regionalizing it?
Well, it depends on what the regions are, you know, that
There's 17
if they're
existing
large
ones.
enough, we're
So
gonna
that's
use
my
non-resident regions, just like we do. Because one of the things you run into there is I'll use the example down there. I don't know what non-resident unit is. There's 3 units, there's 82, 84, and 100. You know, 2 of them limited quota.
Right.
So everybody piled into the unit anyway. If it was a non-resident, they didn't all limited quota license. So there, it's already a picture unit, even though it's kind of like, it's not 100, it's a general license area, but you could run into scenarios like that. So I think the devil's in the details. I mean, if you looked at the data that was shown, you know, down there, you saw where they switched a bunch, were the only 2 general license areas in that whole non-resident unit. On the data that they showed, where you see, and those were resident data, but they just go back and forth. Everything else around there is limited quota. Entire Platte Valley is limited quota. Everything to the west of it, 101, 102, the Little Mountain stuff, it's all limited quota. So there's only 2 general license units there, and they swap back a little bit. But when we were on the Bags Mule Deer working group down here, this is a very similar recommendation that came out of that 6 years ago. It's just pick your unit, you know, that you wanted to hunt in. So something that for that area of the state was already a recommendation of that mule deer working group. Was just pick what unit you want to hunt. It's unlimited hunters, but you're just not going to be able to, even down there where they go back and forth from 2 units. Locally, they said, just pick what side of the highway you want to hunt. And part of that was driven by hunter crowd. You know, try to disperse those a little bit. But regional or pick your unit. But my specific proposal is to start with pick your unit and then see if there's places that make sense to do a regional permit. Maybe Region G in western Wyoming or Region H is a different animal. That was what I was talking about.
I think I'm just speaking.
All right, butt in for just a sec. Can we get them to turn the volume up just a little? I can just barely hear through the Zoom. If they can make it louder out here, and I see there's a comment as well. If we could get it louder, it'd be good. Thank you.
So everybody try to speak into the microphone a little bit better. Can you hear me okay, Ogden?
Yeah, I can hear you and Larry. Some of the kind of quieter ones are a little harder to hear, and it's pretty tough. I'm got my ear stuck in the screen.
Okay, Pete, go ahead.
You know, from a commission standpoint, one of the pluses of going to a regionalization or something like Larry said is you have other opportunities or other ways of controlling harvest. Right now, if we have an area over there that's a general area, we only have the ability to cut tags to non-residents and not residents. So we end up having to shorten seasons to lower the harvest. So, you know, if you had a regionalization or pick your area, what like that, you could preserve some of our longer seasons as well. On another note, though, the opposite way of thinking, I've had a number of people tell me that's fine. You go to regionalization and then you're going to start killing more deer because you don't have the opportunity to go somewhere else. So if you're in an area and you're hunting there and you had to pick that area, then you're more than likely going to shoot one. The guys now that can move around the state, they may not shoot one there and go somewhere else. So, you know, there's that thought as well.
So, yeah, and on that note, that's my question, probably more so to Brian and the department and you, Pete, is if we suggested that the commission would go this route and look at some more of those, how do you start to figure out what you want to put that quota at? You know, I mean, if it's, let's just say in area C or region C, how many, so you know how many non-resident tags you're going to give out. Do we just cut that by, you know, the recommendation is to cut that by 20% this year. How many then resident licenses do we issue in that area? I'm curious about how we would, does that pose an issue or a problem?
No, it doesn't create a problem for the department. I mean, there's a lot of variables that our wildlife managers on the grounds look at every single year to try to determine what level of harvest they want to achieve. So in a general area, you know, they'll say we need, in order to meet the commission's objective, we need to harvest this many animals. And they can use harvest surveys, they can use, there's a lot of data, buck-doe ratios that they can use to set those numbers. And I have confidence in our folks' ability to be able to do that. I think one thing that's really important in this conversation for everybody to understand biologically is when we're talking about managing deer in Wyoming right now, we're not talking about population control with licenses. We're talking about bucks and quality of experience. We aren't harvesting for them. I mean, we harvest a handful of does for youth hunters. Other than that, we're not harvesting doe deer in the state. We're harvesting bucks. And harvesting bucks does not control or manage populations. It simply changes the ratio of the number of males per 100 females that are on the ground. I know we're not talking elk yet. Elk is a completely different beast. We are using elk hunting to manage those populations from both the male and the female side. And so very, very different discussions. I have a lot more concern about elk, limited quota or regionalization for residents than I do with deer. The other thing with limited quota deer is, and Ogden brought this up, there was a day when there was so much opportunity and we didn't have the same level of demand that, you know, we capitalized on that. We gave people all kinds of opportunities, long seasons. Pat brought this up, we're all over the state, on multiple areas. Well, as we've talked about several times, we now have less resource than what we had. So this discussion is really about quality of experience. And the other thing to keep in mind is that if the commission decided they wanted to go down the road, limited quota, just like we do, let's just say for antelope, every hunter's got to pick their area. There are ways, if there was ever a time when there was wildlife management challenges or landowner concerns. And we have several areas, I'm thinking of Dwayne right now, where you've got, with the 116 type 1, you can hunt 2 areas. And we would be able to do that in a limited quota scenario, even if every hunt area, you can have, area 91, 92, 93 are all valid on a 91 type 1 license, as an example.
which is almost like a combination between regionalization and limited quota. But I bring that up because I think it's important for folks to know that either way, limited quota or regionalization, we can do the same thing. I think that limited quota probably is simpler to do that than a regional concept. I don't know if I addressed your question. I kind of rambled on.
No, that's all right. I think the next question I have, I think that's fair. It's doable. The next question I have is, and this maybe pertains to what we were talking about, is if we go down this route of every person that's wanting to hunt, you know, either whether you buy that tag over the counter in a region or an area, is that still an option, or do you have to send in for it? I mean, I think that's another question. And then it also brings into the point of what we deal with an antelope, and if there's only so many tags and then they get kicked into the non-resident, moving that route that I don't want to move into, that you kick all those tags then into non-resident. And if you're, the ability for a resident to get say a second whitetail tag in an area that there's still tags in, how do we decide that? How does, as a management perspective, maybe the management's not it, it's really managing the amount of people in an area, I guess. How do we juggle that?
Well, we are talking about, again, every species has got its own unique set of challenges, and there are places in the state, mule deer, where if the leftover licenses were not able to go to non-residents, we may not sell them all. There are places where that would be the case, in Northeast Wyoming particularly. For the most part, most of those licenses would get allocated, over in bags. They're all going to get allocated in the draw. The 80% is going to go to the residents, 20% is going to go to non-residents. Where the issue is going to come is if you're part of the loop. And I think that, depending on what the recommendations were from the task force, the commission could consider a variety of options there about how those leftovers were allocated. But I think it's important, the whole discussion we had on antelope and the fact that there's a chance right now for folks to for residents to get those licenses based on first, second, or third choice that could still be there for mule deer down this road. The other thing with whitetails that I'll bring up, if they were separated, the commission would have to look at ways, I think, they would want to consider ways to limit folks from being able to draw a really hard to draw primo mule deer buck tag, and the same year also do the same thing with the whitetail tag. Right now, if you have I'm thinking of Dwayne's area again, there's a really good mule deer hunter there that has a low drawing on, or low chance of drawing, and a really good whitetail buck area right there at the same spot. If you change to whitetail and mule deer, you could have the scenario where people are drawing both a really good whitetail tag and a really good buck mule deer tag, whereas today they could not do that. There are ways to work through that if that's.
Why would that be a problem?
Well, I don't know if it is. We're talking about opportunity, and if one person gets the opportunity to kill a buck deer, a buck whitetail, and a buck mule deer in hard to draw areas, you're essentially, and now they can't do that, you're decreasing opportunity for one person.
Yeah, but one person buys the lottery ticket that wins $257 million.
You also, I could draw a sheep tag and a moose tag in the same year and have my wild bison and get a 58 out tag. And I could draw every primo tag that I put in for in 1 year. And if whitetail and mule deer are truly separate, so be it. If you're that lucky, cool. Kudos to you.
Yeah, I think that's the recognition, is that they're completely separate.
Yeah, if we're going to separate them, we got to look at them as separate. And so, yeah, if there's a primo whitetail tag across the highway from a primo mule deer tag, and you happen to have it's still, by regulation allowed for. Congratulations.
Okay, so we're gonna go. Albert, you're on up first, and then we'll go to Pat.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. One thing that's been brought up, one thing that's been brought up in our meetings and also in my public is the idea, if you do regionalization, can you have a early season, late season too? So you could split up that group between two different parts of the same time period. And then the other one that was brought up, and I don't know if this would only be for limited quota, but maybe it could be for regionalization, is if you put in for a certain area, maybe you don't, if you draw, maybe you don't get that area or unit for 2 or 3 years. You know, you would defer like you would if like you would on a sheep, used to on a sheep tag or a moose tag. So some deferred from getting some of those high end, either if you go to pick your unit, or particularly if you go pick your unit, maybe you don't get a draw on that unit again for a couple of years. That gives more opportunity for other people another year.
I think, go ahead, Pat, I'll address that later. That really
So just
pulls
to
in.
kind of set the stage, so we could go to total special draw for deer tags. Larry's suggesting we have pick your unit, so you'd actually pick a specific area. We could go to regionalization, which is broader than pick your unit. You know, those are kind of the three ideas that are being knocked around. And then I think we ought to just set aside for the moment, do we split mule deer and whitetail seasons? You know, and then the question I have for like Larry is, what if I always try to put in for a 128 deer tag, late season, big boys, big bucks. If I don't draw that, what happens to me? You know, in a pick your unit situation? I mean, because by then I couldn't pick the unit down by bags and hunt down there, I guess.
So all this is all already structured, I think, within the way the department does seasons. That's all accomplished. So you're already applying for a limited quota unit, right? We're just saying that if you want, the other ones are general license units, right? You could put that up to address that concern and say, you can still draw your second choice, but you're gonna have to pick which general license unit you want. So you do your 128 November 1st buck tag, 1% chance of drawing it or less. So your second choice would be a general license unit, but you had to pick that unit. So you may want to go over.
You could still do 128 because there's a general season there.
Yeah, you could do 128. So you still have that framework. The department can do that. And get back to the regionalization. I think what I heard Brian say, you could do that by pick your unit. In other words, we do this, see this all the time. You know, it's unit 111, 112, 113, 114 is already would be for that pick your unit, but it would be clustered based on whatever is hunter demand, whatever that is, you know, population objectives, whatever. The department still has the discretion to be able to cluster those as to pick your unit. Well, under our current framework, there's numerous instances where it lists 4 or 5 units in there. They still would have the flexibility to do that. So I hope that answers. So you still got general licenses, right? You're just going to have to pick your second choice for what general license area you want to hunt.
It does. I just wanted to comment, you know, growing up in Casper, everything was general licenses, as I recall. So, you know, I had 4 or 5 places where I like to hunt deer. So I think if you do that, pick your unit, pick your area, the commission ought to look at making sure that, you know, everything around Casper that's a general area is, you know, so it's very, I'll just pick them 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all the general areas around Casper or whatever they are around bags. That would be your unit you pick for a general license.
Yeah.
That still gives hunters an opportunity to hunt around the area they know and where they like to go.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, and I think we're kind of talking about the same thing really, because it's regionalization. And there are some, Campbell County has a couple different areas, but there's only little tiny bits of public land in each one. And so, you know, having the ability to be in the region would give the residents the ability to hunt those different public land areas that they want to hunt. Maybe not all in the same day, but sometimes you can hunt some of them in the same day if you had the regionalized license. So I think it's it makes sense. I think you're
It
talking
may
about the
just be
same.
terminology, because a
I
region, in
think
some
so.
cases, a region could be one unit,
Right.
and in other cases, a unit could be multiple units.
Yep,
So
that-
it's
that's exactly
semantics, right?
I think you're right. I think you're exactly
What
right.
we're
I'm
saying
just-
is give the
Yep.
commission, the discretion, whatever, we just need to make sure that when we say regionalization, my original concept, it's all gonna be parcels,
Mhm.
like the non-resident units. I think we're saying the exact
I
same.
think so. Yeah, and I'm looking at the non-resident general. I think, I don't know what page it is, but it's got the regions on it, and inside are how many areas there are inside that. I don't know how many of those are limited quota just by looking at them. I just know that some of them probably are and some of them probably aren't. And so I don't know how that would work. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, I think Pat was onto something, and that's how to focus it, and we need to decide region versus unit, and using the current non-resident regions and the current deer units or areas. I'm so confused if this is, oh, can I go buy? So Pat doesn't draw 128 type 1. Can you just walk in and say, I want to hunt region X and buy the tag over the counter, or do we have to draw for it? And then I'm still, are we talking general? We're talking general, not limited quota right now, but this would open the door for consideration of limited quota. But those three things, region, unit, over the counter, draw, general, or limited quota, would help us kind of focus what we're talking about. Quota.
So, again, back to the time that I worked on the bags mule deer working with down there. It was, so the terminology that was actually recommended back in the department was limited quota, unlimited licenses. So AKA, it's a general license, you just go buy it, but you're only gonna hunt that unit, right? So whether you call it limited quota, unlimited licenses, or just general license, but you only get to pick one general license area. You can't just buy a general license and then hop all over the state following the general license season. So does that help on that aspect? So again, terminology means something, but under this case, you just pick your general license unit, but you got to hunt one general license unit, not 3 or 4, 2 or 3. And that, so that, could you buy that across the counter? The way we conceptually put that together down there, yeah.
Yeah.
The department will issue those, as in it'll be a general license, but you got to go in there and you're going to designate unit 82 or 100 or unit 1 in the Black Hills, and that's where you're going to hunt.
So I get it. I would just push back a little. If you say limited quota, unlimited, it's kind of.
It would happen for 1 year.
Well, and one of the things we hear all the time is how confusing and complicated all this.
I didn't come up with that terminology. I would prefer general license, just pick one unit.
Yeah, and I think that's fair, and it goes back to what Si said earlier. It's going to give some data to Game and Fish, the department, on how many of those areas are being hunted, are being requested on a year-to-year basis, and we're going to know after 1 or 2 years what are the most sought after general areas, and we're going to know. I mean, we're just going to know that.
Yeah, the notion of hunting 135 with an unlimited amount of limited quota or general licenses will happen 1 year. But then when the department sees that 6,200 people hunted that, and the biology of the herd is taken into consideration, you would be forced the following year to reduce that.
But isn't that, so using the data here and everything, isn't that currently happening right now? And so why aren't we changing our behavior? Or is that part of the issue? We should be, we're just not changing our.
Right now, it's just wide open.
So like the 80% who picked one unit, you're saying there's probably 6,200, however many, 6,200 hunting that one unit right now.
But we don't know. Because they're just general licenses filed.
We do know that on the harvest survey,
What areas people harvested deer in and what license type. We can mine that data.
But we're only getting 30% results, right? Isn't that what Doug said earlier today?
Yeah, but, and Doug, you can help me out here, but I don't know what our confidence interval is, but they build all that in, the non-responses, and they make a projection. It's a statistical analysis with the, do you know the confidence interval, Doug? Is it?
I was just looking for that.
80 to 90%, I'm gonna guess at it.
It's pretty high, yeah, and there's 2,000 people hunting 135 this year. And like we said, 80% of those harvest within that one hunt area that they go to.
So you don't have to have a
Or they
term
hunt
survey
within
with every single hunter to get a good estimate of how many people are there and then how many people harvest deer. I think, you know, maybe the way to simplify this in everybody's brain and actually and we're gonna be able to hear from the public on this too, but the Wyoming hunter, if the model looks very similar to what the model does now for antelope, I think that's more simple for people to understand. We can issue a lot of type 1 pronghorn licenses in a hunt area, which essentially, you know, in those areas where good abundance of whatever species we're talking about, most people will be able to draw that license. It's currently a general license area, but it could be limited quota with a very high quota. But, you know, just like we do with we used to have, many people remember this. There were a lot of areas where there was leftover, and even some of the really good areas, leftover type 1 antelope licenses after the draws, after all the draws.
Right, why would you do that? I don't think that's a good analogy. I mean, what Larry says is much simpler. You just go to Walmart or wherever, buy right drugs. And after you don't draw your special, your limited quota, and you say, I want a general license for 32, and it's just put on the license. I don't think you want to say, I don't think you want to turn all deer hunting in Wyoming into a limited quota system. I mean, I would rebel against that. If I were Jim.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Part of our life is we've always been able to go buy a general license and a general deer license. I just think you're asking for a lot of hate and discontent by saying we go to total limited quota deer licenses. Even if you set it so high, it doesn't matter.
We're still saying the same thing.
Yeah, whether it's whether that unit is small or big. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you're talking about. I mean, if you're talking, Pat, about getting a license for one small area, generally for that area, you look at in Campbell County split up into 7 different areas. 7 different areas, small area when 15% of the whole Campbell County is public land.
I mean, I understand that, and Brian's right, when we're doing the same thing, but it's perception. I think we just buy ourselves a lot of hate and discontent.
Yeah.
I wish back up our commission with that idea.
Mr. Chairman, we already have regions drawn up there.
Yeah.
You know, that we've got those drawn. If we went down the path of just, you know, call it a region, call it a unit, whatever you want to do, call it, but if you go down the path, so you're going to buy a license, general license is good in this region, and see how that works before we jump off the cliff into a fully limited quota, because this is going to give us, I believe that this will give us a lot of information of where these hunters are wanting to hunt. When you have to pick your region, do we have to squeeze it down to pick an area at some point in time? We possibly would, but it allows the situation like Pat's saying is if I want to hunt, you know, these general areas within this region, I can go to these general areas. And then that's going to give us a lot of information again, as if we're going to need to squeeze it down. And also keep in mind that, you know, as with non-resident hunters, we've been dealing with this regionalization for ever since I can remember. And there are some places where a tag can be good for multiple regions. When they created that region X, I think it's region X up there, I can't even remember. It was the farmland region on next to G, and region F where I'm at. It was a region that was created, and you can have a cross-regional license. It's just all in however the Game and Fish decides they need to manage it and describe it. So I think we've got the opportunity, we've got the blueprint sitting there. Let's not reinvent the wheel if we move forward with these regions, as long as it makes sense to Game and Fish.
How much pushback are you gonna get from that 20% that, like Pat, you know, he probably gets in a 5-star motel every place he goes and sits in a hot tub and that sort of thing. And then you got the guy that's living in his car or back of his pickup and drives around it, you know, I think from the general public, would we get a lot of pushback from that 20% that wants that option of going? And even like and Ogden could probably address that as well, you know, you know, the landowners complain about it, but I think the tourist industry in Crook County is probably pretty glad that they have that late opportunity for guys to come in or people to come in there and hunt. That's so, you know, that
I
it
think
may
that's
not be
where
that big a deal. I don't know. I'm just, I guess, throwing that out there to discuss anyway.
Go ahead, Adam.
I think that's where you have to separate whitetail from mule deer, because a general deer tag in area 27 means nothing to me hunting mule deer, because there might be 10 of them moving through. Like that's downtown Buffalo, basically. But there's whitetail everywhere. I can go archery hunt on the golf course. I can archery hunt the city chunk up Mosier Gulch. There's not a mule deer buck there. And if there is, they're there at midnight, you know, and you can't do anything about it. So I think if you're thinking that setup, you have to start with separating whitetail and mule deer. Same thing that would affect the northeast part of the state and potentially some of the southeast part of the state also. Instead of just going general deer tag and still lumping mule deer and whitetail together.
Yeah, I agree with those sentiments.
So how about this, and I'll just make this proposal and you guys can figure out how you want to go forward with it, but you know, what we've done is we've normally put some of these things out for public comment. Our next meeting is the end of April. Putting something out like this that's worded to give Game and Fish that to give the department that opportunity to do more regionalized, whatever you want to call regionalized deer, mule deer licenses, and then splitting whitetail and mule deer out, putting that out for public comment, and those are both department things, right? They wouldn't have to be. Okay.
Well, no, actually, no.
the-
Splitting whitetail and mule deer
Would have to be.
would have to be
Okay.
statute.
Well, and I think we can still put that out for public comment. I think he's right, because you'd have to do the percentage thing and all of that. And, I'm not
It's a
sure.
really silly question, but don't you already manage or have the ability to manage whitetail and mule deer right now? I mean, there's some areas that say whitetail only, some that say whitetail or either sex or antlered buck and mule deer. Why not?
Well, and I think either way, we can figure out those things, that process and what that statutory requirement or department requirement would be, you know, but I think putting that out and wording that, how we want to get, you know, to base the public's comment on those two things, regionalization on general licenses for residents and splitting mule deer and whitetail. Go ahead.
Why would you have to have a statutory change to split?
Because of the definitions and the fee types. So the fee types are in statute. There's no fee type for a whitetail license. There's only a fee type for a deer license. So, yeah, so I'll just read the statute. So Wyoming statute 23-111A defines a big game animal to include deer without regard to species. And so that's the statute.
I'm guessing, because right now, there are places where I can buy a general deer license and get a special whitetail license by the people.
But it's not called a whitetail license, it's called a deer license type 3. What Ogden's advocating for is to have a mule deer license for hunting mule deer and a whitetail license to hunt whitetail.
You could do the same thing though, just call it. You have
It's already
a mule deer
licensed.
license, this is a regular license, and then
Well,
whitetail licenses.
I think where it does get confusing probably is when people are putting in on, let's just, like, if you're on the computer, putting in for your license, and you're gonna put in for a deer license now, you have to type out, you have to, I'm gonna get a type 20 license, which is mule deer only in this region, or I mean, you know.
Get it cleared up.
Chairman, maybe right now.
He's calling in the big guns, folks.
So thinking right now, the concept of whitetail, so like right now we have deer and we have antelope. We're
Yeah.
talking about moving to that with whitetail and mule deer, or we're talking about
Type 3.
doe,
Yes,
fawn.
that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
boy, I would. say the
So
latter.
I would, as much as I'd love to just do this into the department, I think for our task force, at least the best thing we can do over the next month is take public comment on this. And then we'll have to work out what the easiest way for us to ultimately move this through. If this is something that the public feels strongly about, and the task force feels strongly about splitting whitetail and mule deer, then we, whether you have faith in the legislature or not, hey, we just had something passed.
Don't trust those guys.
We saw what
That,
happened.
that they can't muddy that water, I am a little, I think we all worry about that, but at some point, we have to decide whether that's, whether that can be done. Apparently it can be done two different ways, weirdly enough.
Yeah, I mean, we do it now. We manage them separately to an extent right now because you can get a type 3 license, deer license that allows you to take a whitetail bucks. And you can get a whitetail type 6 license that only allows whitetail deer harvest. But, and Senator Driscoll probably needs to speak up, what he's proposed is not what we're currently doing. He's proposing something different.
Well, I think that's what we're talking about though, is actually managing, actually sending in for, and we'll let him talk for in just a second on, but yes, you're right. Managing those separately where you're sending for whitetail license and a mule deer license. I think that makes it easier in the drawing and all that kind of stuff if they are separate. Because if you send in for, going back to putting in for something on the computer, and I get it, we're talking about being able to buy this over the counter. But if you're just talking about putting it in on the computer, it's going to cause trouble. It's going to cause issues by only being able to put in for one thing or 3 choices. Now you're talking maybe a lot more things to deal with 2 species. And if you know what I'm talking, I know Jennifer probably understands this more than everybody combined. But
Okay, Brian, is there any reason why you wouldn't want to see whitetail and mule deer managed separately?
Well, I'll take issue with the word manage because I think we do manage them separately now. We just use one deer license and different license types to manage the 2 species separately. But because it's a deer license, you can flop back and forth between the species.
Right.
And I think, I want to let him speak. I don't want to speak for him, but I think what Ogden's advocating for.
That's the question.
Okay.
And if you can't answer.
Go ahead,
I mean,
Ogden.
Ogden's been bitching for years at me about let's issue.
Okay, the floor is yours, Ogden.
Start your bitch.
I feel really, really strongly that they need to be separate licenses. And, I think it's a management issue for Game and Fish. I don't think you can sit there and say, we're going to issue a license for both deer and then we're going to guess how many of each get killed. I decide how many, if I'm running Hereford bulls and black bulls, I decide how many of each to put in and how we're going to do this. And I think at a base level, it's a management issue for the Game and Fish is, do you develop a mule deer herd in the Black Hills? It's an honestly developed herd that you can decide, because I can tell you once again, statewide, and we've heard it around the table, whitetail cause damage everywhere. Mule deer have a hard time surviving. And why would we manage them together? They make sense to split them apart. And I think you should be able to draw for both licenses. I don't think you should be just one if you want to put in for them, because I honestly think the whitetail license is going to be a over-the-counter license in the Black Hills, very likely, but we can grow the mule deer herd. So, my proposal, I think it can be done by the Game and Fish, although I've been asking for 10 years to have it done, and we don't seem to get very far with the commission doing that. I think administratively, they can do it right now. They can issue both a whitetail and a mule deer license, and they can do it via commission. But if they don't, and Director Nesvik can tell you this, and Director Talbot ahead of him can tell you that as well, is I have repeatedly talked about and actually have had bills drafted to split those species. And statutorily, it causes some problems for the Game and Fish. But in truth, a whitetail and a mule deer are no more the same as a black bear and a grizzly bear. And, they're different species, and they look the same and they act the same, but they're different species. And really, long term, we need to get where we're managing those species. And I think this is just helping us get there quicker. And it makes a lot of sense. So, for me, I don't care which route we take to get there, but I'd like to see them separate licenses, and I'd like to see people be able to hold both of them at the same time.
Okay, Pete and then Dwayne.
Yeah, I don't think from a commission standpoint, it matters one way or another. I think it's optically, it looks better if there were separate licenses. If you didn't buy a deer license with different types. It's confusing enough to the public with all the different types we have. If we simplified it so that you either applied for a mule deer license or a whitetail deer license, I think optically it would be a lot better to the public and a lot easier to sell.
Okay, Dwayne. Yeah.
I guess my feeling is if we're gonna separate them and not have them be able to draw for both licenses, we're creating more opportunity, I would think. And that's one of the things we are charged with, is to create more opportunity for hunters.
Yeah, and I think we are talking like that. We're not talking or, we're talking and.
Yeah.
Because we do want everybody to shoot a whitetail.
3 or 4.
Yeah,
I
so.
want to do it, let's do a straw poll, that the limit on whitetails is 10 a day and 30 in
Mississippi. So, Mr. Chairman, I think really on this whole discussion of whether we call it deer or type 1, type 3, we just need to let the Game and Fish make a recommendation back. If they decide to go with the type, that's something the commission can do, but I would allow the department to come back and make a recommendation, assuming, so that's premature, that we actually even get to the first part of the discussion, is we're going to go to regionalization. And so, but what my preference would be is so regionalization has a connotation. I think it gets back to something that Pat was saying earlier. What's the perception out there? We regionalize non-resident deer licenses right now. And I think that's going to be the perception is if we say regional my preference would be that we say unit, but unit can include multiple units within that, just for clarification to take public comment. But I agree with you. We need to take this proposal out there. Once we get some resolution and direction, if this is the direction that we want to go, it's really 2 different discussions. I think you can have the discussion on the whitetail deer, but I would say leave that to the department to come back and make a recommendation. At the next meeting is the preference that they would like to go. Use the existing system or come back for, because that's a very minor statutory change.
So the reason I think this is important here, one of the reasons in the past why there's been hesitation on the department's part is we heard specifically from landowners, this is old, this is dated, it's probably 6, 7, 8, maybe more than that years old now, but there was opposition in the Black Hills from landowners. Ogden can tell us what that looks like now, and maybe, I don't know what he thinks about that now, but that was one of the challenges is a lot of landowners were opposed. And so I'm interested in kind of some public comment. We can make either system work. There's not a reason that we would have a problem with making a statutory change and having them separated. But I think there's some things specific to the Black Hills where those landowners like that ability for a hunter to be there with one license. This is what I recall, and Ogden, square me away if I'm wrong here, but they like the option of having their hunters come in. They've got a license, they go hunt mule deer, and if they're not able to harvest mule deer, the last day they have them shoot a whitetail. And can you chime in here, Ogden, and help me out?
Yeah, I'm on, and without a doubt, it's split between landowners. I've heard both ways. My comments on that are probably going to sound a little bit brutal, but we go back to what I get told by Game and Fish all the time is we're here to manage the game. And, really the landowners short term may be upset, long term they'll be happier. They're going to have better resources, and they also have multiple opportunities for hunters to come in. The flip side of it is, I can tell you, I came to one of your commission meetings at one time with 85% of the landowners didn't want to have a late season, and you folks had no problem telling them no. So I know how you guys can operate both ways. And like I said, it sounds kind of brutal, but you'll find a split. If you went through landowners in our area, some of them are in favor of splitting it. Some of them absolutely are not. We've been both ways, and I think you find on any of these changes we're doing, I'd be surprised on any of them, including the 90-10, that if you want to deal with landowners, that you've got anywhere near a solid majority on either side.
So, can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
So Larry has a good idea. Game and Fish come to us with a recommendation for regionalization of resident general licenses.
Mule deer.
Mule deer. And I don't care if you call it regionalization or unitization or how. And we announced to the public, we want your public comment on that. I guess I'd ask Game and Fish, is there a biological reason why you wouldn't manage mule deer and whitetail separately?
Why we wouldn't issue licenses separately? No, there's no bylaw.
I mean, Ogden's argument is if we did that in the Black Hills, we'd have a hell of a lot more mule deer. That kind of makes sense to me. But so if there's a biological reason why we wouldn't do that, let us know. I don't see one, but, and you can answer next time too, I guess. So if we go to the public on that, should we
Those two things.
issue mule deer and whitetail licenses? And I think, seems to me the general consensus right now that people think you should be able to have two. I mean, you should be able to have a mule deer license, general license, and a whitetail license in the same year, where you could kill 2 bucks. I kind of like that idea. We ought to go to the public with
I
that.
don't necessarily agree with that assertion or characterization. Number one, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that you get a hunt both.
No, you'd have to draw.
I'm just talking about public comment.
No, but I just, said, well, you can hunt both. And again, I think that the department can limit and say you may only have one type 1 deer license, whether it's whitetail. We got the regulatory mechanism to control that. Because why? Well, why? Because you could potentially end up by doubling the amount of deer hunting pressure in places like right over there where you're at, because now I can get a buck deer license and bags, and I'll be up in your neck of the woods come whitetail season. Because I can, because now I get a whitetail. So
You
I
can,
think
but
we
you
could
have-
some
you can have
adverse-
it right now.
A limited draw.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, it's a
It would
limited
still be a
draw.
Limited draw to draw Matisse, whichever.
Well,
makes
but I'm
sense.
saying if you got general, and I now
I'm
get
saying-
2 buck tags, I think you could have adverse consequences to doubling, increasing the number of hunter numbers in certain units. So I'm just saying, it's not that it can happen. I don't think that we should go into it with a foregone conclusion. If that's exactly what's gonna happen in every unit in the state of Wyoming.
Right, because now I'm gonna apply for 128 mule deer type 1 and 15 type 3 type 1. It could double the impact on those 2 type 1s when you split them. Which makes me think, are other western states doing this? We should look and see if they split blacktail out from mule deer.
Yeah,
And
they do.
you can hold the tag.
Kansas does, Colorado does, Nebraska does.
South Dakota. Brian, you had to come.
Just to be real clear, what you cannot do right now is draw 2 hard to draw. A buck mule deer and a buck whitetail hard to draw. You can end up though with a buck mule deer and a buck whitetail. One of them is going to be a easy to, like you draw type 3 and then go buy a general deer license.
Yeah.
So you can do it now, but it's just not really hard to draw.
Yeah, I think the bigger picture is you can draw a hard to draw buck mule deer tag and a hard to draw bull elk tag. And I think that's the mindset of what this is. Whitetail is such a different species. It needs to be looked at the same way. And from your position, I would think it's a revenue generator for you.
Yeah.
So when you talk about making the resident licensing regional, but that's specific to mule, not like.
Well, it could, given the department.
I think that's why Adam was saying we need to get this before we
Yeah,
get to
so
this.
we're talking about regionalizing mule deer and then splitting mule deer whitetail out. That part of it, split them out, and then whitetail, at least they would manage those however they see fit. Right now, they manage whitetails with tons of licenses.
So
in lots of.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, it's all in a matter of the language. So even I'm just, don't shoot me, but so we say we're regionalizing all deer. But if I have a region F whitetail deer tag, it's good for every region in the state. It's a matter of language because they can write it however they want to write it. And so, I mean, I'm not advocating that, but I'm saying that if we regionalize mule deer, you might not be limited to one region, depends on what the Game and Fish sees as a management, how the management needs to occur. If they feel there's no reason to stop you from hunting 3 regions, you can have, because I have, and we all look in the books, you can have an area of, 110 deer tag that is good for during the general season for all 110, 111, whatever. And then when it comes down to the limit quota, it's only good for that specific area. So it depends all on how the language is written.
So here, I don't want to lock up like this. I'm
That's
gonna
right.
get on another issue where, and it was Lee's fault.
I got big shoulders.
I trust the chairs to put together some general statement. Game and Fish is gonna report back. I think Brian understands what you need to tell us, right?
And then we'll put it out
Put it
put
out
those 2
publicly.
things out to the public
You
comment.
and Josh
Yeah.
write it and
Okay.
just kick it out, and then we'll get good public comment and we'll figure it out.
Okay, so we probably better take a show of hands on who's in favor of that, putting that out to public comment. 2 things, regionalization of mule deer licenses and splitting mule deer and whitetail. If you're in favor of that, raise your hand.
I think they're mutually inclusive of each other.
Yeah, so, okay. So we'll put that out for public comment.
Now, Rusty.
That'll start this afternoon. So,
The other thing you suggested is we talked about adjusting opening dates. That seems to be a separate issue we haven't talked about today too. if that's okay.
yeah, we can. I don't know, maybe this regionalization maybe actually impacts that also. But I think when we come down to the amount of impact that areas have, when you have opening dates, for example, if you had an opening date, even if it stayed the same licenses that they are right now, and you had an opening date for mule deer that started the 1st of October in the Black Hills, it would change things there. It would either make people come back that had that tag, that mule deer tag, or that deer tag. They would have to go twice if they wanted to shoot a whitetail, or they would have to choose, they would have to choose. And so I don't know whether that's, and then there's some other areas that inside of a region that I believe that have different opening dates, right? And so it really makes those folks choose where they want to hunt. It's doing some of the same kind of things we're talking about. I just think it's worth having a conversation about. I don't know whether it's a big deal or not.
Well, the gentleman that talked about the argument, as I understand, his argument is you have 2 general areas, and so the first general area gets pounded, and then everyone pounds the second area. If you open those both, spread out hunters, you have more hunter opportunity, you have better hunting experience. I think that's the issue. We have to talk about maybe they're going to do it or not, but so I just say generally I'm in favor of that. Why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah, I think what it does also is it spreads out and I don't know if this is a big deal, it spreads out enforcement for game and fish. I don't know if that's, if that matters or not, but they tend to, if there's a season that opens 15 days later or 5 days later, they can have folks in an area and then they can move them to a different area when it's open. That doesn't mean you're supposed to hunt the area that's closed when the game and fish aren't there, but that's.
I've noted generally, so you already have it kind of regionalized, the area around Cheyenne and Laramie opens October 1st. You go to Casper and it opens 15th, Jackson and that country's different. Black Hills is pretty much November 1st. I don't know if that's just Red Wardens or what, but I've always wondered why you do that.
This whole discussion is better left to the department season setting process, because there are so many variables. Opening dates, other species, trying to time it with when elk opens, and trying to time it when there's archery season, so that you don't have rifle hunters on top of archery hunters. And this discussion we're having right now happens all over the state at the local level every single year. And I remember specifically on what Ted talked about,
5 or 6 years ago, the same exact, this was a big contentious thing with people very split on both sides of it. And it played out in front of the commission at the season setting meeting. So that it's not a simple thing. And I still think that our local managers' ability to make a recommendation, take public comment and do it at a local level is a way better way to go than this task force trying to make some general statement about standardizing all these things.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
So-
just have one comment. As
Go
long
ahead.
as it's rational. Sometimes, I love you, Brian, and you people, but sometimes their decisions aren't all that rational.
That's really what we're trying to do.
I was giving an example of some opening dates for moose in the Bighorn Mountains. The department didn't want to open it consistently because tourists would see someone gutting alongside the road, you know. And that's not, to me, a rational decision to not change an opening date. So those kind of decisions probably, but generally I agree with you, give the department and the commission as much discretion as humanly possible, and they'll do a good job. But sometimes those decisions need to be reviewed at the commission level, and someone needs to say, no, we're not doing that.
Okay,
Brian.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we table that right now.
Okay. I do have a question real quick, and the only reason I'm gonna ask is because last night at the season setting meeting, more people wanted to talk to me than they did the folks there, which is unfortunate for me. No, I'm just kidding. No, it was really good. It was, but if you're giving out in an antelope area, let's say 1,000 tags, and now, and the season's always been the whole month of October, and you're gonna now want to shorten that season to the 20th. I'm all right with that, but doesn't that crowd that 1,000 people into 20 days instead of spreading it out over the month? I'm curious about that. I'm just curious.
It
about
doesn't, and like I said, there's a lot of different variables that go into that. In general, kind of the goal for our local folks is to provide the maximum opportunity, the longest season that they can within all those parameters that I just mentioned. And again, I can't comment specifically
I will.
on Gillette, but there's a reason. I don't know what it is.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think one thing that's worth considering as we go out for public comment on this is, and Larry mentioned this several meetings ago, when you're pulling that one over here and the impact over here, like Ted spoke earlier today of the 80 or 90 people in Star Valley that live in Star Valley or in that area wanting to see this regionalization. It's important to recognize that there's 80 or 90 people that live in Southeast Wyoming that, while they would unanimously support that, there are 80 or 90 people that could also organize and unanimously not support that, because that's where they like to go also. And they are also proud of that Wyoming range mule deer herd as something that they get the honor. And so you could see this potential influx in doing something like that, that would put undue pressure in those areas, thinking that it's the right decision, but then ultimately having a tremendous consequence. And I think that's the things that we got to weigh out and get people to think about, have them chew on that. And that's the important part of this public comment period, is that it gives us an opportunity to talk to a lot of stakeholders from all over, not just a regionalized area, and really get them to, I would challenge them. I would plant a seed for them to think about the bigger picture instead of what just impacts them directly in their backyard.
I'll give you an example here that illustrates this. So, and how important, at the end of the day, we can generally find ways to use season length and the license numbers, or a combination of both of them to meet the harvest. So oftentimes when you harvest those animals, there's not a biological basis to it. There's more social science to it than there is biology to it. As an example, you go and you talk to the people in the Platte Valley about hunting buck mule deer after the 15th of October, and they lose their mind. They don't even want to have a few licenses. You go to the Black Hills and you talk about, for 1 minute, not having an October mule deer season, and they will lose their minds. You go to Cody and you say, no, we're not gonna have mule deer in November anymore. And people are adamantly opposed to that. So it's very regional. It's based on the local social science as well as the species that are there, the interplay between different species and different seasons. It needs to stay at the local level.
Okay.
Rusty, you know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give out credit to Albert. Albert told me when I went on the commission, Pat, you're really not managing wildlife. You're managing people, and that is so true. So, I mean, I understand those things. I'm just saying, people should voice their opinions and come to the commission meeting. You know, it always frustrated me. We would spend $100,000, $200,000 from the department to have season setting meetings. When I got those comments and I looked that we had 4 personnel in bags or wherever and 2 people showed up. I mean, I guess that's the message I'd like to give is I think everybody's got an opinion and no one's more important than the other, but at the commission level, you can go talk to people and say, this is crazy, or this, we agree with this. And people should do that as much as humanly possible.
And when is that meeting again?
April.
19th and 20th.
I'm not on the commission anymore, but
April 19th and 20th is the commission meeting. Okay, so moving on to the next topic, which will be, we moved the subcommittee report. Brian, do you want me to go through this subcommittee report? I have it right in front of me. Okay, so we had a subcommittee and this was on landowner licenses and it was a good meeting. And I'm gonna let the other committee members, unless, Adam, do you want to go over this? You want me to go over it to start with? I'll go over it.
Why don't you start?
All right. All right.
I've received
It
enough
happened on the
phone calls.
9th, and I apologize because I think we put this out for maybe some corrections and stuff, and then they didn't. I don't know if they got all updated, and I know Dwayne had put some corrections out to this, and we didn't. I think we maybe did send this out. I don't know if we actually sent this out to the whole task force then.
No.
Okay, so I apologize for that. So here's the report. So through this, we have about 10 bullet points here, and I don't want anybody to burn the barn down here after I read these, but these are some of the things that we talked about. Increase the minimum acreage required for landowner license qualification. 2 options discussed were 320 and 1281. There were common agreement that an increase in minimum acreage will contribute to a reduction in subdividing larger properties and fragmentation of landscapes. Less fragmentation, fences, buildings, etc., is better for wildlife habitat. Additionally, increasing the minimum acreage size while maintaining the animal use day threshold will reduce the overall number of landowner licenses issued. Bullet point 2, there was significant discussion around the idea of grandfathering in existing landowners who have been receiving landowner licenses as long as they continue to meet the minimum animal use days. When the ownership of a particular parcel with less than 320 or 1281 acres changes, the property would no longer be grandfathered and would fall into the new minimum acreage requirement. In general, there was little support for graduated system where larger parcels would qualify for more licenses. The group talked about providing 1 license for smaller parcels under 5, for example, under 5,000 acres, and 2 licenses for larger parcels. Additionally, the group felt a broader discussion about requirement for qualified applicants to have all holding contiguous. The group recognized the fact that the cultivated lands with growing crops provide more habitat on a smaller acreage. A separate minimum acreage requirement, 160 acres, should be applied to cultivated lands. It wasn't specific on whether all 160 acres had to be cultivated. The group recognized the fact, there was a general agreement that to cap the percentages of licenses in a particular area that could be issued to landowners. 10% was the presented as a good starting point for the discussion. The group felt there was room to consider providing additional landowner licenses for antlerless harvest. As an example, a landowner may apply for additional cow-calf or doe fawn landowner licenses above the 1 or 2 issued as an antlered license. The group supported language that provided the first landowner license subcommittee regarding ownership requirements to qualify for landowner licenses. That was the work that the Pat's committee did on percentages and those kind of things. We supported that language. I think we all felt very strongly that there is a significant issue with that. When you can.
I think that was a 20%
Yeah.
minimum, I believe, of ownership.
Yeah. So, and we can go back and review that if we need to. And then lastly, let's see. Actually, two more. The group supported the recommendation from the first landowner license subcommittee regarding the requirement for periodic review of all properties receiving landowner licenses to ensure compliance with the minimum day use requirements. And there was general support for the first landowner committee recommendation regarding long-term ranch employees. So those were the things I can, not sure what the best way to do is to send this to you, Todd, and you can get it out to everybody right away. Okay. And then, and so I guess let's just start the discussion there. Go ahead, Adam.
There was one other thing, and this was actually brought up by several members of the public. We've talked about scalability of land size, but we've never talked about scalability of qualification. 2,000 animal use days on 160 acres versus 2,000 animal use days on 10,000 acres. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That scalability of animal use versus, for landowner qualification seems to be something that was maybe overlooked in all of our previous conversations. And I wanted to put that on the table as a conversation point also. I.e., you have more acreage, maybe that 2,000 jumps to 8,000 animal use days, at 5,000 plus acres. Again, just arbitrarily throwing numbers out there for hypothetical discussions, but if you can prove 2,000 animal use days on 160 and you're sitting on 10,000, you're slam dunking that. If we're going to talk about scaling something, why not consider the actual number of animal use days per the size of the property?
Boy, there was one other issue that had to do with access that we discussed that isn't on that.
Go ahead.
And we discussed the fact that, and I am strongly opposed to requiring access to or through private property in order to obtain landowner licenses. And I think most landowners, the majority of the landowners in this state would feel exactly the same as I do about that issue. And I've talked to quite a few people regarding that issue, and I haven't had anybody disagree with that. The one that I've.
Well, one of the issues that we had talked out before, and I want to see if the subgroup, which I was on, was unable to participate with the legislature.
That was by design.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just kidding.
We've had quite a discussion, and a lot of other states do this, is so you have a landowner permit, and then you have a landowner unit-wide permit. So those large landowners that have more than adequate wildlife resources on their properties have to stay on those properties instead of hunt the public domain within that unit too. So there was any discussion about that at all as to within the subgroup? I think that's a very important distinguishing. I think it has the potential to ratchet down some of the rhetoric associated with landowner.
Yeah, how hard is, and I don't think there was a lot of discussion. I think there was maybe a little bit in the prior, but how hard is that to enforce and then to manage?
It's certainly difficult to enforce. And probably the biggest argument that I've heard against that is for the landowner who has, 1,000 elk wintering on their property, but then doesn't have the opportunity to hunt in the fall. They're still providing wildlife habitat benefit to the public, but then they have to hunt on their own place.
Yeah, but I think that's, the other states grapple with that all the time. So the determination there are they available during hunting season to address that? So, that's going to be a local game warden biologist call. But certainly if you have 200,000 acres and there's 1,000 head of elk on your private property, maybe you shouldn't be over on the public domain. Just my, my simple way of thinking about it. But I think that's the way those other states, it's if those animals are available during the hunting season, that you would restrict those landowner permits to hunting their own private property.
Those would still come off the general quota anyway.
Well, they come out of the pool as landowner permits, but
Well,
One of the problems I see with that, the ranch I had down by Laramie Peak was a good example. We had numerous small tracts of public land that were totally surrounded by my deeded land. Because of the Homestead Act, people didn't approve on it, went back to the government, but the government, so it would be, and even on the ranch I have now, I mean, I've got 2,800 acres in one area, and I've got 3 BLM 40s that it's going to be hard to try to even enforce something like that, or very hard to enforce something like that when you have those isolated tracks, checkerboard tracks. That's one of the problems. Obviously staying in your own area, your own hunted unit is one thing, but trying to enforce it when you got these small, little isolated public land parcels, it'd be tough to do.
Okay, so currently, the acreage is 160, right? So you guys talked about bumping that to 320 or 1281? Okay, so.
Both and anywhere in between.
those are just 2 options, not do both at the same time, but either one. And actually anywhere in between. And
Those
so,
two, okay, I didn't understand if 320 had significance and if 1281 had. significance.
320 is half a section
All right.
as a minimum.
So that's, go ahead, Si.
That's just from conversations with a number of landowners that I, it just felt like it needed to be at least 2 sections of ground. Really justify having enough habitat. It would also curb, stop the splitting of branches, sections of ground into 4 pieces to get 4 people. This is a large enough tract that stops that.
1281 is actually, well, no one can cash flow 160 acres of the rancher. I would not think, but I'm not a rancher. The 1281 is a more rational number for a real working range that supports real habitat and real wildlife. And so it's 1 acre more than 2 sections. That's 1281.
just a comment on, that's great for the ranch. What's the average size of an irrigated farm in Wyoming? 400. So you've just excluded every whitetail landowner, and a lot of people in the state of Wyoming to participate.
Because
We had a cultivated.
We talked about smaller.
Smaller cultivated, but, and then something else I was asked to bring up by a member of the public, because this started as a means of compensating agricultural producers for sharing their resource on private land, that it was suggested that we should go back to one of the qualifications, proving agricultural use of the land, whether it's leased grazing or cultivated or whatever the case may be. That also kind of gets away from the recreational. Now I've got landowner tags, even though my 160 or my 400 or my 10,000 that I just want to buy, if I don't run cows on it, I'm not competing with wildlife at that point in time.
go ahead.
And I don't know that I disagree. I'm just gonna throw this out as devil's advocate. What's more important, the use of the land or the habitat that it provides for animals? What are we giving the landowner tag for?
So, well, backtrack. So if we do the cultivated, that's one issue. So I still come back to, it really should be driven by animal use days, because I know a couple of guys down in my country that may only have 700-800 acres. Yet it's not unusual to go out there and see 1,000 antelope on there in the wintertime for a couple of months. And so you're saying it's fine for those guys to winter 2,000 antelope, 1,000 antelope for 2 or 3 months, but the guy that has 200 all season long during hunt season, he's eligible because he's got 1,200 acres and only has 200 antelope on him, but yet the guy down here that's got thousands that he winters because it's all crucial wintering doesn't qualify. So I just think that every time you carve up a section of land and it's not based on what the actual animal use is to the extent possible, you're gonna run into a lot of scenarios where it just, you're driving square pegs and round holes. And I just see that all the time, whether it's crucial mule deer winter range or antelope or in lesser extent elk. You're gonna have a very small partial. It's a very critical component to the overall health of that herd on those crucial winter ranges, and they winter a significant amount of wildlife on them, yet they would be disqualified.
Dwayne.
But I'm gonna agree with that. I think the number one criteria for landowner licenses should be the animal use days. Right now it's 2,000. And I think also when our suggestion in the committee is to reevaluate all the existing landowner recipients to make sure that they comply with that 2,000 use date. That should be where we start. It's going to eliminate some branches probably, and if it's evaluated every 5 years, it could eliminate something every time. But the 2,000 days is much more important in my mind than the acreage. I know quite a few small acreage pieces that have habitat for elk, deer, and antelope that maybe even go way up above 2,000. I've got one of those pieces, and so looking at it from the use days to me is biologically more sound.
What's your opinion on the scalability of use days versus the size of the property? Because that addresses the small, I mean, that addresses that addresses 40s. I know several 40s that have 2,000 animal use days. Not that they're currently eligible, but by the animal use day, they are.
Yeah.
Versus
I didn't say
10,000.
to alleviate. I
Yeah.
said the number one criteria.
Well, and I agree
So,
with you, but if
we
you were to
if we
scale
let-
animal use days,
You know, I guess increasing the acreage definitely has an effect on people wanting to subdivide. No question about that. But to me, the people that have complied with the 2,000 animal use days, whether it's 160 acres or 400 acres or whatever, that's where the grandfathering comes in. And I think we have to give some kind of consideration to the landowners that fall into that category. And as long as that ranch stays in that family, in my mind, should be passed down. If it's sold off, it's a new ballgame. It's back up again. But as long as that ranch stays in that family, I think that ranch passed down to, generations, same family, should stay the same.
So no Patton and Jamie's.
Go ahead.
Well, just if we're worried about fracturing of landscape, and I guess this is a question for the director. Say, for instance, you've got a property that was in a family, and if it was allowed, 2 landowner licenses for that X amount of property, then that property is subdivided 5 or 10 ways, and each of those people then qualify for 2 licenses. Why does the 2 licenses that once existed when the property was 1 unit, why would that not stay in play as opposed to this fraction?
Yeah, so the current way that the regulation is in statute is that as long as you meet those minimum requirements and you didn't subdivide it solely for the purpose of obtaining more landowner licenses, that you would qualify. You have a neighbor actually in the south that did that and chopped it all up, and they all got landowner licenses. So that would be, that would be something that could be considered here, but under the current regulation. So you can do that.
Josh said this, but I never thought about this before. By leaving it at 160, we're encouraging the mischief that troubles all of us. You know, and it's breaking big working ranches that are part of Wyoming, that are the heart of Wyoming, into little pieces. So guys, you know, they aren't a millionaire, I suppose, can buy 160 acres in Johnson County or in Converse County and get an Area 7 LTAC. You know, if the larger we make that size, and I'm for grandfathering people in if they are currently getting one for their 160 acres. The larger we make that, the less we encourage what I think is just BS. It's you know, carving your ranch into 20 LLCs of 160 acres piece so you can sell it off, and some guy from New York can fly in here and have 2 elk licenses in Area 7, or what Pathfinder Ranch is doing. I mean, I love the guy that runs Pathfinder Ranch. I think they're a partner, but you know, they broke that into a number of limited partnerships. And so if you own 1 share, which they give their employees, you get to qualify in this internal lottery they have to draw Area 24 LTACs on Green Mountain, where there's a very small likelihood of drawing. And so they're pulling whatever it is, picking them 50 LTACs out of the 175 each. So the larger we make the parcel, I just want people to keep that in mind. I don't know what the number is. I think we need to increase it to stop all these pieces of land being carved up. And we can address what Brian said, and we have in some proposed regulation changes about, you know, how you know, where you have ownership in corporate. So those are the things I think we need to think about. And then one more idea, and I'll shut up for the rest of it.
Oh, bullshit.
Let's think about throwing one issue out of this. You know, we've talked a lot, and I think we can waste a lot of lather shaving a body part here that doesn't need to be wasted. You know, does it really matter if the guy hunts on his own land or not? That's a symptom that we're addressing that goes back to the size of the parcel, the animal use days, you know, corporate ownership. I mean, that troubles people that you get a license here and you go hunt on the public domain. That landowner owns part of that public domain, just like you and I do, whether we have a landowner license or not. So I would suggest we throw that aside and quit haggling over that and focus on the real issues which are below that.
Okay, thanks for that, Pat.
I see you already broken.
All right, we're gonna go to Albert and then Elisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I missed this and you might have brought it up because it's sometimes hard to hear. Did the subcommittee evaluate whether there should be a separate draw for landowner tags? No, and no more than X percentage of, you know, of any one unit can be a landowner tag. I think the problem is these really hard to draw units and whether landowner tags should compose 70 or 80% of those. And so I was wondering if the subcommittee had looked at that and had thought about any numbers with regard to that. And the other just comment, this has moved so, I remember when landowner tags came into place, and this has moved so far away from the original intent of a landowner tag, it's not even funny. Where you're now subdividing LLCs so you can hunt in limited quota areas. Really? That was never the intent of this. And so, you know, what's the issue we're trying to solve? Is if it's these really hard to draw landowner tags, then I was just curious if that had been addressed by the subcommittee with some recommendations.
So yeah, thanks for that, Albert. I'll address that and then we'll go to Lisa. Yes, so we did talk quite extensively about that. And we talked about having that number at 10% just to start the conversation, knowing that problem is going to continue if we do nothing about this issue at all. that's gonna continue to be a problem, and it's gonna continue to be more and more and more of a problem as demand goes up, parcels get bought, and the numbers go down. Those percentages are gonna go up of landowner licenses that go to the limited quota, that take away from that limited quota. So that first question was, yes, we started it at 10%. The second question on the intent of what was, go back to the original intent of what landowner licenses were, and there was a lot of very hard conversation we had, and we've heard some very passionate conversation from the public, and it does sound like a lot of the public conversation, or at least public comment, was, I want my little slice of heaven, but I also want my tags with it, or it's not my slice of heaven. And I'm sympathetic to that for a little bit, but if you're buying that slice of heaven because you get those licenses, that's not the intent of this. That is not the intent of landowner tags. That was not. And if people would have known that this was going to happen a long time ago, that in some areas it hasn't happened often, but every single license in the limited quota area going to landowner permits, 20% of elk licenses going to landowner permits. I don't think that if people would have known that when they were putting this into place way back, they would have ever let that happen. And so it was talked about, and it's a hard conversation to have, because it's not going to be popular to the folks that have landowner tags. And that's just, but we had the conversation, and I don't know if anybody else on the committee wants to continue that conversation, but it was talked about a lot. Okay, Elisa, and then I'll go to Blaine.
That was, I think, my question. If you put a cap, just 10-15%, then dividing it up and giving 52,000 more licenses doesn't have to be capped, right? They have a percentage of the total number. So I didn't know if that solved that problem. And then if the subdividing the land is more of a habitat management concern, setting that higher number to protect the habitat rather than, because I think that the percentage cap.
So yes and no. So definitely on your first part of that, setting that cap helps going forward. And it also helps if we ever do end up with limited quota deer. If we ever end up with all limited quota deer, and people start asking for those licenses for deer. If you don't set that cap, we're going to have deer areas that don't have any tags that go to the that don't go to the draw. And so I think nipping that in the bud at this point, I think is a big deal. On the other point, the chopping up of parcels that was talked about, I think it's in here that we, leaving those, not incentivizing the chopping up of crucial habitat. That was talked about a lot. So, okay, so we got Lisa, then Dwayne, then Senator Hicks, then Lee. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. I just was curious, Senator Hicks's point, I guess, is that if you already had, say, 400 acres and then we change it to 800 or whatever we change it to, it seems sort of unfair that those people weren't already, they didn't go out and get their landowner license. And in point, people could have called and maybe the game and fish didn't come out and check with them. Or maybe, should they be punished? Should they be grandfathered also, I guess is my question. As long as they just, didn't change the land, like say, his pal had 400 acres, could they be grandfathered to be able to get a license?
Yeah, I think so. Try to answer all these questions as they come. We talked about all of these things, and the answer was we didn't have a definite to every single thing that could potentially come up. I think what we talked about was, you try to see both sides of everything. We're trying to make everybody happy. People that have those day uses and are at 160, you grandfather them in. You make a change going forward so that there's just a different bar going forward. you make everybody, I think there's some very, very no brainers here. The one that Dwayne brought up was the fact that, hey, every other year you got to qualify. I mean, you have to qualify. What we didn't talk about was what happens if you're one of those smaller acreages, you're one of those bigger ones, whatever, and you qualify, and then all of a sudden there's a drop in population, or there's some kind of reason you don't qualify 2 years later. But then in 2 more years, you do qualify. Now, if you're under that certain acreage, we never really, I mean, we didn't, there's a lot of what if situations and we didn't cover them all. And so that's, don't know. So good question, Dwayne.
But I think the starting point needs to be reevaluating all the landowner license recipients.
I think we can put that down as a for sure. And I think that going to the game and to the department, I think that without voting on it, I mean, if nobody raised their hand on that, I'm not
And
guilting anybody, but I think it's a no brainer.
The landowner has got to take the responsibility of proving the usage. And I've been talking with a landowner that has about 240 acres. That when he asked for landowner licenses, the game warden came out, initially said, I don't think you got 2,000 LKs. And he put out like 6 trail cams and was able with a lot of work to prove to the game warden that he did in fact have 2,000 LKs on that 240 acres. So that's what needs to happen in my mind.
I think that's pretty easy for us to make that recommendation to the department. I think that there's probably a little bit of a time commitment in that, but you know, the director can talk about that. I think that's doable.
Yeah, and we are doing.
One other point I'd like to make is we gotta be careful, I think, what we do with landowner licenses, because we're gonna put the game and fish department people that have to work with landowners in a pretty bad situation, maybe, by not taking into consideration certain things. And I don't think we want to destroy that relationship between landowners and department personnel. I think we need to be real careful.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, there on changes of ownership, there is a good thorough evaluation that goes on now. And there are those major changes, our folks are going out reevaluating where, a lot of those places that have been getting them for decades, though, that evaluation is not going on. How many of those would change if we went out and did a new evaluation? I don't know.
So a couple of points as I'm sitting here listening to the discussion. Part of it was Albert's, what the original intent was. And then part of it's this discussion on subdivision. So I think there's a little bit of confusion here. What we're talking about in most instances is subdivision of land for the purposes of acquiring a landowner permit. It's not to build houses out there. So in a scenario like that, habitat doesn't change, just the ownership changes. So that's just one clarification when we talk about subdivision for the purposes of the landowner permits. Now, they may go out and build a cabin, but they're not building subdivisions. So I think, again, it comes back to, we need to evaluate those. But here's my concern with this whole discussion, back to acreage. If you think that this is going to change, what you change it to acreage, it's not. So what's going to happen is you just move the guy that can afford 320 acres to the guy that can afford 1,200 acres. And it's going to continue because it's going on right now. And so it becomes an equity issue in my mind. Strictly, what's fair? So is it fair for the guy that owns 640 acres that has the animal use days, and now we say you're not eligible because you bought that 640 or that 160 that has the hypothetical 2,000. The only thing you've done is priced him out of the game, but you said the rest of you guys get to continue to play in this game. So there's a real question of equity. Are you going to let the guy that can afford the 320 to be able to play? But no, because we've set it at 320. You can't afford 300. You can afford 320 acres with 2,000 animal use days. You're just saying now only the millionaires can play for the landlord. And I think there's a real question of equity Because that's going on right now. I can get on right now and look at real estate. In fact, I looked at a place up in Crook's Scrap, advertised 2 elk tags, 2 deer tags, $3 million. Do you think that ranch sold within a couple of weeks, that parcel? And it sold because of the land on the tags.
How you like feeling?
We don't have proof of that.
Well, my point is, we need to look at all the potential regulatory mechanisms out there. Instead of fixating on land size is the only way with the idea that it's going to stop this back to the original intent. We need to reevaluate what the original intent of landowner is. Is that still what we're trying to accomplish, or is it something different now? And what are all those regulatory mechanisms? And then after you go through that analysis, what's fair? Is it fair that you can only afford $300,000 for a piece of property? You don't get to play, but if you can afford $1 million, you can play in this landowner tag game. So I think this is such a big discussion that we need to kind of go back a little bit and say, what is our objective with landowner tags? Back to Albert's thing. What is the objective? What is the purpose? Does it provide just for the families to hunt, or is it to provide economic incentive for the landowners to have more wildlife? What's the purpose of these? Because right now, I think we're chasing our tail, and we're going to continue to chase our tail until we answer some of these basic fundamental questions. What are we trying to accomplish?
Well, I think you're right on that, Senator Hicks, and but I will say that just by your comments right there, this is not going to change, no matter whether we change the acreage to 320 or 640 or 2,000. People are still going to continue to buy property in Wyoming, and they're going to continue to get more landowner tags. I think that's one of the reasons why it's very, very important that we go back to one of these, which is capping that percentage of landowner tags of the total quota. If we don't do that, that is going to continue to get worse and worse, and somebody will do it in the future. But and so I know I had, go ahead.
Well, just real quick, Mr. Chairman, you hit it right, is by capping the number of tags, percentage of tags, you're gonna get rid of, you're not gonna have to worry about acreage. You know, I still personally think we should change the acreage and grandfather in. You know, there's folks out there that, granted, whether you were supposed to buy it for landowner tags or not, they did. There's folks that bought it and discovered they had landowner tags, great. But they're playing by the rules that were in place. Good, bad, or indifferent, those are the rules in place. You grandfather them in, you set a percentage. We don't know, you know, I know we threw 10% out there, but is that the magic number? We don't know. But by setting that percentage, when a person's going to evaluate whether it's worth buying that chunk of ground on the maybe that I'll be able to draw my landowner tag. And it's going to vary from area to area. Just the drawing odds are going to be different area to area, depending on how many landowners are involved. And by me buying that piece, am I going to stand a good chance or not? So I think if we go down the road of capping the percentage, you're going to solve a lot of these problems. And it goes back to, you hear it, what was the intent? It's really hard to dive all the way back and read between the lines of what folks were thinking. But I think we've got some fairly smart people in this room that can look at what the intent was. I said some fairly. I wasn't throwing myself in that group.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, but it you know, you can kind of figure out what they were wanting to accomplish. They weren't wanting to accomplish what has occurred. I don't believe.
Jamie.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess my question to the director again is, let's say we do away with landowner licenses, because most people in production agriculture, they don't want to be in the outfitting business. They're just trying to get compensated for forage losses, which is why they became outfitters, you know. So that's why the landowner license was created, at least in my view, was to compensate for those, you know, what the landowner was providing. So now we've created this whole other monster. So what if we just did away with the landowner licenses and honestly, and you were compensated for your grass loss or your forage loss, or I mean your crop damages? What would that look like?
First of all. Madam Chair. We will have a new game director.
That one we did.
I will tell you that I hear exactly what you're saying, and there are another group of landowners that really, they're production agriculture folks, and they love these licenses and they value them and they want to use them, and they do every year. I think it's going back to the original intent. The commission actually wrote it. They said it was to provide landowners an opportunity to hunt wildlife on their own property for providing, in exchange for providing habitat for wildlife. And it was a lot of the discussion and a lot of the focus was on production agriculture folks that were providing those habitat for wildlife. There wasn't a lot of there wasn't smaller broken up portions of land then that were qualifying for landowner licenses. And I think, again, this goes back to some of the original discussions we had. Kind of almost goes to the equity thing that Senator Hicks is talking about. You know, if you have 160 acres and you qualify for 2 Area 7 elk licenses, and you go next door and that landowner who provides a lot of habitat for wildlife has 100,000 acres and gets 2 landowner licenses, that's not equitable either. I know that people on the subcommittee were not necessarily in favor of any kind of graduated increase in landowner licenses for larger ranches, but I think that's the reason that we had the discussion, was to try to make it more equitable for, again, if you look at, regardless of their purpose, regardless of how they're using, how they choose to exercise their property right, if they're providing habitat for wildlife, this is one way to provide them some benefit. And you're right, many of them, they don't hunt, they don't want to, they would rather be able to sell it and be able to generate revenue from selling it rather than using it. And I get that.
Well, and I think it goes to the bigger discussion that we're having right now in a drought year where, you know, if you're in production ag and you're running cows or sheep, then in a drought, you're reducing your numbers. We can't reduce those wildlife numbers. They're competing drastically for forage. And so that's the really big issue right now, the big elephant in the room, at least for large production ag, you know, and grassland in eastern Wyoming specifically.
Yes, and then I didn't address the other part of your question, you know, this idea of compensating landowners directly for forage use. That's a beast. That's a significant amount of capital.
Right.
And the other thing that I worry about with that is the large landowner who chooses not to, who doesn't make a living off of agriculture, but does have some agriculture, but chooses not to allow any kind of access or any kind of way to help manage the population. If you get compensated for providing forage for wildlife, that person, that landowner qualifies just like the person in production agriculture. So you're paying somebody who's not helping manage the population. That concerns me.
Yeah.
So we have Pete and then Pat and then, okay, Pete, go ahead.
I just wanted to echo a lot of what Larry and Albert said. I think we need to get back why we started this discussion in the first place. It was primarily because with abuses of subdividing, whether through corporate or the examples that Cy was talking about. And also, I think we're trying to bite off more than we can chew. It's a large problem, but there are a few things that we should do that are I think are simpler to try to address it and see how it works. And maybe you might have to look at it in the future. Let's see what Pat's legal definitions, how that takes care of some of that problem. I think capping the landowner licenses per an area to 10% or something, and that would have a big effect on it, as well as periodic review. I think those things would go toward the actual reason why we started this conversation in the first place. Trying to talk about land acre size. I mean, I originally was all for raising the acreage, but listening to all the other different people, and let's face it, some of these acreages would be subdivided if it wasn't for these elk licenses and providing that habitat. So I think just maybe we need to simplify our approach and try to butt up what we can at this point and see how that works. And possibly in the future, if we need to come back, we come back.
Oh, sorry, Pat.
I'm not talking anymore.
Oh, okay. Just let us know that, all right. Dwayne.
I'll take his time.
He'll yield.
I think we need to look at how many areas where it's a major problem with the landowners getting the majority of the licenses. But I think to just come up with a cap, 10% cap for all areas. We could run into situations like I had in Idaho. When I had a piece of property there. And it was a premier elk area. In 16, 17 years, they had a cap on licenses and was withdrawing. In 17 years, I drew one elk tag, which I gave to my caretaker because I read it when I'm hunting here. So I never did get a chance to use it. But
So Dwayne,
if you get a landowner license, you know, if we cap it too low, and you get a landowner license once every 4 or 5 or 6 years, you know,
that's my question though. I don't know how what would be.
I don't know either.
So
I think we gotta look at all the data and especially on the areas where
I'm just gonna use
landowners are taking most of it.
I'll just use I think area 7 for an example, because I think there's lots of people in here familiar with it.
Yeah.
We're pushing 20%, and so if there was no other property sold, which we know that's not going to be the case.
It might be now.
Well, you never know. I mean, it's potential, but if that was put out there, I think if you were going to get those tags every other year, and there was a system put in place that you were going to get those every other year, because if it was, for example, 10%, and they're going to, the ones that didn't get it this year are going to get it next year and vice versa. But I think one of the things we have to watch is that if we don't cap that at some point, at some level, then we're not making this better for the future. And we're concentrated so much on elk that, you know, I think some of the biggest problems was antelope areas. So anyway.
But I think that's where we need to see what the reevaluation of landowner licenses are.
I think
we need to see how many licenses we're gonna alleviate.
It may actually already be in our materials to look at, was we did see the landowner licenses. Okay, and so we can go back and look at that, and there would be very few.
No, I'm talking about whether existing recipients of landowner licenses qualify with the 2000 units.
Oh, I see.
And they are alleviated from the.
Okay.
I mean, it could be significant, it might not be, but it could be significant.
Dwayne, I haven't done, we haven't gone through, done that exercise. I will just tell you that I don't think it's significant. I think there are a few, but I do not think it's significant. I mean, if our folks saw something that was really not a good, not meeting the criteria, they would deal with it.
So our January 25th meeting, we did get all resident and non-resident landowner license numbers for deer, elk, and antelope. They're just at the 10% threshold and above. There's 45 antelope areas that exceed that 10% threshold. So more than 10% of the licenses, resident or non-resident, go to existing landowners. I haven't sat here and figured out the elk numbers, the deer numbers. I was just counting, but we have that information. It already shows. There's a couple places in here where non-resident landowners in area 7 is 32%. Resident landowners in area 7 is 19. It's been as high as 26 in the past and as low as 12 in the past. There's one that's 48% goes to landowners. So we have the numbers. It's just establishing what that limit that is appropriate. It still rewards habitat availability for the state's critters and provides opportunity for those folks who provide the habitat, but also doesn't leave the other 72,000 folks out there who are waiting for their once in a lifetime turn at a area 7 elk tag or a
So one of the things, Brian, I know it would be good to take that data set that you've already provided. And I know when I go in there and get onto the website, it shows what the percentage public land is for each one of those units. And so I think that becomes very important, again, back to the equity side, and it gets to your issue. So if 50% of the antelope permits over in Campbell County are going to landowners, it's a 95% private landowner unit. Probably no reason to cap that.
I don't,
Then you get up in in Park County up there and you deal with area 58 elk and stuff. There's more eligible landowners than there is permits. And yet it's a 50 to 60% public land unit. So I'm just wondering if we could take all of that data that shows those landowners and then also put in there what percentage by hunt unit is public land, because I think that starts to lead you versus having a hard and fast statewide number as to what to cap those land. It makes no sense to do 10% for antelope in Converse or even over in Niobrara County. It makes no sense. But it may make perfect sense for a unit 58 elk tag in Park County up in Lee's neck of the woods. And so I think you have to look at that public land component in there to see what's available to the public versus what's not when it comes to setting those numbers.
well, and I think,
I agree with that.
yeah, and I think that's fair. I think it's fair to look at that. I think Campbell County, you'd find very, very few landowners that would ever get an antelope tag because they get it's 100% draw if you send in. But what happens if deer numbers continue to drop for the next 20 years and we have limited quota deer licenses and, we have a chance to make this equitable for a lot longer than us, and you know what I mean? And so potentially in the future, who knows? And so I don't know if Campbell County is a very good example, at least on antelope, because I don't think anybody's going to get one, but I get what you're saying. And I think it's good to look at that.
And maybe if we use herd unit numbers to determine the percentage, how much private land in a herd unit.
Yeah, but I think the department, my recollection, they have that unit by unit. When you get into apply, it'll say 56% public land.
I got a big thumbs up from Jennifer. She can produce that.
Because I think that'll help when we start mining the data that Adam will help us lead to a more informed discussion on the caps. I think that's a reasonable direction that we need to look at. I think the caps will actually do more to reduce potential issues with landowners and selling parcels off for those. If you're only going to draw once every 3 years, it devaluates that land from being able to hunt every year from somebody that's just doing it for the purpose of the hunting license. So anyway, just a thought, look at that.
Joe and then Albert.
So I would like to see those data. I guess my gut reaction is the department knows how to set allocation numbers by different areas. And if the department could do that by area and could weigh those criteria, public versus private, I mean, I would be okay with that. I do push back a little bit on two things. First thing, it seems a little bit disingenuous to say landowner permits should be unit wide. But then on the flip side, if all the units private, then we should not have to cap those land. That seems a little disingenuous. So we need to kind of pick a horse and ride it. The other thing too that I keep thinking about is this idea of incentivizing landowners to encourage public access to hunt or even access to hunt on their property. And if we just say that if the unit's predominantly private, we should have larger, buckets of landowner permits, does that actually disincentivize a landowner in letting other people, paid or free, resident or non-resident, I don't know, to actually come on their property? So I would just encourage us to think a little bit more broadly as we think about these caps. And if we're just going to use that threshold of is the unit make up a private property versus public, and if it's private, we get more to landowners. But let's really think that we have some good rationale. And so I just push back a little bit thinking about those things. But ultimately, I would trust the department to weigh a series of criteria that could establish objective landowner numbers that still encourage and provide opportunity for non-landowners to hunt those units.
Albert.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I like where the discussion's going because I do think the cap is the solution. And then on the other side, on the landowners that are, the big landowners that are really providing, habitat for wildlife, we have a damage statute, and under the damage statute, you have to allow access if you want damage. The problem with the damage statute is it's so onerous, nobody can use it for extraordinary grass. And I think that needs to be worked on, and you'll probably end up getting more access if people feel like they're actually going to get compensated for the damages they have. Because it's already in our damage statute, you have to allow hunter access if you take that. And so I think it's a two-pronged thing, for ranchers that are doing good things for wildlife. You don't want to overdo it, right? You don't want to make it where it's impacting their business to a large degree if they're not able to get just compensation for it. And then I think this landowner tag issue takes care of itself if you cap that number. And I agree with, I think it was Joe, it's kind of hard to tell who's talking, but I think Joe, somebody said, maybe it was Rusty, that the department sets allocations. And I think the department should be given some latitude in what they do in any individual area based upon just individual unit conditions and populations and those sorts of things. So I don't think it has to be necessarily a one size fits all program.
Go ahead.
I would just add, I guess, a couple things on the questions. With a cap, without increasing the number of licenses, do you just like, if you went 10%, does it 10% of all the applications gets it for year one, and then the other 10% gets it for year two? Or do you base that on size? Because maybe the 100,000 acre ranch gets two, the 160 acre ranch, maybe they only get one. I mean, I think it's unfair to cap it and then have the 160 acre get 2 licenses every 2 years, and the 100,000 acre ranch gets 2 every other year. I'm not sure that, to me, that doesn't seem like it's real equitable either. If you take a hit, if everybody takes a hit, do you base it, and I'm not saying you should or shouldn't, just I guess a question, do you base it on the size of or the amount of habitat they provide, or do you just automatically say every other year, if it's 20% get licenses every other year, one half gets the licenses 1 year and the next, because you're still going to end up, even with the half, with the 10% for year one, somebody's going to get cut. Some more than others. So I don't know, do you base that then on size of the ranch, or do you just say the 160s are the same as the 100,000?
Well, some of the other states already do on that instances where they have a cap on landowner permits, is they are on a strict reference point or rotational system. In other words, if there's 100 permits or 100 eligible landowners, and there's only 50 permits, 50% draw, you get one automatic point, that 50% draw next year. So in the scenario, there's 100 eligible and there's only 25 permits. You're guaranteed you're going to draw every 4 years, and so it rotates through there, but you have to apply for it, and you just like a normal. But that's how some of the states handle that. When there's more landowner demand than there is landowner licenses, it's on a strict preference system. And so you can look at those, because I purchased some of these landowner permits in Colorado, and I know exactly when this landowner, because the number of landowners, he's going to get an antelope tag every 3 years, and every 3 years I'll go buy his antelope tag. But that's the way Colorado does it on those cases where there's more eligible landowners than there is permits. But there's certainty in the system that based on every year how many applicants, how many tags are available, whether it's going to be every other year, every third year, every fourth year. And so anyway, that's how some of the other states do it.
It wouldn't answer your question on large landowners versus small landowners, because the system is made for day use, 2,000 day use. And so we've already said that number is that number. And if you have that number, you get 2 tags. So, to say I have 100,000 acres, so I should get 10 times or 100 times more than 160, that many more tags. It's just not going to be equitable no matter what. That's, if they've qualified for those tags, they've qualified for the tags. That's, they get into the drawing just like everybody else, is my understanding. So, yeah.
Mr. Chair, that brings me back to the scalability of the animal use days, because if habitat is the driver behind this, whether for production agriculture, whether for wildlife, but if habitat is the driving qualifier, again, the 2,000 animal use days on 160 is a whole heck of a lot harder in theory to grab than the 2,000 animal use days on 10,000. So does that scalability actually help this qualifying? I mean, I'm looking at the 2018 data from the last meeting or the January meeting, based on landowner license applicants for deeded acre distribution, and the top 3 are 1,200 and below. I mean, by almost double and sometimes quintuple compared to other applicants. The 4th place one is over 10,000. So there's a whole qualification in between there. That if we start scaling the animal use days based on the size of the property, that in and of itself, I mean, because you've got 10,000 acres, 2,000 animal use days, doesn't seem like much when the neighbor who's got 160 proves 2,000 animal use days. His or her property is exponentially more productive. If all you can do on your 10,000 is
Mr. Chairman,
2,000.
I mean, Adam might beg to differ, because if you've got 160 acres, you're probably not using that really for production ag. I mean, as opposed to the guys that got 10,000, he's running cattle or sheep.
Lee, how much do you hay?
Well, I mean, we're talking forage versus grass. I mean, you're talking cropland versus grassland, I guess. I'm in my mind, I'm thinking grassland. So if we're talking about a mountain property of 160 acres versus 10,000 acres versus cropland of 160 acres, that's an entirely different animal.
So are we gonna, do we need to qualify production ag as primary source of income and tell those folks that are starting a cattle business, sorry? I mean, I know we're probably speaking of the same landowner. Purchase a small acreage to start a cow calf operation, running 20 cow calf pairs. Is it a primary income source? Nope. But he's starting it, and his land's also hosting 2,000 animal use days. It's a supplementary income to him. It is production ag. He's producing, albeit small and incremental. It's not his primary source of income at this point in time, but he is sharing the same resource, albeit on a much smaller portion or a much smaller parcel than someone with 5, 6, 7 times, 3 times the size of his. So just a consideration.
So I think we're, I mean, not to try to speed things up, but we can talk about this for another 3 or 4 days. And so what I really want to do is, everybody has this list now. I apologize for not getting that out to you. I really would like to get public comment on this, and I think it's interesting because I think public comment's going to change depending on, if we put a cap at 10%, or if we recommend a cap at 10%. Certainly the folks that have that grandfather in at 160, they're going to say, well, yeah, we want it to grandfather in at 160, but we want now the cap to be, the 100,000 acres should be less people getting that. So, I mean, everybody's issue is their issue, and it's the most important issue to them. So I expect that to be, some of the comment, but I think we have to pick some of these and say, these are the ones that make the most sense. And I'm just going to throw these out there. And I think all these probably make sense we could talk about them all a bunch, but I think very first and foremost is the fact that to have the compliance with the minimum day use on a more regular basis. I think does anybody disagree with that? I mean, I think that's something that we have that, have the department give them direction, put that out for comment, to give the department direction to do that on a regular basis. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think having that language that Pat worked through early in the process about that percentage and some of those loopholes that right now are out there, that we tighten that language up and we put that out there for public comment. I think that's, is anybody opposed to that? Okay. And then I think the next one, I think putting it out there for a percentage, if we don't put a percentage out there, then nobody's gonna know what to comment on. But if we just leave it at 10%, let people, not only let people comment on that, but let the department do some work on that over the next month to say, okay, this makes the most sense in these areas, and here's your percentage of land ownership and all of that kind of stuff. And get that back to us in a month. And we can not only take public comment on that, but also see the department's investigation of that. What other ones on here would you, I mean, we can put all of this out there for public comment if you guys want.
So I think that would be the best thing to do at this point in time. And the ones that strike a nerve will obviously come back as something that you look at. The other thing, Rusty, I think that the subcommittee needs to continue to work on this too, based on what we've discussed here today. And maybe marry those, if there's additional resolution or details. So I would suggest that subcommittee meet again before the next meeting and work on. I just don't want to try one shot and give up on it. I think there's some things that we can continue to drill down on.
Okay, I agree with that. So. Is that any objections to any of that? Putting, we can put all of this out there.
Can we add the scalability of land or of animal use days to that?
Yeah, I think
comment
it's
section?
kind of, let's make sure it's
Not the
clear.
scalability of land owner tags, but the scalability of animal use days based on property size.
Anything, yeah. Go ahead.
Just a quick clarification. So when we started our work, we discussed and I think agreed that for action to the task force, we would try to have a formal motion, a specific action, take that out for public comment, then actual results, finalize that. So with this, we're taking general public comment coming back, and the expectation would be is that we'll create a formal action at the next meeting, then go out one more time for public comment, come back and then finalize.
Joe, I think that's the best thing on this. It's very complex and there's a whole, I mean, we'd spend the next 2 hours making motions on these things because there's a lot of stuff here. And so I think that's the best. Yeah, I don't either. I think we put this stuff out for comment. Come back and take the best out of that, clean it up, put it back out for public comment.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I support that, just to communicate to folks when we might consider taking action on it, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I think probably taking action on it, 2 months.
So May.
Yeah, May meeting.
And it's not all of them, it's just the ones that.
Well, I think the ones that the ones that we can clean up next in a month.
I know for Area 7, the landowners that I've come in contact with and all the information and the comments I've gotten, they're not one positive for increasing the acreage. So I mean, if people keep pounding that, when that's really kind of not what we're discussing now, I think we want to make sure the public knows we're not still dealing with that notion more than we're taking a look at focusing on these other.
I would say that their mind might change if they thought there was going to be a cap on the percentage of licenses, and they would grandfather in.
And grandfather, that's one thing.
And the grandfather would solve a lot of it.
I don't know whether that's right or
And
wrong.
Mr.
I'm just
Chairman,
saying, depending on how it
Do we want
works.
to, I mean, I know you're wanting to throw this out there, but I think that there might be a little bit of cleanup. Do we want to agree or not agree to grandfather in? And if we do that, that is going to change the tone of the public comment. So we're not wasting time having folks comment on something that we're not even going to consider.
Well, it's in
Or
here, it's in
something
here
we
to
are gonna-
consider. It's in here, the grandfathering's in here to consider, and then if you grandfather, Obviously, if you grandfather, then you're changing that acreage. If you're not grandfathering, then you're not changing the acreage,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, if you change the acres, you got a grandfather.
Yeah, I think,
As
I
part of
think they
the-
do kind of
You
go
don't have
together.
to, it's part of the consideration.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes.
It is a lot, it is a lot for people to digest and make comment on, but I don't know how else to do it. Unless somebody has a recommendation.
I think that would probably reduce some of the, the comments if these were grandfathered in, the ones that are existing, the grandfather in, we're still going to reevaluate or evaluate and all of that. I think it's fine to put that down as comments, but just the general idea that we're going to, because that's what we hear. I mean, whether they're just not informed or not, what we hear is that we're gonna do this and raise it to 1,000 acres or 300, whatever it may be, and that's not what we want to get comment on. We want to get comment, and I think if we all agree that, maybe grandfathering, regardless of what else we do, is on the table or should be discussed, then I think maybe our comments will change a little bit.
Well, would I be wrong to say that if we're going to change the acreage, the direction would be to grandfather the ones?
That's what I'm, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That would be part of the proposal.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
I would agree.
So,
We
but
can
I just-
probably modify this to say that,
So,
so.
Mr. Chairman, when this comes up, I just tell them it's that commissioner, from down there at Commerce County that wants to keep raising it. Call
No, it's Campbell. Campbell's the one who
Call
brought it
Tony,
up.
here's his number.
I just defer him to Rusty.
And I think it's important, the caveat in there that if there was a land ownership change to follow.
It
the
goes
grandfather-
with,
it goes
because we're grandfather.
So let's talk about that,
Definition
because
of-
we may want to define the grandfather. I'm just saying, does that mean that the land continues to stay eligible? Grandfathered in, or does that mean the current
The owner.
owner of the land?
Current recipient or landowner applicant.
So what happens to multi-generational transfer?
Good question.
That's an issue.
We'll probably hear
So
comment on it.
I've got 600 acres and currently get it, and when I will that to my kids, why would they be denied the opportunity? So that's that multi-generational transfer. So that's when we talk about grandfather, we need to define, is that just for this generation?
Everyone will have to provide their 23.
Yeah, that's a good question. Albert, you have your hand up, so go ahead.
Genealogy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the question I had on this grandfathering, was it only related to the acreage? Or was it assuming that if you were grandfathered, you would not be put into the cap? In other words, you would still be able to get whatever you're getting now, regardless of whether we have a cap. That's the one question I have. And I'll tell you on this grandfather deal, I think it's a mistake. The reason I think it's a mistake is then you're assuming that pair of licenses is a right. And it is not a right. It is a privilege in the state of Wyoming. It is not a right. And so I think we can argue over the acreage. We can leave the acreage alone based on the fact that, if we feel these people, have a valid case. But if we start grandfathering this, it's assuming that those licenses are a right. And then we need to make that clear in statute. Every piece of property, blah, 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 has a right to 2 licenses. I just think it's a mistake to go down that path.
Appreciate that. I think that the way I understand the conversation is that your first question, I had it all in my mind, and then I started thinking about your last part.
There's no relation between the cap and
Yeah, there's nothing, if you're the cap, you're just eligible for that. You don't get those tags and then the cap separate, it'd be included in that. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's take a little break and come back and start the next easy topic.
right.
Good session.
All right, one of the best things about these meetings is the instant feedback we get. Appreciate it.
Can we take a break for a bathroom break, please?
Okay, where are we at? About what?
Mass in school.
Like, right. Oh, pretty soon. I mean, yeah. The only thing I wanted, I don't know how long this Jennifer going over this was going to take. Because I figured she's going to go over this, which is something about, I think. All right. Okay, so we're gonna just start, because it's 4 o'clock. We're gonna start with public comment. And so we're gonna go to everybody in the room first, and then we're gonna go to the folks online last. And so I know we have a lot of people that want to speak, and I've seen some of the pages and they look lengthy. And I appreciate that, but let's try to, if you want to make public comment, just raise your hand so I can just get a feel for how many. So we have about 10 in here and a couple online. You know, really try to keep your comments to around 3 or 4 minutes would be great if you can. And then these are, you know, we want your comments on what we just talked about, if that's the best. I mean, if you can keep it to that. Does that sound fair? Well, meaning all the stuff we just talked about, which is quite a bit. Landowner and yeah, landowner licenses, and we also talked about mule deer, whitetail, that kind of stuff. I think those are all fair game. Good. Okay. Let's
touch on the comments also are just addressed to the task force. If there's some other comments that another member of the public has, that's not what you're here to comment on. They're here to just be commented on what we've talked about and to us. So if we could just respect that instead of getting on a tangent of maybe what someone else said, I don't think that serves any of us well.
Okay, thanks for that, Josh. So let's start on this side of the room. And okay, never mind. I'll call names. If you didn't fill out one of these, then if you could fill one out quick, that'd be great. Bruce Lawson is first.
Need a microphone?
Yeah, we do need you to speak into the microphone. It'll help for people. And then we actually have somebody over here with a timer that'll give you, let you know how long you're going. We're bringing it. We're bringing it.
Mr. Chairman, I also noticed if they'll keep that mic up a little bit closer to your mouth, it's not breaking up.
Okay. So keep it close, but don't swallow it. Thanks, Bruce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, Director Nesvik. My name is Bruce Lawson. I'm 65 years old and I'm a Casper, Wyoming native. And I've hunted and fished exclusively pretty much big game most of my life in Wyoming. I wanted to talk about landowner licenses, and my recommendation, which is going to be pretty controversial, but so be it, is to just eliminate them totally. I think it's a situation where it really doesn't compensate a landowner, especially if you're a landowner making your living off the land as an agricultural operator. I think it's been extremely abused by a certain number of privileged people that have been able to purchase land just for the elk license that they might get, or
or whatever, but really, how does it compensate a agricultural landowner? In the 1970s, I worked for the Sullivan family, who owned the Shamrock and Q Ranch in Shirley Basin in the Shirley Mountains. That was 300,000 acre ranch. They probably owned 100,000 acres, but none of them hunted. Martin Lee Sullivan, who I worked for, told me he wouldn't walk across the street to shoot an elk. So other than the cost of a landowner license or an elk license, which is what, $65, and maybe putting that meat in your freezer, how does it compensate a true agricultural operator? And if you think that, you know, landowners aren't compensated, you know, fortunately I grew up hunting in the 60s and 70s where you didn't have to pay trespass fees, but look at the money that landowners get now for trespass fees to harvest wildlife they don't own off their land. It's astronomical. So why are we fooling around with a few landowner licenses that really don't compensate the true agricultural producers? And again, you know, look at what a landowner collects in coupons. I think Director Nesvik told me during the break that a coupon now is what, $16 perhaps. So you look at that versus a $65 license, and anyhow, so that's my take on it, is to just eliminate the landowner license altogether. And I think a lot of landowners that require trespass fees are adequately compensated for the wildlife on their land. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. We have a question, Bruce? Okay. Fonzie, you're next.
Josh, you're probably going to regret inviting me to this meeting, but anyways, I have a few different questions in regards to mule deer and whitetail, correlation between those. One thing I didn't ask, or I guess I didn't hear with our earlier presentation, is that we've seen a pretty significant increase of whitetail numbers across the state and a decline in mule deer numbers. How much correlation do you think is, or how much do you think that contributes to the decrease in mule deer? I think it's pretty significant. I've heard some comments from other members of this board that it's, you know, certainly significant, something to take into consideration. For hunting season 2021 and 2020, I just took a look at the regulations, and I'm going from memory, so this is certainly open to interpretation, but from my memory, I recall that there was over 50 general deer areas that you could harvest either a mule deer or a whitetail in there. And then about 30, maybe a little over 30 of those areas also offered a type 3 license that was good for any whitetail. So I think that might be something to consider, that if there's whitetail in there in an area where you can hunt both mule deer and whitetail, why not make it so you can have maybe a type 3 license in all of those areas too? That might help reduce whitetail numbers to help with the mule deer. And then also I'm wondering, are landowner licenses, are they allocated proportional to the ratio of private land versus public land in a given hunt area? You know, thinking about, you know, large landowners, I happen to work for one and also outfit on that, as well as some other neighboring properties. Those are big tracts of land, but yet they only qualify for 2 landowner licenses. But I'm also wondering if that's a pretty significant amount of land in that area. So I'm wondering if that allocation is proportional. And then also with some suggestions with regional deer licenses, if you've, one of the suggestions that was made, I believe it was by Senator Hicks, that choose your area for a general license. Well, the landowner that I work for, he owns land in deer areas 8, 21, and 18. You know, he owns the land and he's feeding those deer. Why are you going to limit him to maybe being able to hunt in one of those areas? So that's just a question or comment I had.
Thanks, Farm. Any questions for Fonzie? Thank you.
Dax.
I just have a few comments, won't take too much time, but I'm always impressed with the mule deer migration initiative, all that information. And I was pleased to hear that seems like it's progressing, and they're looking into more and more of these different things that are affecting our mule deer. One thing that I've noticed the trend talking to old timers and then being around myself through the years is there is a direct relationship between the elk population and the mule deer population. Whether that's what factors plays into that, I don't know. But I'm glad to hear that they're looking at that more in depth into maybe what role the elk has and the overpopulation of elk in different areas has on our mule deer, because I know our mule deer are facing a lot of different challenges. Fire suppression and the overgrowth or the nutrition in our mahogany and some of that browse material is a big factor. But then you throw on 2,000 head elk or more on the same ridge that these mule deer, traditionally you'd only see mule deer on. That's a big factor, because those elk do browse as well, and we see it all the time. So I'm glad to see that they're looking at that. I also hope this task force kind of keeps that in mind, as far as all the other factors that are limiting our mule deers, to look at that elk, and the elk is a bigger bear. A lot of the overpopulated elk areas there's a majority of private land, and frankly, I don't think, and I've been telling our game and fish managers for years, I don't think we're gonna kill enough elk until there's an incentive for landowners to provide access or to take people out and kill elk. Because apart from going around in helicopters and hiring guns, it's just those elk they're resilient. And you guys that study the elk and the deer, you kind of know that and pointed that out. As far as the whitetail and mule deer, I think sounds like you guys are on the right track and looking at those differently and how we manage those differently. And it's always seemed a little odd to me that in our area, the ranch I work for, we claimed damages on some crops this year, the first time we've ever claimed damages on any animal, and it was whitetail. And we were kind of barking at our local managers for years why we couldn't go buy a whitetail tag over the counter in the middle of the season, especially when we had hunters that would finish early and they'd gladly go out and knock down 4 whitetail and donate them, if they if they had the opportunity. And so it's always odd to me that we go buy a general deer license over the counter, but we can't go get a whitetail license, and we had a big problem with the whitetail. We don't have that problem with the mule deer. We want to see more mule deer. So anyway, I like you guys looking at that, and hope you really take that seriously moving forward. Landowner tags, I don't have a lot of skin in the game. One thing that I did like hearing about is that you guys are talking about a grandfather system, because one thing that I worry about, and I outfit in an area that 33% of the tags, the non-resident tags off the top, go to non-resident landowners. So it makes my job a little tougher in drawing those hunters, non-resident hunters. But it is what it is. My fear is you take away that incentive and the reason, and I agree, the reason that they did buy a lot of those small chunks of land is for the landowner tags. You take that away and cut it off right off the bat. My worry is the only way they're going to get the value back for that land is to chop it up and sell it in 40-acre chunks. So that's adds another little complication to that discussion you guys had. And I was very glad to hear, Rusty, that you guys aren't rushing through that, because I think you did a good job in not trying to make a formal motion right here today, because that's something that is going to require a lot of comment, a lot of thought. And I wouldn't begrudge you if you guys don't solve that problem for several meetings down the road if you don't think you have a right solution. So that's all I had.
Peter Nicolason.
Mr. Chairman, members, Director Nesvig, Peter Nicolason. I live here in Casper. My family has a large ranch northeast of town. There are over 30,000 deeded acres, and it's elk area 122. But my wife and I own 480 acres in Area 7. And I spoke at length at the last meeting, and I'll keep it short today. But basically, as some of you will recall, we have subdivisions on both the east and the west side of our 480 acres, and on the north side of that is Forest Service land, and on the south side is state land with public access. One of the points made by a speaker just a minute ago was the issue with subdividing lands, and certainly that's an option. It's my family's last option. We don't want to go down that path, but I think that the task force should look for ways to incentivize landowners to maintain and to improve habitat. We, in response to one of the speakers and in response to some of the comments made this morning and this afternoon by the members, really, I think you should look at quality of acreage, not quantity of acreage. And so I'm opposed to a change in the minimum 160 acres. I'd put my acreage up against any acres regardless of the size. It's just, I'm lucky in that respect, but there are elk on there tearing up that land every day, except probably, this time of year. And it does impact the forage. It does impact our water resources up there, our little reservoirs and ponds. And I think that we would appreciate recognition of the fact that landowners do provide habitat. And that the last thing I think that resident sportsmen want is to see additional subdivision in some of these areas that they hunt in and around. I think that this committee's really got it right if it focuses on a reevaluation of the qualification of animal use days. I think you're going to get some additional licenses out of that. And I think that that's really what the Game and Fish Department excels at, and that is, managing the wildlife based on science. I think that you should put a reasonable burden on the landowner to establish that our lands qualify. I think that's fair, and I think that if there's a cost in doing that, I'm prepared to pay that. And I think every landowner that wants landowner tags should step right up and do that as well. With respect to the cap, we talked about a cap today. I think you have to be careful not to have that be arbitrary. One of the comments was, and I think it was from the director, that the Game and Fish Department has a way to evaluate species by species and area by area to determine what that cap might be in a particular area. I don't think you should do an across the board 10% for elk, deer, and antelope in every area. I think that it's going to be perhaps a little complicated, but I think that the department can do it. If there's a change in the acreage, there was talk about grandfathering. I think that's really troublesome. I think you're turning the Game and Fish Department into some sort of management police to watch deeds of conveyance being recorded in the county clerk's office. Some deeds aren't recorded for a long time after they're actually signed. That's one way I think that folks might try and game the system. I think that a husband and wife might own land that qualifies currently in their individual names, but I think that we heard from one of the committee members that if they want to do some estate planning and set up a limited liability company, have their kids be members of that limited liability company, I don't think you should punish that. And I don't think you should try and enforce that if there were a transfer. The other way to game the system, if we're going to focus on conveyances by deed, is to do conveyances by equity ownership. That's something that's going to be a challenge for the Game and Fish Department to monitor and manage. And by that, I mean, a party brings in a new member, a new shareholder, which is part of the problem historically. So in any event, those are my comments. Thanks a bunch.
Yeah, hey, do you mind taking a question?
Well, just when you talk about, focusing on quality versus quantity, that the quality then truly is the day's use, right? The critters that you support.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That each acre of land's different. And there are a whole bunch of factors that go into play in determining what that quality is, not just that acre, but what's around it, on and on. So yeah, when I say quality, that's what I mean. Thank you.
Jim Gagna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. We will be offering more detailed comments on the proposal from the subcommittee today, so I won't go into great depth on that right now. I think most of the things in there certainly have some merit to be further discussed and some potential to work for all of us. Just a couple of things. On the issue of scaling, we seem to be talking, or even minimum acreage. We're talking acreage all the time. I think some thought should be given to talking about use days for the wildlife. And if it's 2,000 as a minimum, perhaps question would be asked, is that high enough? Should it be higher? Or should there be a scaling of days rather than a scaling of acreages? So above some certain level, maybe with 2,000, you get one license. With 10,000, you get 2 licenses, and working up on a scale. I think what we need to keep in mind is that landowner license, first of all, it's not compensation for forage. If that were the case, we've got landowners out there who'd be entitled to hundreds of licenses because that's the amount of forage they're providing. It's an acknowledgement of the role of the private landowner in providing habitat. I think it's important that that role be acknowledged, but be acknowledged in some relationship to what they're providing. So I'm not sure that acreage is the way to accomplish that when you look at that as the purpose. I also think that the one issue that I'll focus on a little bit more now, and I'm not going to take up much of your time, but that is the cap. And I think any type of an across the board cap, that's something that frankly is going to start a war between the landowner community and the sportsman community. I don't see it any other way. And certainly it's going to reduce rather than incentivize access if we were to just impose a 10% cap or anything like that. In certain areas, there need to be some way of limiting licenses. Certainly landowner licenses shouldn't preclude the public from getting any licenses. So that needs to be dealt with. I think the Game and Fish Department and Commission have some flexibility to do that now with the systems that they implement on an area specific purpose. And I would urge this group not to come out with a recommendation on a cap. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions, and I forgot to lift this up, so I hope you all heard.
Any questions for Jim?
Yeah, just one, Jim. And I've heard you, and I appreciate your comments. I've heard you mention and I actually, 2 things. I appreciate you mentioning the scalability of animal use days. I brought that up. But a question or something that has come up, and you brought it up specifically, when we discuss landowner tags, we usually end up talking about type 1 tags, right? Mm-hmm. At what point in time as a sportsman do you view having too many type 1 tags as being an example of greed, regardless of the habitat that you provide as a landowner, but just as a take on the resource? And then the second part of that question, what would your opinion be on cow-calf, doe fawn tags on that scalable level versus type 1s?
First of all, I have to admit, I'm not a sportsman, not a hunter.
Okay.
And from that perspective, my reaction is then come forward again as a landowner. I think there is a limit. I think you rightly raised that question. And I think the idea of a landowner gets whatever, it's one or two, the license they now get, and then some qualification for additional, cow-calf type licenses or doe fawn license, whatever might fit. I'm not as familiar as you are clearly with all the licensing system within the agency, but I think there's room for discussion there, that not every license has to necessarily be equal.
Jim, you've been promising me to give me that baby cowboy hat you wear every now and then. Would you bring that to the next meeting and give that to me?
I will promise to bring that. It's not the one I have today. It's slightly smaller.
Okay.
I think was there one more question down at the end? I thought I
Mr.
saw
Chairman,
hand, but maybe not.
I didn't know if that was an offhanded comment saying that my friend here is pinheaded or what.
Wait until you see me in this cowboy. No, I'm not.
You also know he's not a cowboy. Thank you.
We have one more.
Oh, one more, yeah.
I don't know how I follow. Mr. McGee, you mentioned that applying a cap would likely create I think they were your words, a war between sportsmen and landowners. Can you expand on that? Why would that create a cap, and or why would that create a war? Isn't some of that tension already there?
Well, I think there's some tension there, but I believe we've come a long ways in reducing a lot of that tension in recent years. I don't want to see it renewed, so to speak, but the problem I have with the straight cap, you've got some areas of the state that are maybe 80% private land. You've got other areas of the state that are less than 20% private land. I don't think you can take any cap or the percentage and say this is the way it ought to be done across the state. Where there's heavy percentages of private land, there may need to be a higher percentage of the licenses made available to the landowners because they're providing a much higher percentage of the forage for the wildlife. In some of the other areas, that number could maybe be significantly reduced. And I'm familiar with at least one area where most of the licenses are being taken up by landowners, but the vast majority of them are the 120 acre landowners. That needs to be looked at differently than the area that's dominated by large landowners providing 90% of the habitat.
So it's not the cap, it's the across the board consideration of the cap.
It's the across the board, and particularly as was suggested in the subcommittee report, starting the discussion at 10%. I think it's a mistake to start it at any specific percentage.
Jim, I think Albert may have a question for you, sir.
Jim, this is Albert. Can you hear me?
I can.
The one thing I brought up, and I admit I'm not an Eastern Wyoming rancher, but it seems like the cap makes sense. But what I think both Jamie and I both said, there has to be something done about changing the damage for grass, because your 2 licenses, 3 licenses, 4 licenses are never going to make you feel good about you not being able to run another 200 head of yearlings. Just not going to happen. I don't care how good a hunter you are, that's not going to make you feel good. And I think we have tried to connect, and this is my question to you, is I think we're trying to connect this idea that these landowner licenses are somehow compensating for damages from elk. And I just don't think that's the case. So tell me if I'm wrong.
No, Albert, I think you're entirely right. And as I recall, when I spoke to the task force the first time, I mentioned that damages are an entirely separate issue from our perspective. As I said earlier, the license is an acknowledgement, a recognition that you're an important part of the community that supports habitat for our wildlife. Damages are damages, and I don't think you can, in some cases, the damages are so severe that it would break the Game and Fish Department if you were going to give enough licenses to compensate for damages. I don't think you should be trying to do that. I think we need to address our damage statutes, particularly as it applies to elk. And in fact, we've been having discussions with the department. We've carried that to the TRW committee as a recommended interim topic to look at damages entirely separate from landowner licenses.
So Jim, just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, really quickly. it really seems to me that that's the crux of the biscuit. And as opposed to, I can't imagine, why would you need 5 landowner tags, for example? I admit you could have a family of 5, but I just don't know I don't know if that's enough. That's assuming, so that's recognition for me having habitat. What if I don't want a tag? Then you're not giving me anything. You being the state of Wyoming is not providing me any recognition at all for me providing habitat. Unless I want to kill an elk. And so what it concerns me about us ranchers hanging on to these tags is it's assuming that that's really compensating or really recognizing ranchers for the larger issue of maintaining good quality wildlife habitat across the state of Wyoming. And I don't want this to be assumed that if we get 2 tags that, boy, that's, thank you very much. Well, there's a whole lot of ranchers out there that never asked for a tag, I can tell you.
Well, I would certainly agree that it's not compensation, and it's optional. Landowners, I've never taken one in my life, whether I was entitled to it or not. And I think the point is that it's the state through the Game and Fish showing appreciation for the habitat that the landowners provide. Just like you offering me a dinner because I helped you out. I don't have to take it, but the fact that you offered it is a show of appreciation. And I see these as a show of appreciation. To some people, it's very meaningful. I know to some young people starting out that being able to, if they were able to market a landowner license or 2, it might be the difference between bankruptcy and staying in business some years. But it's just one more tool, but it's not compensation for damage per se. Some large ranches may have a lot of wildlife on them, but because they're running a smaller amount of livestock, there's no real damage. I mean, the forage is being consumed, but you can't really call that damage. In other cases, some of which we've discussed with the commission here lately, the damage is such that people have had to significantly reduce the number of livestock they run, and at great economic sacrifice. And in those cases, either controlling excessive elk populations or paying for damages is the only way you really compensate for that.
Clifford is up next. Oh, okay. We look forward to that. All right, Jim Shell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and task force members. I appreciate the time.
Do you mind using the microphone? I know it's on the back of the ear, it's better.
Appreciate the time y'all are putting into this. A lot of big decisions here, but I just want to compliment Doug and Kevin's presentation today on the mule deer, and that was awesome. I don't think there's a person in the room that didn't learn quite a little bit there this morning. So, and when we're talking about the mule deer, I've got to say, I keep hearing a lot of variables, but the predation by our predators, especially the big ones, the cats, that's something we're not hearing enough about. And, I'm sure that if you're old enough to remember, 1972 was a very important year. It was the last best day for deer and ungulates. It was the very best first day for predators. That was the day that compound 1080 poison bait was banned. And since 1972, the trapping market, the fur market's been down. There hasn't been a ton of people out shooting, hunting, trapping. The government trappers are certainly not out there like they used to be, and they're not using compound 1080 poison bait, which was absolutely the key to controlling the predator population. Essentially, coyotes were all but eliminated. And let me remind you, of course it was banned because it was not only dangerous and deadly to all predators, meaning eagles, coons, mink, fox, you name anything that ate it or pulled the plug on the cyanide died. So it was banned. Again, that's the last best day for deer. and the first best day for predators since 1972. And since then, that predator population has been on the climb. There's no denying that. There, at one point, there was not even such a thing as a black bear tag, no such thing as a lion, mountain lion tag. They were predators. They were listed as predators. They were used, they were hunted year round, no license for season dates. And I'm not suggesting that that should ever come back, because they're an important species on the landscape that need to be managed. But there's the word is they need to be managed. And we've got a lot more cats on the landscape today than we ever should have if we ever want our deer to come back. And Pat, please, you got a question?
No, I was just telling you, you've been talking for 2 minutes.
Oh.
That's my job.
He's the new timer.
Oh, all right. And so enough said about the predators. I still feel that beyond the drought, winter kills, and the habitat losses that we're incurring, I still believe, as do many, that predation is our number one, probably our worst case scenario right now. When the predators are clear up here and the ungulates are clear down here, the predators can never come back up, or the ungulates can't come back. I mean, it's happening with moose, elk, deer, sheep, whatever. But I'm all in favor of the regionalized deer and elk concept. There's a lot of work to be done on that. 3 minutes. How much am I allowed, Pat? 3?
Go ahead.
Okay, so, and I think, oh, the last thing, this Area 7 deal, you know, Area 7 is a totally different entirely. We can't hardly manage it strictly for, you know, like quota areas and other areas. There's 1,500 type 1 tags for Area 7. Currently, the game fish claims that we got about 15,000 elk, which is about 6 to 7, some years, depending on what they're saying, what the landowners are allowing, 6 to 8,000 elk over objective in Area 7. I submit, give the landowners their tags, let them use them. Don't take them off the top of the 1,500, the type 1 quota. Just let the landowners go ahead and utilize those tags. And if every landowner that got a tag killed a bull, that would be 300 more elk taken off of Area 7's landscape in a season, not touching the 1,500 quota that would go to the public. And then with last said, just last week at our Glen Rock game and fish meeting, a really cool thought come up. Give those, in order to control the elk population in 7. I'm not talking about any other areas. I'm specifically talking about 7. The type 1 land license holders automatically qualify for a type 6 reduced price cow-calf tag. When these people that draw these coveted tags that they're excited as heck about drawing, it might have taken 5 years, 10 years to draw. They're not going to bust a cow unless they've got a cow tag in their pocket. They're going to hunt to the bitter end to try to kill a decent bull, and they'll pass cow after cow after cow. And those are the people that are in the field that could be keeping that cow population down and harvested. And so, and not to say they couldn't even draw a second one. But if the cow tags were in the hands of the type 1 holders, you'd get a bunch of cows killed in Area 7. And other than that, I stand for questions if you got any. Thank you.
Jeff Smith. Yeah, next up, Carson.
Unfortunately, Jim used part of your time, so.
He always has. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force. I'll make it brief since Jim did use so much time. But I just want to speak in favor of the regionalization for deer. I think just the way the mule deer numbers are and the way it's going the last few years, actually, I mean, personally, I would like to see them become limited quota, but I do know you need to work to that process, you know, and hopefully, you know, with regionalization and if the other things are, you know, with the habitat and predator control, maybe the mule deer do start coming back and we don't have to go that route. But I do think limited quota would be a solution. And then also to
to address what Senator Driscoll, I'm in favor of having a mule deer license and a whitetail license, two separate licenses. And another thing that could help the mule deer up in, which Jim would agree to up there in Region A, which would be for areas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think the mule deer, if we separate out the tags, make the mule deer season October 1 through 20 up there, and then have the November season for whitetail, for the opportunity for people to be able to hunt in November. So that's basically it. Or saved your time, Jim.
Okay. Any questions, for Jeff? All right, thanks, Jeff. Carson, and then Jeff, Miratori. And
I want to thank you guys for all the time. I'm a landowner in Weston and Campbell County, and as far as your guys' attack, I would say, on the landowner tags, I believe it is going to start a war if you cap it at 10%. So I worked on a possible proposal that gets a lot of wins for everybody. I'd say you grandfather everybody in. You get whatever they have now, they're grandfathered in. Set yourself a new acreage at 1280, or pick an arbitrary acreage, but set it there. Then make the tags transferable to anybody, and then that tag holder can then hunt any land that's leased by the ranch or any private land within the area. But then it stops the landowner from, or the tag holder from being across all the public land, which a lot of public hunters get upset with. And then if the landowner asks for damages, they forfeit the right to sell their tag for, say, 3 years. This provides a chance at compensation for landowners to grab money out of it, but it saves the game of fish from having to pay money out. And then another thing, guys like in Area 7, Area 6 that are having vast problems with elk herds, they forfeit their landowner tag for depredation tags, so they can try to control the number of elk on their place and have a viable mean of actually removing elk that's costing them their way of living. And then when you guys are speaking to the cap, I did go through and run all the elk numbers because that's the biggest issue to have. If you put a 10% cap on the total tags, it affects 63% of the areas on the elk and 75% of the tags. And then for non-residents, it's the same with 63% of the areas and 86% of the total tags. If you're going to go with a cap, I would suggest that cap B, you cap it at the percentage of private land within the area. Area 7, for example, 72% private land. And taking that and capping it at 10%, I don't feel is any way remotely fair to a landowner in that area. If you were to go that route, you turn around and you affect 8% of the areas and then 3% of the total tags for residents, and then 17% of the areas for non-residents and 12% of the total tags. I guess I'll let you guys ask questions if you have any.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So you think that those amount of tags, the landowners, that cap should be the same as what the private land ownership is? So 72% of those tags and
no, I'm saying don't cap it over. Oh, like say in that area, like the cap for that area would be 72% of tags. But if you take like area 1 for elk, that's 3% private. So you would cap that area at 3%. And the landowner licenses in that area is 4%. You end up affecting, I think it's like 5 or 6 areas, but that would give guys where there's a lot more public land, therefore there's going to be more tags not given to landowners. But areas where there's a lot of private land, it doesn't make any sense that now landowners can't go out and hunt that land that they steward all year long.
okay. I mean, I appreciate that. I'm curious on the, I mean, if we actually did have 72% of the landowner tags in Area 7 that went to landowners, that'd be, you know what, 75 of 15.
Well, it's naturally going to be capped by the amount of landowners in there. But if you take an area like I'm just saying, 7 is the hot button topic everyone's on. But most of that area is private land. So why do all the private landowners have to forfeit their tags?
I think your area probably hits that harder than any, because there's only 50 tags that are given out every third year.
Yep.
And so.
So like our area, I think it's like 85 or 90% for elk. It's area 123. and there's 12 landowners, and there's 84 tags, there's 8 tags. So we're not gonna draw once every 10 years, we'd have the chance to hunt. But if it's capped on the percent private and there's not that much hunting ground available to the public in that area.
Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, Jeff's up, and then Senator Hicks is on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force. My name is Jeff Muratori. I'll preface this with saying that in Casper here, I'm part of the Mule Deer Working Group for Area 66. Steve Garrett, who is present, also is one of those members. So we've been through a lot research and lots of meetings and what to do about general and limited quota and all that kind of stuff. First, I want to say I'm very skeptical about splitting whitetail and mule deer into 2 separate species to have 2 separate licenses. The main reason is anyone who puts in for a limited quota mule deer tag now cannot put in for a limited quota whitetail, and vice versa. If we allow that to be 2 separate licenses, anyone can put in for both, which is going to make the draw odds for those limited quota tags, either mule deer or whitetail, just skyrocket. Which in the beginning, I think there was a lot of talk about making things easier to draw. Well, that would make things very difficult to draw. I'm very much a proponent of allowing the Game and Fish to use Section 2, which is seasons, to handle all the issues that they have with whitetails. If they need to have a separate mule deer season in the Black Hills, that can be handled as a separate season in Section 2 with 1 license. So this also would prevent a lot of mule deer from dying in the long haul, because guys who use their general license to harvest a whitetail are not going to kill a mule deer. So that's my first point. Second is the regional licenses. Whenever we eliminate options, hunters are more than likely going to fill their tag. And one of the big regions that is being pushed for is Region G. Currently, there's 45 bucks per 100 does in Region G. Why are we concerned? There's obviously a lot of opportunity there. And if you look at the chart that Doug put up this morning, 80% don't go out of the area that they hunt. They stay in one area. Some people look at that as, well, then we can do region tags. I look at that as, why do we need to change it? Just leave it alone. And of the 20% that do, a smaller percentage of that 20% harvests a deer. So those people that are going to other areas they're using their options and in a lot of cases not harvesting a deer. They may decide to go to the Black Hills or the Southern Bighorns or the East Slope of the Bighorns or Lusk to shoot a whitetail. So if we're concerned about over harvesting deer, I mean, region tags may be cause just the opposite of what we're wanting, and that's less mule deer killed. Although, again, in the long run, it's how many bucks per 100 does there are. As long as there's an adequate number of bucks, it's killing does that's the problem. We don't want to kill does, but as long as we have enough bucks, we're fine. That's about it.
Anybody have any questions for Jeff? So I got a question real quick, Jeff. So when we proposed this earlier on the regionalization, it's on general licenses. So let's say you bought a general license and you can still send in for a whitetail buck tag.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, you can actually do that right now.
Right. Yes, you can. If you draw a type 3 whitetail, you can get a general license and hunt a mule deer. But again, if we split whitetail and mule deer, then I would be able to apply for both a limited quota type 1 mule deer and a limited quota type 3 whitetail. So around Casper, we have roughly a 50% chance of drawing that whitetail tag. That's going to skyrocket.
Understood. Any other questions? Okay. You want the floor for a little bit?
I will yield my time to the gentleman back there that deferred, said he was gonna preserve.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
He's gonna go in a couple meetings.
Okay.
Do you want, Clifford, do you want to talk? Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
I'll say it close up.
All right, awesome. Talked him into it. I do have 2 people online too, so don't be shy.
Okay. The only thing that we've talked about that I think we should try to make crystal clear when we move forward is that this is going to be on the landowners to prove their days of use, just because it's not something the department or the Game and Fish should be responsible for. It's the landowners that want the tags. That should be cut and dried. The Game and Fish has more important things to do. That's all I have to say today.
Thanks. Okay, so can we queue up Wyatt? I guess we can put them both in the room and let Wyatt in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you, Wyatt. Go ahead. You're on the clock.
I claim the unused time from the last gentleman. Real quick, Jeff, thanks for talking about that just now. Some of my same comments. The data presented earlier said that only 20% of residents hunt more than one area, and the majority of the ones that do hunt an adjacent area, thereby staying in the same region. A very small proportion actually jump around the state. If people are currently overwhelmingly behaving in the way that you'd mandate with a regional area regulation, why even waste time changing it? What difference would it make by impacting such a minority? If regionalization is just a shadow game to move toward all limited quota hunt areas, let's discuss that. Discussing regionalization doesn't seem like a valuable commitment of the task force's time unless there's trend data suggesting that more people are starting to hunt more areas, and we expect that to continue beyond current numbers. To this discussion of splitting up whitetail and mule deer, the Wyoming Game and Fish puts a lot of emphasis on whitetail harvest. They already have separate seasons in most cases, but on a general or type 1 season, it's basically the mule deer season with the additional option to shoot a whitetail. I think having them lumped actually takes some pressure off the mule deer. I don't like the idea that people with a mule deer tag would let a whitetail walk when they'd normally shoot it. It's not that the Game and Fish is managing them as the same species because they're open, because those seasons are open at the same time. It's a strategy to give more opportunity for a species they want to put additional pressure on. Think of it like a predator tag along with a deer tag, if you will. But if you shoot the predator, your tag is filled. The whitetail being kind of that predator in that situation. Wyoming Game and Fish Department already manages them separately through species specifics in the regulations. All you're talking about is whether the species specifics are typed at the top of your license. A type 3 tag is a whitetail tag. You can specify mule deer only in the regs just the same. People can already hold 2 deer tags, but have the option to shoot 2 whitetail with them. So right now, by having a general tag and a type 3 tag, a person can shoot 2 whitetail and leave mule deer completely alone. If you split them, you're putting more pressure on mule deer, which are the species we are most concerned about. Manage through the regs as you are now would be my opinion on that. I think Ogden's idea to split the 2 would actually defeat his objective to remove more whitetail. It's not like you're going to do away with the mule deer tags in his area. Why wouldn't you want to let those mule deer hunters shoot a whitetail instead if they see one? To grandfathering, holy cow, yeah, that's a big one. What's the rationale for that other than enabling the entitled and abusers and prompting a new wave of applicants, like a ton of applicants requesting a review of their small properties this year? If there are criteria for landowner tags, it should be the same for all. If people have bought their land in the past for the landowner tags, they violated the current regs for receiving a tag. Change the regs for everyone and let those that own the landowner own their property for the landowner tags, sell their land, thus correcting the abuse. 160-acre parcel in a family trust, as was said, they could get the tags in perpetuity if it's just a family trust. It's passed on through the family. So why would you set up a system like that? If you're talking differences between cropland versus rangelands on there for landowner tags, now you're blurring the lines again between the damage program and the tag system. Keep them separate or combine them. Don't have this confusing back and forth to where they can double dip. The landowner tag statute actually reads, for the purpose of promoting the maintenance of wildlife habitat and attaining wildlife management objectives. Use of lands for agriculture should not be a consideration.
Got another minute, Wyatt.
I have a minute left.
Yep.
Okay. A property could be doing more for supporting that criteria of promoting the maintenance and habitat management if it didn't have a livestock component. I'm also confused about the protocol for the eligibility reviews. As was stated, if it doesn't qualify 1 year, could they requalify the next? How does that work? And honestly, you guys are opening a whole ball of wax by having this grandfather thing and keeping it complex in terms of quitclaim deeds and being able to add somebody onto a deed without actually changing the ownership, so people can buy into those properties just the same. And my next thought being, you're setting up the same abuse in the opposite way. Wealthy hunters will buy a property out at 99% just to keep the original owner on as 1% to maintain that grandfather clause. I mean, you guys are allowing the exact same abuse that's been happening just in the opposite way with this grandfathering type stuff. And another example, I mean, with the quitclaim deeds, I could buy into a land, be a shareholder in that land and receive tags for a few years and then choose to buy out the original owner, thereby transferring ownership over a period of time. But how could you guys ever track that? I mean, I would be applying as a landowner under a grandfather parcel and I would still be a landowner, after the fact. So, I mean, it is not cut and dry at all. And I guarantee there are going to be tons of people gaming the system. There's so many different ways and contracts that they could enter into to get around that grandfather clause. And a grandfathered parcel of land is worth a hell of a lot. And just real quick, I guess.
6 minutes. Okay. We got another speaker here.
In terms of management and getting to the intent of the statute in terms of maintaining wildlife habitat and management. I think a big consideration for landowner tags within an area should be whether or not you are within your objectives. I've read job completion reports like crazy that call out the fact that landowners are the reason the game and fish cannot and are not and do not think that they can meet their objectives because they're so over objectives on elk. And it's the landowners stated right there in the job completion reports. So if in the statute, you're saying that the intent of these landowner tags is to help maintain, attain the wildlife management objectives, and the landowners are that hurdle, why are you continuing to give those out in those areas? Yeah, I guess that's all I have time for, but
Appreciate it.
All right.
Yep.
We'll probably talk to you tomorrow.
Maybe I'll fix the rest of my comments.
Okay, Brian. Brian, are you on there? You're muted. Can you hear us, Brian? I think you're muted. At least that's what we're getting. Can't hear you. Okay.
How about that?
All right, you're on. Your time's starting.
Okay, My name's Brian Strampier, just a Wyoming native and sportsman. I wanted to comment on the landowner license issue. I was surprised by all the talk about the land subdivision issue and using landowner licenses to stop that. In the second sentence of section 9 for landowner licenses says any lands purchased or subdivided for the primary purpose of obtaining landowner licenses shall not be eligible for landowner licenses. So we heard stories of ranches being sold for the primary purpose of getting 2 elk licenses, and we talked about LLCs abusing the system to get landowner licenses. And so is this statute not enforceable the way it's written, or it's not being enforced? I don't understand. It's like we're going out and we're going to find another group of people who have played by the rules for landowner licenses, and we're going to kick them out, and we're going to let the people that have been abusing it continue. I don't understand that discussion. The other comment I wanted to make, thank God for the person and the gentleman that talked about scaling of the habitat. The WWT first red line left 2,000 animal use days as the same habitat requirement for 50,000 acres as it is for 160. If you want to limit landowner licenses in areas where there's too many, scale the habitat requirement up. It should be scaled up. If the habitat requirement for a 50,000 acre landowner, if it was the same for 160, would be 625,000 days of use. I'm not suggesting that's what it should be, but leaving that at 2,000 means you're not really interested in providing habitat for wildlife. So I agree. The acres, the number of acres that a landowner has is way less important than the habitat that they're providing, and they have. So please think about the gentleman's bringing up the scaling of the habitat and the importance of that. I guess the other thing I wanted to comment on, using the acres by your own data would remove 373 land of the smallest landowners if you use the 1,000 acre top. That's 48% of the total landowners in the whole program. And it would remove about 182,000 acres of wildlife habitat from the program. So you're kind of, if you use acres, I think you're kind of removing habitat from the program, and also landowners that want to be in the program. The other thing I just want to comment on is allowing private citizens to get more licenses and then to sell these licenses on the open market is not what Wyoming is. And this has not been allowed. It opens the funnel to turn wildlife into money, and that's never a good thing. So I just think that's a very dangerous place to go to try and provide landowners with some compensation for what wildlife takes from their land. And I think it's correct to use the damage compensation system for that, not landowner tags for that.
4-minute warning.
Okay. I've been listening all day and my mind is going in circles.
Same here.
Yeah, I had so many things written down, I can't see them. But anyway, I guess I better stop, and I appreciate the ability to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And I think Brian's still listening, but that first comment that he had, nobody's going to tell you that that's almost impossible for game fish to enforce why somebody bought a piece of property. And so it's almost impossible for anybody to enforce. And that's probably one of the big issues with that. Ultimately, if they have those day use, those use days, and they have 160 qualified. So anyway, go ahead.
I did learn, I did a little research with the state real estate commission. There's at this point in time, no directive or guidelines from them that they can't be advertised as such either. So that could be an avenue that we could go down in communication with them to limit how those parcels and pieces of land are actually advertised.
Go ahead, Pat.
I wrote something about that one time, you know what I wrote, so maybe Todd could send out.
I think that's, yeah, is it in with that first part of the stuff you did?
Yeah, I sent out a
It is. So we'll dig that back out and get that back out, because that's gonna have to go. Okay, yeah, we'll dig that back up and make sure we put that in the upcoming stuff.
Try to fix that, try to fix the corporate.
But that'd probably have to go through the real estate commission, wouldn't it? Because that's who, you can't ask the game and fish to go tell the realtors they can't say something, right?
I forget what no, we don't want to do that. I don't think that. I said if it's marketed, I tried to put some teeth in that to define what it means to buy a piece of land just for landowner tax. So if it's marketed that way, if it's less than a certain acreage, if it's only for so many animal units, I forget how I addressed it, but we have that and send it back out.
I was just thinking that would be a second means of adding some legs to that. Because it already does exist, that if we know they're selling this land to require landowner licenses, that's not how it was set up. But if the real estate commission also has their entire membership within the state on the same page, that we can't market that as it comes with 2 elk tags or 2 deer tags or 2 antelope tags. That adds just another level of, now that doesn't mean they're not gonna over a table across the table conversation.
It won't be in the, like the ad I looked at that Larry was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was right in the ad. It
Yep.
won't be there.
It can't be in the ad. Yeah.
I'll just tell them that.
Yeah.
It's another tool.
Yeah.
So I just wondered, I mean, you all get them, I get them I get overrun, I'm a landowner, every year I get from realtors. I mean, I've got 3 of them in the last 3 or 4 months. Will buy your property, right? These land companies will buy your property because they're going in and search the database and know that it's eligible for land. So you see Gaines County, all these different, I don't want to use any names, y'all see them on the internet. Trophy properties, and they all advertise that stuff, so I think you almost have to go out there and do a statutory prohibition to do that. But then I would come back to a comment Albert said earlier, is that becoming the takings of the private property right that you can't have, and I don't know necessarily saying that you're eligible for tags is one thing. The back door is just to say it has all this wildlife on it, and so I don't know that that would actually accomplish. Because there's a dozen land companies out there right now that advertise all these ranches for all this wildlife. You gonna get for fishing too? Because there's all kinds of companies that market fishing ranches. So I don't know that what we would accomplish, but it's certainly worth. I'm not saying we don't need to look at it. I just don't think it's gonna slow it down.
I think it's included in the same document we need to look at anyway for taking some public comment. So
You can't say you're not eligible.
okay, well, thanks everybody for it's a good day. I think I guess we'll see how the public comment goes over the next month. So we'll be back in here tomorrow morning. And the things that we didn't get to on the agenda today, we will get to first thing tomorrow morning. And I was supposed to announce that Wyoming Wildlife Federation and Wyoga are having a reception out here right now, if you want to join.
No, we're gonna be in Remington's, we're gonna be over in Remington.
We're gonna be, it's gonna be over in Remington, so if you want to
You can
join.
crash WREAs.
Yeah, don't do this one, don't go to this
They'll
one.
be fair, they'll be proud if they see it's just sideway that up.
Yeah.
Remington.
Yeah, beer and food. At Remington's, 6:30, 6-ish.
It's open now.
It's open now. There you go. It's time to go to Remington and have beer. That's what time it is, Nate.